North America is closing out the July monthly finals, with all their postseason spots still up for grabs. Tribe Gaming and Team Electros are one step away from the World Finals, but behind them, everything has changed. FA Bobby's shocking exit in the qualifiers has blown open the race for the last chance qualifier, giving the chasing teams a golden opportunity to close the gap. Today could reshape the entire picture of the postseason. My name is Sunny, alongside Ark and Kenny today, and we welcome you to the July monthly finals of the Brawl Stars Championship. Now, gentlemen, with FA Bobby out of the picture, who is going to gain the most from this change today?
It's going to be Vatic, right? There's no doubting that. I mean, Vatic certainly today have got a massive chance to catch up.
Absolutely. I mean, when looking at this bracket, too, the lack of FA Bobby really sets up to give Tribe Gaming, Team Electros, that won in that third quarter final, a better shot at trying to clinch those World Final spots, which obviously is a big deal because LCQ is a purgatory I wouldn't wish upon anybody.
LCQ still on the line here, and then Tribe Gaming and Team Electros, who are looking to lock in World Finals today, but it's not locked in just yet. Some of these teams are also still eyeing that World Finals spot. If it doesn't go their way today, Tribe Gaming or also Team Electros could still drop that spot. So let's see who will do the best today and who will actually capitalize on that little change. The seed 3 is completely gone out of the picture today, and Bobby also tweeted about it.
Yeah, really tough read, honestly. And Bobby, I go so far back to the very beginning of beta, and it's like, he's just such a nice guy. And, I think the words speak for itself, but there is a multiverse out there where this tweet just says the toughest soldiers get the hardest battles, And I can't help but go back to 2023 and remember Bobby's journey through that LCQ run, and then, going to the World Finals, beating the very team that they played in those Grand Finals, State Division in the group stages, Revenant, SK, all the teams that lied in their weight that they were able to topple. And that came off the back of a golden ticket LCQ. They're not out the running just yet for LCQ. Although this tweet might make it sound that way, there is still a chance. Okay, it's out of their hands for this month and more in the hands of what Vatic can do to increase their gap. But I want to see Bobby come back next month and just kind of end out this season on a high. Obviously, I hope that next year he puts his health first and gets things in line in that regard. But we all wish him the best here for the BSC, for sure.
At the end there, he says, been a journey. It's been a journey indeed. Top 2 finish for him at the World Finals in 2023. And as you already mentioned, they're not actually out of contention just yet. They can still lock in August. They can still make it to LCQ. So let's see how things are reshaping after today. Kenny already mentioned Vatic is standing to gain the most of today's bracket.
Absolutely. Vatic have to be a team to watch this month. And I think similar to what we said about Rival yesterday, Vatic is kind of that team today. This region is going to run through them. The team they play in the quarterfinals as well, I might add, very well could be a spoiler. It's a team that's very solid, very underrated, have done it already this year. But ahead of them are some Titans. Obviously, FA Bobby out of the way, but Tribe Gaming, Team Electros, in terms of seeding, have a huge advantage in their quarterfinals. And Vatic, of course, if they want to make up some ground, can have to push that semifinals, grand finals. Heck, if they could win another one, it would do numbers for them to try and avoid that LCQ and maybe even propel themselves into World Finals talks.
Vatic is going to play in quarterfinal number 4, so stay tuned if you want to see their journey today. Let's take a look at our first 4 matches of the day and also our predictions for it. We actually are all aligned. I'm super surprised about it.
You hate to see it.
Quarterfinal number 2, according to the community, I saw a lot of people voting for Victor, actually. I think that's going to be a super close one. Quarterfinal number 4, also quite tight.
Yeah, Victor are that really interesting squad for me. They're like the disruptor of this region. It's really interesting in qualifiers. They've got some really notable scorelines actually, actually were a team which did get a win over FA Bobby in those qualifying stages this month. But when it comes down to the monthly finals appearances, it kind of all seems to kind of fall apart a little bit, and they tend to go out in the quarterfinals. But I think that is a fair matchup, so not necessarily call it 50-50, but one that is not necessarily that clear-cut.
Yeah. If you hasn't locked in your predictions just yet, make sure you head over to eventofbrawlstars.com and do that right now. You can also still gain points throughout the show with MVP votes and so on. And with this beautiful red button, we're going to press it if we feel like this play deserves it. It was the highlight of the day, and we all know you love rewards. I love them too. Kenny, you and I both don't have the pin just yet. I'm hoping with my predictions today I'm going to get it.
I don't know. You're looking at me. I have better predictions than you this weekend. So if I don't have it, what am I doing wrong? I don't know. I'm going to need some help. Something crazy went out there because East Asia was okay for me. I was vibing.
I think he's just rage baiting right now.
He is good at that. He's very talented.
Do you want to open the game right now? Like, is that what you're saying?
It's not that I don't believe you. It's just like I know that I saw the results yesterday.
The community picked another team to watch, and turns out so far it's more of a blessing than a curse, as we had two teams already winning the monthly finals, both in East Asia and in EMEA. The team to watch has won in the grand finals. So let's see if Tribe Gaming can win their first finals today, because so far they made it to the grand finals so far almost every single time, but never came out on top, always came second. They're going to play here today in our quarterfinal number 1 against a team that we haven't seen in the monthly finals just yet. We know two of these players very well, Second Best and OG, and then there's Sunny playing today.
Thank God it's not the other Sunny, that's all I can say.
He has the same amount of showing in monthly finals as I do, as a player.
Exactly. That'll be an interesting one, though. It'll be an interesting one. I feel like, it is crazy when you think about the fact that, as you mentioned, right, Tribe have been in like 3 grand finals, but they've yet to be able to actually tie one down to a win. And that's very unlike the organization. Like in previous seasons, we've seen Tribe be that #1 team that are always pulling in those monthly final wins. Yes, they're consistently being in those grand finals, and I know that Tribe love that word. I'm going to keep sneaking it in throughout the rest of today. But we need to see a win on the board for them in those grand finals, ideally.
Reddy is waiting in the wings for quarterfinal number 2. We sent him to talk to Diego Gamer from Tribe Gaming, how they're feeling about the month so far and about today.
I've heard that y'all have a particularly hardcore training regimen. What do you do differently to prepare that you think separates you from other teams?
I think one special thing that makes us different from other teams in preparation is like we grind a lot, like since the start of the monthly final, because once you qual, you like take a break, but we like don't take a break. We start triple screaming and like we almost daily triple scream, and I think that's what makes us different for the preparation, like a lot of grind.
Right now, y'all are ranked #1 in North America, but some people seem to think that Team Electros is actually the best team in North America. Do you necessarily agree with that?
I mean, like, we got a good placement at Brawl Cup, so necessarily I don't agree at all, but we need to prove it like on game, so we need to win this multi-final for prove that.
What do you have to say to Momo before y'all face him in the quarterfinals?
We are ready, so we want to have a good match. I hope you guys have a good luck.
They have the shortest path, or one of the shortest paths to World Finals directly. They only need to place better than Vetic today. They're on opposite side of the brackets, so technically those two could face off against each other in the Grand Finals. Tribe Gaming has a lot to prove, as Diego Gamer already put it. They made it consistently into the Grand Finals, but never have actually won one this year.
Which is kind of wild when you think about the fact that they are scrimming more than any other team in this region. I mean, this month from like the 29th of last month, 434 sets they played. They actually got the second lowest win rate for that reason, because they played so much that it's just slanting it all downwards. I mean, they are putting in some serious
It's going to go more
grind.
towards 50% in the end if you play
exactly.
more often. That's just how statistics works. Map draft coming in now. Tribe Gaming chose to actually go first. That is something we haven't seen very often. If you now choose to go first in a map draft, you go first, or you then go last in the global bans, and they often wanted to go first in the global bans, so usually the team who got to choose, it's the upper seed, chose to go second. So this is something we don't see too often. Lumi, Crow, Max and Damien are going to be banned out for this one. Buffy Brawl is out of the way. Crow still as strong as ever despite getting so many nerfs, and then Damien, who also received quite a grand batch of nerfs and still seems to be standing strong in the current meta. Starnova snuck through again.
That's exactly what I was thinking too. Damien's actually the most globally banned brawler if you combine all 3 of our months so far, which is really interesting to me because I really thought it was going to be Starnova, who's not too far behind, granted, but East Asia seemed unafraid. I thought you put it really well yesterday. East Asia were a region that were willing to take on the challenge, willing to game plan into Starnova rather than wasting a ban every single time on it. One that stood out to me there too is Lumi. That's one of the 3 brawlers I would say that North America in particular, I'm going to expect to see Lumi's name called either in the ban stage, the global ban stage, or the pick stage, maybe more than other regions in general.
We're going to kick things off for this match on Crystal Arcade. It was Tribe Gaming's map pick. Now, Kenny, you had very interesting stats coming in yesterday. Do you have them updated as
I
of
do.
now?
I did my homework. Yeah, we did get a little boost this month, but we're still at 49 and a rounding, call it 0.4, so 49% winning your own map, which I found just staggering because I thought, you got to think at least 50% of the time we're winning our own map. But no, I mean, truly, it's been interesting. And obviously this month, one of the changes has been the global ban pick versus the map pick. Like, which would you rather start with, like you just talked about? So I think it's still so early on, but after this, we'll have 2 full months of data for that. So I imagine that players, it's dependent on them. It may be individuals will have different strategies for their own teams. I think find it so fascinating. I just love that the players have more control over how the maps and the modes operate than ever.
So yeah, so far our teams are losing more often than not on their own map pick. Super interesting to see. Let's see if Tribe Gaming can turn this around already in that map number 1. Well, all that we are missing still is the poll now. What have the people voted at home for this? Are you feeling we're just gonna have Tribe Gaming 95%, something like that?
It looked like it was pretty slanted, yeah. I think for Momo, like, they are a team that could cause a disruption here, actually. I mean, it's kind of wild thinking back to, like, actually the last time that we saw second best. I mean, you know, with looking back to, like, last year with Code OG, like, and that's kind of, like, good for this squad, though. I think that they've got that kind of history together and they kind of, like, know how each other want to play. But, you know, I think that, you know, they haven't got a shot at LCQ, they haven't got a shot really at kind of any of those prospects. This is just causing chaos, really, in the region, and I love that for them. And just imagine if that is the case and we do see that, and you know, despite everyone in the community kind of siding with Tribers, I think that is the correct and kind of more realistic prospect that people should be going for if they're looking to get those rewards. But there is a world in which Momo could cause an upset,
which we always love to see. For our storylines, upsets are what we want to see. Tribe Gaming, as we already stated, just has to perform a tad bit better than Vatic today, and they would lock in that World Final slot. Vatic is still right behind them in contention for that World Final slot. So if Tribe Gaming were to get knocked out now in the quarterfinals, it would really be a very sad day for them, but they still have August to play for, so I'm sure they can still lock the World Finals another way too. Now, we already talked about it, OG, second best. We know there's 2 names already now coming in with Sunny, who has been playing a bunch of match arenas already, smaller tournaments. I believe that is his first time showing up in a grand monthly final of NA. Is that gonna also cause some nerves to come out here, maybe, Kenny?
I have no idea, but I would say just as like a human being, it would make sense to me. But I think it's kind of a two-edged sword, right? Because, I mean, I think I am. You tell me otherwise. But I think if you're playing against Tribe Gaming, like overwhelming favorites, you could look at it in the sense of, I have all the pressure in the world. This is the highest level of gameplay that I have to experience and one against the best teams that we've had, arguably in the past 2 years in North America. Or, hey, I'm not expected to win. I might as well go out there and just be loose, have fun, like do my thing. Like, this is a building the experience points. And I find Sunny such an interesting character because he's playing with a bunch of veterans who, I'm not going to call them retired because they're still doing it, but I feel like I've seen on Twitter them announce things from OG of just like, I'm slowing down, and they're still making it this far, which is impressive in its own right. But Sunny still has a lot of drive. Sunny is still young, can prove things as well. I think it's just an opportunity. Well, of course, you as well. But I think just an opportunity to kind of demonstrate what they can do for maybe a resume going into 2027.
So yes, they're not playing for a postseason spot, but they can spoil it for the rest here. They can spoil it in particular for Tribe Gaming. If they would make it into the semifinals, also a couple other teams that they could just beat today, cause some upsets, and make sure that they can't quite lock in that spot just yet.
But they have a chance to do something hilarious, actually, because Momo have they played 25 sets in scrims. That's how much they practice. That's how much they put in.
So 20
terms of the preparation.
versus 400.
25 sets. So if they actually do this, you know, can you imagine the uproar that we're going to have, and the side of the community that obviously, you know, don't necessarily, you know, look at scrims and think that they mean everything. And we're on the same stage of that on the desk, really, to be completely honest. We look into them, but we don't necessarily have them define those outcomes. But if Momo were to do an upset here over Tribe, considering how much that they have been putting in their prep, over 400 sets to just the 25 of Momo, it would be kind of funny. It'd be brutal, but it'd be funny.
It would be one of the best storylines all year and the greatest upsets. Maybe a red button already in
that
match
well
number 1. Well, without further ado, we want to head straight into our first map, Crystal Arcade. We've now seen 3 regions already play on this new patch. We had balance changes not too long ago. Is this going to be a patch that favors Tribe Gaming? What do you think?
I think, at least in this quarterfinals, they should be totally fine. I think Tribe are still very much in contention to go all the way to something like a grand finals. I mean, there's no freebies at all, but I would say they are the favorites, at least on that upper side. I think there's still a lot of debate over, is Tribe Gaming the #1 team? Is Team Electros, the youngsters, the #1 team? Or will one of these other teams like Vatic really make a resurgence here? Looking at that band stage as well, we've now got Surge, 8-Bit, and Starnova. I would say 3 common culprits, some of the better brawlers, the unique ones coming into play. Something like a Mr. P, Janet, who's a mid Meeple, so really unique stuff coming out of Momo. I'm curious what they end up picking here because those are so niche that I feel like it's got to be directed.
Kind of risky a little bit here. Sandy is going to have a very short range here, and I think this kind of map can cater massively to just opening up the entire thing with Griff and Ruffs and brawlers like that to really have an opening start. So Sandy will have a good opening game, but then as time goes on, maybe it will diminish slightly. A map, by the way, which Momo played a grand total of like twice. So it's no surprise why Tribe did select it in that draft stage, but still a lot of sharpshooters on the table here for me. I mean, Pierce. And that's the first brawler that I was like,
yeah,
there's the 2 that
I actually really like those shots. Ruffs and Griff were 2 of the brawlers we saw on this map the most. This map is so hard to get back into. If you ever get pushed out of mid, getting back into your lanes when those bushes are there, the walls, is basically impossible. So opening up the map is going to help you if you ever get pushed out of the map. And they're just strong brawlers overall. You're going to see a lot of Ruffs and Griff today. So yes, as Ark already mentioned, they played the map twice in total. They do have a 50% win rate on it, so not too bad.
Yeah, that's not bad.
But yeah, the Sandy, a bit risky. It used to be one of the best brawlers on Crystal Arcade because you have those bushes on lane, which help him farm his super sneakily. Now also Spike coming in, and we're just playing a bit of the old meta. I don't mind it.
No, I mean, this is definitely different, and I think that's just part of it, right? I feel like that's one of the things that Momo are going to have to bring to the table is just doing things their way, bringing their Brawl stars up to Tribe Gaming, because we're still early on in this meta. I feel like there are a lot of unsolved things. I feel like everybody are coming at it from different directions, and the fact that maybe to Ural's point that they don't have as many scrims as something like a Tribe Gaming, that means they can kind of do what they want. They're not going to be researched into. It's going to be left to Tribe to kind of go with all reliable, while we have a more unique strategy standpoint on that right-hand side. I haven't seen Spike too much. I haven't seen Sandy too much. All of them solid brawlers, and I love Mina. I think it's such a great playmaker, a really interesting set of choices here, because I think it's going to be Mina playing this mid.
I really love that pick, by the way, as well. Mina here can just do so much aggressive work, but I'm still just concerned with how open this map could potentially be. I mean, Griff has got that immediate ability to wall break. I mean, you could even add like a Brock to the mix. Stu going to come in for Tribe, and we slapped banned so much yesterday, didn't we, in East Asia? So still very, very dangerous. The speed zone, of course, going to make it even harder to land those shots, and you know, it's always been a pretty decent brawler pick. I think now, especially in this meta, it's very, very strong.
Yeah, with the speed zone, Stu is going to be one of the best mids you can have. Janet and Crow are both banned out. Max too. Those 3 would otherwise also be a couple of roles you want to look to put into that position. Now, let's see if it's actually going to be Mina mid, maybe the Sandy. We're going to find out soon. An exciting matchup ahead here. Map #1 of quarterfinal #1. Good luck to both teams.
Headliners of North America and Tribe Gaming, 9 of the 10 last grand finals have been appearances from the squad on your left-hand squad. Meanwhile, some old-timey veterans coming out of Momo. Don't let the seeding be a mistake. And a youngster in Sunny trying to make his debut against such a great team. So far, so good for Tribe Gaming. Certainly the numbers there. Now Gadget going down from Luffy, and that's a newer one, a little implementation that we had in our balance changes. It's great for area denial.
Coin Shao coming back in, which is a nice thing to see. Like how RBM there was being a little bit reserving in getting those gems too quick, and that's kind of like exactly how Tribe should be playing this second again. Struggling that lane side, as we kind of thought that he might do, but now that he's stuck in, it's going to make it even harder to retake. OJ just trying to find a little bit of space to be able to use the super. There's some lane swaps going on here as well. A second does sort of submit to that right-hand side.
Curious what they do with this Spike, because traditionally the life plant is something that's very solid into Stu, and I think that's why you see OG start to march towards this middle as a windmill goes down, takedown on the left-hand end as well. The wall break certainly going to hurt the case of Sandy. If you're going to make a Sandy first overall pick, it is going to give the other side plenty of time to adjust, and I think that's a big reason why we saw Griff come through.
Yeah, it's that Brawl can have such a great early game, but as time goes on, it just becomes harder and harder. I think second, like going back to the right-hand side now, now, trying to mirror this Ruffs. I think it's probably the better matchup, but he's just being aggressive from every which angle. Sweet Dream stun didn't connect with Diego Gamer there either, so having a tough match so far. Sunny's going to fall there as well. Gem's going to be dropped, and Try will get on to countdown.
Or wall break coming out of Diego Gamer. Speed zone for RBM, especially with this left side being completely demolished. The terrain is just really difficult for second best right now. RBM, of course, with a hypercharged super in the back pocket as well, can get away at any moment. I think Momo see this writing on the wall. They will concede for now. Game number 1 going towards Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, a tough spot. Not that this can't be turned around, it must be said. And for Momo, I think just getting that early start. I mean, Second did try that as well, to his credit, in that last game. He did really make a beeline for it and got into a really tight pocket on that right-hand side off the bat. So I'm sure he'll try and do the same again. If he gets an early Sandstorm, then things will change for sure. But it's the grip, having the coin shower in itself, which might even be a helping hand. Without the piggy bank, there's not going to be some immediate breaks.
OG will throw a light plant right in the face of RBM. It's going to bounce him away and will give them a little bit of a space. So I like this adjustment. I think Spike has to go into the stew in terms of matchups, and Sandy has to take advantage for now while the walls aren't up. Diego Gamer has been fed that first super, but will use it on his side, so this is still going to keep the lanes intact.
Sunny there, almost found Diego Gamer, and now OG going to helping hand this right-hand side together with Second. This is much better. Teamwork makes the dream work. Now Luffy falls, and Second gets stuck in. These rough shots being juked nicely there as well, with the little hurl off the back of that light plant from the Spike, and now there is a nice Sweet Dreams, and this is looking far, far better on this right-hand side now that Second's got that support.
OG's trying to get the Hall of Gems on that right-hand side, manages to scoop them up easily with all the takedowns. And Sunny has a couple in hand as well. A nice tornado strike there as RBM and Diego Gamer will hug the left hand in. They're not able to operate in this open space. There's so much protection. Now a super going down from Spike as well. The Rocket Rain going down as well. A nice little tornado to clasp onto the enemy team. A slow back away here from Second Best as he gets a little coverage from his teammates. The red roster in a little bit of trouble, but now get those takedowns. An additional reset. Should have plenty of time here to work.
Yeah, OG just going to get some body blocking there from Sunny to get that 9th gem. They can't really get the other one, but they will still be split. And Sunny will spell there. Might have been better to even fall, in all honesty, there. As we've been entirely with OG, who's almost like a hypercharge now. In the final seconds, hypercharge there from the Grips as well. Oh, beautiful from Luffy. Cycles, but I don't think he's going to be able to get the gems. So Second will come in for now and try his best to delay the onset. In the meanwhile, there are gems dropping from the mid. I think that Momo have still got enough time to be able to get this reset, or try rather. This gem is still scoring. They do still need to go for OG here.
Yeah, OG is the one that they have to watch out for, and now there's some additional air support going down. Tribe Gaming can't scoop these in now. 9 gems in RBM's hand. Diego Gamer trying to bounce Second Best away. The timing doesn't quite go through, but he's got so much mobility. It's going to be hard for Momo to catch up at this point. They're diving down as quickly as possible. They have to keep eyes open for RBM and Diego Gamer. Luffy as a result playing bodyguard. OG lobbing up needles, trying to get any contact with Diego Gamer. Low HP and barely holds on. Tribe Gaming with quite the heist there. It really looked like Momo might cling on to a game.
Yeah, I was hoping they would. I really did, because that would have made the third game so much more interesting. Oh man, they're going to be kicking themselves a little bit for that, but it was always tough. The gems were split, so I mean, it's credit to Tribe, and that grip hypercharge was absolutely disgusting. I mean, when you're able to close that kind of gap, there's literally nowhere to go. You have, unless you've got a brawler that has that escape mechanism like a Janet or something, you are going to go down. And that's what makes Tribe just such a great team, really. Just able to keep that pressure on, and you know, it was always going to be a tough. I mean, you've got to give Momo massive credit for turning it around as effectively as they did, because that first game was very clear-cut in Tribe's favor, and they made some adaptations. They were able to get onto countdown, which I wasn't really expecting, to be completely honest, under those circumstances.
I was keeping an eye on Sunny, of course. Didn't show any nerves, I feel. Like, again, this is his first showing in a monthly final, playing alongside 2 of the most experienced players in all of NA. OG also showed up a couple of times as a coach, so he knows what he's talking about. He knows how to draft, and in the end, the draft worked out better than we expected. We don't see Sandy and Spike too often, but as we said coming into this, the balance changes haven't been too long ago, so they can still discover something that hasn't been talked about just yet in the current meta. We see Diego Gamer here with 9 kills on him, Luffy with 400 DPS. Really well played by the side of Tribe, just pinched when it mattered. I think overall, you saw that Tribe is playing together a bit better. We had on the side of Momo a lot of individual great plays, but a little less communication, which I'm not too surprised about. They came together not too long ago. Tribe Gaming is playing in this constellation already since the beginning of the year, and then 2 of them already since the beginning of last year. So there's got to be some more synergy on that roster.
Yeah, Tribe, of course, are a team which, in the face of peril, are going to be staying really, really collected in those circumstances, just communicating forwards and knowing what utility they've got. So, again, I felt like it was quite tough when the gems were split. There was moments where I thought that Momo could just pick them back up again and then still win those games. But, again, that's all credit to Tribe, just by continuously keeping that pressure on and, keeping Momo up against that back lines. I was still surprised that realistically that could have gone to a third game, just considering how one-sided the first one really was. I was wondering whether they were going to be able to make those adaptations in that draft to actually come back with anything at all.
I'm a little bit disappointed in OG today because he promised us that his cat would be back on the player cam.
Yeah. But the logo is pretty sick.
The logo is
Very
sick.
true. But how does the logo feature a cat now, but the player cam doesn't? That's so sad.
Momo cam.
Momo
We need
cam.
it.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Where is it? Layer Cake is going to be our second map. Here a chance for Tribe Gaming to extend their lead or for Momo to cause an upset. Still, I actually loved OGs of the scene. No, there was a tweet a while ago. It said, do I win today 3-0 or do I win 3-2 and give them a chance? Sunny posted today, I'm thinking, do I lose 0-3 tomorrow to Tribe to give them confidence or win 3-2 and screw their year? So a little bit
Both
of
those
a
possibilities still real. Both those possibilities still alive right now.
The past, but let's see if they can win 3-2 today. So far it's 1-0 for Tribe. They have the first pick here in this one. Let's see what they're going to show us. Barry's going to be banned out alongside Brock and Ruff, so a couple of those wall breaks out of contention. Star Nova is going to be banned out for the second time already. I do not think that we're going to see her very often today. Surge banned out as well, Meeple too. 8-Bit is going to come in here, who isn't the fastest. You usually don't see him on a bounty map, but thanks to the buffies, he's just that strong in the current meta.
Looking to kind of see Brawl's like kind of Kaze here, maybe have moments to shine. Carl's going to be a bit of a resurgence really in this region too at the moment, which is kind of very interesting to see. It's kind of one of those things as well where in maps like this, Mortis, it can just really be one of those brawler picks that can turn the entire draft. 8-Bit going to be very kind of susceptible to that sort of thing. Can obviously now heal off the back of that star-powered Buffy, however. Yeah, and Lou was another weird one that kept popping up for Tribe Gaming actually. 75% win rate for Tribe, so maybe Momo just taking it out of their hands.
I like Lou just in general. It's one of the three brawlers that I noted. It's Griff, Lumi, and Lou for me, that for this region specifically, I'm just counting on it having a higher tendency of showing up in ban stages and play stages. I think Lou's in a really solid spot after the balance changes. I was kind of surprised not to see it as much in other regions. I
think against the 8-Bit, I like it even better. Colette would also do super well into that brawler. Both of them are good against tanks and slow brawlers, and he has a lot of HP on the side of 8-Bit here. Squeak is going to come in, also going to be great to tear down that turret. 8-Bit is only an issue when he has that turret in place. He can be a bit faster, he can heal up now with his gadget, or he can dish out ammo for himself and the teammates. So with that Squeak, they now have an opportunity to shut down that turret quite early on. Would like to Penny also for the same reason. Let's see if she's going to be picked up later on as well. Now, Arky already mentioned that Mortis, that Carl, those two can also come in to pick up Blue Star, which is so important on Bounty.
Yeah, exactly. Or Kaze, like S2 for that same reason, a bit of a speed zone would be just enough, I imagine, to get into the middle as quickly as they possibly can. But Sirius as well has a pretty good time on this particular map. Still no signs of some big wall break potential though still on either side of things, and that's kind of an interesting thing for me. It's going to kind of land with Momo to decide as to whether they really want to go down that path at the very end, but 8-Bit will have that range advantage, no doubt, I'm sure. But Stu, of course, having that minimal range, it would suffer a little bit should a wall break come out as that kind of like third and final pick. Edgar for Tribe as well. Now they kind of really have to heavily consider that wall break.
I think Edgar's a great protection strategy for a 6-pick here, because if they wanted to go something like a thrower and really just pin in this 8-Bit, I think it would be an absolute problem. That's partially why you see that Barry ban come through too. Stu's just going to have such a great paper matchup into Squeak and Lou so far. I think just deviating from Sharpshooter and any of that is really going to help them out just in general. I'm really digging this kind of assortment of brawlers we've got on the left-hand end. I don't mind the ones we've got on the right, but now the Lou doesn't look quite as valuable to me in some of these particular brawlers. But a Buster could save it all. I mean, health points might be exactly what that squad needed.
They can now just wait it out. They will not get a Blue Star. That's probably going to be in the hands of either that Edgar or Stu. But as soon as that Buster is super, they can try to go in, grab some stars on their own and turn things around. So a solid draft from both sides, I must say. Let's see if Momo can actually cause an upset today.
Be interesting to see with the Lu how this will work. I mean, obviously, to get that freeze in the egg, you've got to land those shots so quickly. I imagine maybe Ice Block as well as a gadget could be a preferable idea for them to consider. But certainly now that we've seen the entire picture, I kind of feel like Tribe got a bit more of a rounded comp. They've kind of got something to cover all their bases. But this Buster, I mean, we know how this brawler can really just stay in a very defensive position. Hence why they just want that blue star on the side of Momo there, which they get.
Luffy on Assassins is such a delight to watch as well. I'm kind of surprised that they don't just gun the Edgar at this. I think just fearing that maybe they get an easy pull from something like a Buster, because if Buster just clings onto you with a gadget, you're kind of snatched up, and especially with 3v1 in that situation, that's a lot of brawlers heavy fire on you.
Sticky Residue back into that mid, gonna make a slow and sluggish 8-bit even slower and more sluggish. RBM on that right-hand side, trying to find a bit of time to come in, but Tribe are not really overly worried. They know that even if they just stay in hold firm in this spot here, in those final seconds, they can make a bit of a dive push, but ideally you need the utility leading into those moments to be able to do so.
Momo is playing the waiting game, and of course Buster getting that automatic hypercharge super. They can just dictate when they get the push going. So OG on this right-hand side is just trying to get whatever super he can. Same can be said for second best on the left. Honestly, they're just trying to gather intel. They are the ones that don't have to make a mistake. They are up 3-0, and additionally, they have a blue star. If you're the first team to get the blue star, oftentimes you are going to choose the play style of the game. Just force the other team to make mistakes, and now it is Tribe Gaming looking like they might get a little aggressive here. They have to send Luffy diving if they want a chance.
I like this kind of timing from Tribe. They're trying to kind of like bait out this Buster utility so that they can have something in those final seconds. Still got a hypercharge. Going to use that for the moment, no, and it's going to keep second energy safe for now. Nice connection there from the Squeak. A nice pull there from Sunny as well, and it is going to be 6 stars to 2 now. Tribe going to continue their assault though here. Luffy might be going for a bit of a dive, gets Sunny down, and might be able to escape potentially here as well on 62 HP, but it's not enough, and Tribe need another kill.
They still got one more to go. 10 on the clock, and Super's available for the right side. Sunny meeting Diego Gamer in the face as RBM has to skate in and out. Now the health points bolstered left-hand side, and they'll expand their lead with a couple additional kills. The strategy pays off for Momo. A real interesting play, and again, back-to-back drafts, I would say, that are a little more unique. That's part of it, right? We've seen Tribe scrim a million times leading up to this practice away. That just means there's so much data on them too. Again, I'm not faulting them for that. Obviously, practice your heart out. This is professional Brawl Stars. You've got to be your very best, but I think it's one of the maybe secret benefits. Momo not having as much data out there, it's hard to prepare, so Sunny in that first one with this Buster pick is going to catch them off guard a little bit.
Yeah, a bit of a miss slow-mo replay there, I feel, and it may have been enough to be able to pull in RBM and get a kill, and Tribe playing this absolutely perfectly this time around, but over-aggressing a little bit there. OG just about surviving here by a few pixels. Got to be cautious, couldn't quite heal up in time and will fall, but I mean, that's the way to adapt from Tribe Gaming. They had to go in more aggressive in those early outsets because, I mean, otherwise they're just kind of like feeding into what Momo want to do, and what they want to do is sit back with that blue star and have Tribe make those mistakes.
Playing in the Buster comps can be a little tricky, but I like what you said there of Tribe Gaming just instantly making sure they try and take a lead, because they don't want to be in a situation like game one where they're burning a minute of that clock just sitting there watching Buster get a hypercharge super. Look at this, just by sitting there and basically getting a couple taps, he's already at a hypercharge available. He's going to glue himself to this Lu. You have to be ready. And Tribe Gaming for that too, they do have some aggressive brawlers and something like a Stu and Edgar, but they're perfectly capable just hunkering down with an 8-bit turret.
Absolutely. Nice slow there from OG on the left-hand side, keeping RBM suppressed, but is a perfect snack for Lippy, who jumps in and gets even more of a lead for Tribe Gaming, 5 stars and the blue. And ideally now, for Momo, they need at least 2 players really here to have much of a say of things. Time is ticking, 35 seconds left on the clock. RBM now, out of position slightly here. That is a thing that Momo absolutely know. But in the meanwhile, it's trying to pick up another kill on the way back, and maybe even some more here as well. OG there low, as well as Sunny. And it's still much the same. Momo still behind.
Diego Gamer with some great cover fire, so we'll give them a little bit of space to work with as this 20-second marker is going to go through. Tribe Gaming this time hold on to a lead. They've now got a turret down as well. OG dishing out a shot as Sunny's going to walk them up the gut. Second best, looking for any contact along with the iconic pin that he's had in his entire career. Super's available for Tribe Gaming, holding on to the lead. One kill goes through, a trade-off. Blue Star swings, but not enough to take it. It's going to be Tribe Gaming tying up the set. Beautifully executed, great adjustments off the beginning, and now I think in game 3 we're gonna have to see how Momo respond this time to the adjustments.
Yeah, great adaptations from Tribe. Luffy looking very comfortable despite things being a little bit shaky there in that first game for sure. But again, it's kind of how you approach things the second time round, and Tribe played it much better. They didn't overcommit too heavily. There was a little bit of a misgadget there, I believe, though, from Sunny, which may have contributed. So let's see whether he can actually kind of land at this time round and give Momo back the advantage. I'd love this to be a tied set.
Absolutely. Speed zone going through. Shots raining up the middle of the map, and it's RBM who gets the kill early. So once again, it's going to be Tribe Gaming not only with the lead, but also the blue star in pocket. It's something very valuable in this game. Note, it's not always as straightforward as just getting the most kills. Sometimes we call it getting bountied. It's getting blue starred. It makes a huge difference. So once again, it's going to be Momo having to learn how to be aggressive, how to play into this Tribe Gaming comp on offense.
And I want to see Momo really value the Edgar, because that's the thing that last time round OG left alone, and then Luffy can just really go in very straightforward. That's a nice gadget there from Sunny. Low HP though, he will fall there with the shots from Diego Gamer, and a good pinch between himself and RBM keep OG back. 5 stars and the blue. Still very little in it. But at the moment, Tribe seem fairly in control.
Sunny recycling in a lot more supers, I feel like, this time round. Not just using them for defense, but just trying to grab any inch of offense that they can. Somehow push this fight towards Tribe Gaming, but it's so difficult to. And it's something like Diego Gamer with over 10,000 health points, a turret down on the ground, but he's frozen second best, raining in shot. Ice cones making contact as Luffy dives in right at second best, manages to grab that kill. And once again, it's Tribe expanding.
Yeah, great communication there from Tribe, just ensuring that Diego Gamer was able to survive. Hyper charge pop there from RBM. Just really just utilizing it for some heals, really just keeping Momo back. And that's enough for now, as Tribe still have a comfortable lead here. Sunny progressing forwards now. OG getting tapped up though. Great taps from Diego Gamer. Look at how low there Momo were.
That gadget is so lethal, especially if any bounce shots get into play or anything like that. And Diego Gamer and Luffy still have back pocket hypercharges, and Sunny knows that they need to get things going. Second best looking to get in the mix as well. OG on the right-hand side looking for RBM. It's all the brawlers being spaced out, really intelligent. They know they need 5 stars, but Luffy coming in, swinging. It's a team wipe out of the Assassin. Beautifully done. Momo with a great fight so far, but Tribe Gaming demonstrating why they are such a staple of this region.
Again, just continuously adapting on the side of Tribe, and to be honest, they didn't really look like they were overly bothered by things. They just knew that if they could just have a better opening start, then there wasn't really much kind of control-based options left on the side of Momo. I mean, they didn't have like a kind of thrower, they didn't really have like the range advantage aside from that squeak, but I mean, I think that Luffy as well on that Edgar pick was such a threat the entire time, and it just meant that Momo had to push together as a 3-unit the entire way through the game. A very tough thing to really make work, and the second that Tribe knew exactly how to go about that second and third game, it wasn't really that close, honestly.
Yeah, a good shot actually. Maybe a thrower would have worked out a bit better. That squeak wasn't as effective as I thought it would be to taking out that 8-bit turret. Same reason also why I mentioned to Kenny that 8-bit turret just stand up for a bit too long. Luffy also played a phenomenal Edgar. Really hard to face up against a comp like this, but we saw some signs of life. They did win that game 1, and don't count them out just yet. Again, they did upsets in the qualifiers already, beating Vicday 3-0 actually. Former teammates of second best and OG, of course. They then lost to Vatic, but they still qualified for today via the lower bracket. Vicday, by the way, we're going to see in that quarterfinal number 2 later on. Kaboom Canyon coming in now. This again is Tribe Gaming's map pick. According to Kenny's stats, they're going to lose it.
I mean, not necessarily. I'm still going to pick Tribe just about any time against almost any team out there because they're just that good. Such a great squad overall. But Momo have definitely been a solid shout here. I feel like I've really enjoyed watching them kind of take on different strategies than other teams as well. It's always one of my favorite parts is when we get these new balance changes. There's just, especially with the one we just got, right? We had basically a 2-for-1 package in that initial June 30th, and then we had a couple Thursdays ago another patch go through too. And everybody's just kind of learning, and I'm learning alongside these pros as well every time we watch a set. There's one of the brawlers I expect to see their name called out all day long. First pick overall on Kaboom Canyon. A lot of different ways to play Griff. Sometimes you'll see the one where the gadget will expand and do damage for Aerodenital, or if they want to control the walls, they'll go with something like a piggy bank.
Now on the side of Tribe Gaming, we want some damage. They usually like to play a Colt for that exactly. Pair it usually with a Kaze or a Max for that extra speed. Lola coming in now, direct answer probably here for that Griff. Dishes out a lot of damage. Griff has a lot of HP, and Tribe now buffs their own Lola. She can of course choose to play the star power to give herself even more health, but with the glow in the back, she's probably just gonna go for the damage here. Makes a lot of sense also since we are on Kaboom Canyon, a heist map. Now on the right side, we do have second best. Are we going to see some Melody today?
Be quite nice to. I mean, the chuck being banned there, it does kind of lean itself, and it is one of the brawlers that they did actually scrim in the few scrims that they actually had. So I can see it for sure. I think that for me, Finks is also a pretty good option on the snap. Bell, I mean, second best is an incredible Bell. He's so good. Some of my fondest memories of second are watching him on Hot Zone and like Ring of Fire playing Bell to absolute perfection. It can massively work here as well. But I'm still super surprised that this cult has not escaped through. I was expecting the same thing from Tribe, but it is like wide open here. It wouldn't be the worst of ideas for Momo to be able to take it off the table.
Yeah, DPS can never go wrong, especially on Heist. If you can get the range plus that level of damage onto a Heist safe, I don't blame anybody. But also at this point, I kind of think they need some mobility going on or something along the lines. And it's going to be Carl, so Flying Hook, I think, going to be that option for them. Carl's somebody that I think also has gotten a little bit better in this set of balance changes. Maybe haven't seen it as much this weekend, but in other regions, I do feel like it's somebody that is going to show up a little bit more. I think this is overall like a pretty good shout. I don't mind this. They've got their control and defense in Bell. Griff is a little bit of a flex, and Carl is going to be the person that goes headfirst into something like a high save.
Into Carl, you usually want to have something with the knockback or a stun to make sure he can't use that super. We don't have that yet on the left-hand side. Brock is coming in now, and he does have it. At least if he chooses to play Rocket Laces here, potentially not. He wants to open up the map for his team. If you break your own wall on this map, you have an easier way into the mid, and contesting those bushes, keeping control on a map like this one is super important. This map, Kaboom Canyon, is a lot less base racy than other ones.
Really interested to see how Lola works out for Tribe. Clearly putting a lot of value into that brawler, and it works really well here, no doubt about it. But I'm just kind of surprised it was like valued as their first pick worthy brawler. I think it will work out pretty well. All things considered, the Bells will have those bounce shots between the Ego and Lola itself, and the nest eggs over time to lit it down on the map. I mean, ideally you're looking to kind of mark out the Glowy. That's kind of like that support network that is on the other side of the field. That if they can really hone in on with that Bell pick, I think that Momo have got a real opportunity with this draft, quite honestly.
Curious how they deploy the Carl, because it's going to do really well in something like a Lola spawner just for the piercing shot, and on top of that, low HP on a lot of these brawlers, so if Carl gets something like a tailspin in that super, he's going to be great in that shotgun kind of range, but it's going to be Bell operating from the long distance, OG pressing up against this wall, and RBM just going for the heals. Here goes second best, so let's see how that interaction goes. Looks like the tailspin, despite heals, is still going to pay off for the red roster.
Big taps into RBM, who just about gets the upper hand there, though. Second will finish things off. Actually not good playing on that Bell. Sunny will be at the helm in that regard. And Yogi, look at that from second, actually did really well. And almost got the pickaxe back as well. Diego now getting those all-important hills from the Glowy. And so far, it's great outstarting damage here from Momo.
Absolutely, and now they've got OG rotating on that right-hand side. A piggy bank going down, a bounce back onto Luffy, so no grass to hide in either. OG with some nice sidestepping as well. RBM just trying to cling on, and they've already got through another 50%. Halfway there for the red side.
Great pressure from Momo. Let's see now. Oh, there's a hypercharge from RBM. They should just be able to get second down here and hold that mid-control, most importantly. Luffy has super as well. Rocket Ranger choosing to use it onto OG there. Not the greatest of connections. A little bit of the bush down there as well, which may come back full circle. Hypercharge there from Sunny. Big taps as well. Missed that one onto Luffy, and a couple more to the right-hand side. Trying to predict a little bit too heavily in that regard. But so far, Momo have got some good starting damage. Tribe are starting to pick up the pace, though. They can't overcommit too quickly.
Yeah, I think Momo just have to overwhelm the enemy side, because I think if we get in a team fight like this, I can see where it goes Tribe Gaming, especially with all the maps going down. But OG, of course, clearing house with that hypercharge. Now he's dashing down the left-hand side, looking for a little extra damage. Piggy bank on the ground as well. They're getting closer and closer. Tribe Gaming still have to pierce through that 50% marker. Meanwhile, Momo are a stage ahead.
Yeah, second getting some good value, but for now, we've got a hypercharge for his time. Missed mark there, just about from Sunny. Trying to find RBM, but it's only by a slither. Now, Tribe are holding mid. Big gadgets as well from RBM to keep those hills flying in. Look at this deficit. It's closing down quite quick, and a couple more shots there as well from Luffy. Get that safe down to 48%, now 47. There's only 4% in it, and Tribe, they stay firm. He gets some more damage with this Ego. It's going down, which means that Momo need a final push.
Yeah, they're going to have to get that 4% somehow, and second best branching out on that right-hand side has taken advantage. They're looking at Luffy at the top. The extra damage going through. I saw a purple button clicked on that right-hand side as RBM hustles up the middle. It's going to be a ton of body blocking out of Sunny, a back and forth, but 2% separated, and Tribe Gaming barely hold on.
So close. I kind of feel like as well they may have been able to land those shots faster into Luffy in that left-hand side towards the end. That may have been a difference maker. It's really tough to say and hard to call, but I felt like he was alive a little bit too long to get towards the safe to land that incendiary. But either way, Momo are just like on the cusp of something here. And I really want us to be a set, but I mean, Tribe down on match point, you've got to kind of feel like, knowing that they just want to wrap this up quickly, it can be done.
Early game, Carl once again giving them a little bit of extra damage. So the kill going through there, but in the 2v2, Luffy bunny hops away, gets a couple tags, and the Rocket Incendiary will do damage. Sunny follow through with a nice shot on that right-hand side. There's the spawner, so they're going to make sure that Carl lanes into this. They want to get as many piercing shots into that. I think that's partially why they put this Lola actually behind, to make sure that Diego Gamer doesn't give it away too easily. If they put it in front, it's easier for second best to clasp onto it.
Second gets through, but gets taken down so quickly. OG as well. Will find a nice pick up there on Diego Gamer. RBM, though, still is that last man standing every single time. And second now coming back to the spawn. Luffy getting aggressive on his right-hand side with Sunny. Is a bit of a battle in that regard, but Luffy has that damage gear rolling in, which is quite a concern. OG going to pop a hypercharge. Tribal very aware to it, and actually, yeah, OG's forced back, and that's a bit of a shame there. Missed utility surely there from Momo.
Yeah, would have loved to tax rebate and then even use the super, and it didn't really make much contact, as now RBM is going to slip and slide up the right-hand side. Second best can't move a muscle. He is pinned on that left-hand side. Sunny forced to use another marker. OG looking for anything possible. Well, Momo had a great early start last time. Now they just feel a little rattled. Tribe Gaming in complete control.
Yeah, I agree. Momo definitely seem a little bit unsure of themselves at the moment. OG low HP there as well in that mid. Piggyback not going to find the Yuga Gamer at all, and second more full yet again. And Tribe is keeping this pressure on, keeping Momo back and away from their safe and all this utility. I mean, it's just not enough. RBM just continuously is always staying standing for his team.
Oh, and there's just so much damage pouring into that high safe as well. 2 layers down for Tribe Gaming. Meanwhile, Momo have not even scratched the surface. Several nest eggs as well, but the issue is Tribe Gaming don't even need to walk that far up the map. I feel like Sunny's just rotating them in because he can't get any further up the map. Rockets on the right-hand side. Lola shots going through. RBM even healing up the teammates, and it's just too much to handle. Tribe Gaming, another semi-final, something they've done all year long, and one step closer to locking in that world final spot.
Clean. Very clean so far from Tribe, rocking the shades there on Diego Gamer. All in a day's work, wasn't it really? But some really great moments from Momo. I mean, that was really one that I could have seen stretched out a little bit longer. It just felt, though, that when Tribe knew that the game was up, they were able to adapt every single time. I mean, this is what makes them such a scary team, that they just kind of immediately learn from those mistakes. And they immediately either swap the lanes or swap a strategy or just find what is the missing piece to the puzzle. And for Momo, some chances in every single set. You know, that's the thing. Any of these sets could have gone the other way, really. Just didn't quite have the ice today, unfortunately. And for Tribe, yeah, they're still looking like a very scary team in this region.
We were talking a lot about scrims coming into this, because on the side of Momo, 25 scrims overall in preparation for this. On the side of Tribe, over 400 sets scrims. And yet still, Tribe Gaming is showing us a comp that they have actually not really played in scrims. Both Ark and I were a bit puzzled as to why we don't see that called as first pick, with which they had an enormous success. Their most picked brawler on a map like this one. Either they want to show us that they can just win with any map in the world or any comp in the world, or they keep that for later on, because it wouldn't be the first time, Kenny, where we see the team pick the same map again in coming matches.
Agreed. I think Tribe Gaming just got a lot of different ways to win, to be honest with you. They utilize a ton of different strategies. I love seeing Luffy on aggressive brawlers, RBM on tanks and control. They're so good at it. So I don't think there's a single meta out there that these guys are really going to fall flat.
Props to Momo in any case. They're still top 8 this month in NA, so very strong performance today. I was really happy, apart from Momo not being in the player cam. OG. Reddy is back on the desk with us now. I'm sure you're happy that your teammate, or your roommate is advancing to the semifinals.
I make that mistake too. I like to call my teammates a bunch, even though it is an error, because I live with these guys. I wash their dishes. Like, I'm an important contribution to the household.
Sure.
Just a passive-aggressive shot at the roommate. I like that.
Oh, no, I do my role.
Oh, I think you meant that you're doing their dishes.
I do that. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just clarifying.
Well, with the quarterfinal 1 out of the way already, we're heading straight into quarterfinal number 2. Let's hope it's not going to be a 3-0 this time. I want to see some more Brawl Stars today, please. FA Homeless versus Weekday. Now, in Weekday, a couple of times already, we saw OG and second best show up there. Now it's Tacos, Gina, and Vegeta versus Ducky, Tyrant, and Rafiki. And both of those two teams are actually the reason why we don't see seed number 3 in this region in today's monthly finals. FA Bobby didn't qualify qualify because they lost 3-2 to FA Homeless and 3-1 to Vicday this month. Vicday also 8 points ahead only at the moment of FA Homeless, so both of these teams still have a shot at LCQ. They need to make a deep run today to make it happen though.
Yeah, I think you really got to get those points from making at least top 2 in order to stay competitive in August. It's still 1.5 points. Like, this is the comeback time, and this is when you would want to be good anyway, because the postseason comes right after this. This is when you need to prove that you are the strongest in North America and can best represent them at an international land.
And they've got backup plans, too. For a team like Vicday, they've got challengers that they can potentially go to as well. So if things go well here, well, now they've got a really hard decision. And I think the best thing that can happen for them is to make a difficult decision because they did so well in the BSC.
They got revenge against FA Bobby. Vicday actually lost to them in the June monthly finals. We felt like they even had a bit of a stronger draft, yet it was a 3-1 in the end against FA Bobby in June. Now in July, as I already mentioned, the qualifiers, they did better. They did actually make it through the lower bracket. The drafting remains excellent, I feel. They're playing even better there. I don't know if you had a chance to catch their qualifier games, but it looked really good what we saw from them. Despite all that, they come through the lower bracket. We all say FA Homeless is winning this. Why is that?
I just feel like with the roster switch up, they've become so much stronger. I also feel like they just have different objectives when it comes to the BSC. They don't need to be thinking about a postseason over here like Vicday already have a guarantee because they've gone through challengers. Also, you can see a discrepancy in like preparation. Vicday a lot of times will just go like, okay, well, we're not going to scrim. So that's that.
I do still expect this one to be a bit more even than the votes in quarterfinal number 1. Make sure to lock in your votes also for the quarterfinal 3 and 4. We still have coming up semi-finals and grand finals too to lock in these rewards. This is one of the last weekends you actually get rewards. We only have August left. It's almost sad that we have to say goodbye to the season already. We still have some postseason stuff coming though. We have Challengers, we have LCQ and Worlds. I'm excited for all of that too. And today is all about finding out who actually gets there, who's making it there. As we mentioned, Vicday has another way to making it to LCQ. They have to decide in August if they want to participate in the August monthly finals or if they want to make it through Challengers instead, playing in Istanbul to go to the LCQ. Now for Vicday, if they make a deep run today, if they win it all today, the grand finals, they're just a couple of points behind FA Bobby, so they could still lock in that LCQ slot in August.
90 points would go a long way for either of these teams for that matter. I mean, obviously the road to difficulty is so much more amplified for the teams on that right-hand side, but for somebody like Vatic, even surpassing them would be huge. It's North America, it's the BSC, it's a bunch of professionals. Anything can happen on any given day. I never feel safe. And to your point, this one made me think a little bit. I didn't feel like this was a freebie in terms of who to predict for this match. The right-hand side are filled with some historical greats. Maybe they're not scrimming at the level or rate that they used to be, but they won through challengers. I think that's worth noting. I mean, it's not the same top 8 that you see every month here in our BSC broadcast, but it's still filled with some really solid squads. There are a lot of players here that also participated in that too.
It's true. I just look at the difference in preparation here and, again, a difference in objectives. Like I've said this before, but I think it's very relevant. The meta has changed in a huge way in the past couple of weeks. You have new round of buffies coming in that has totally shaped the meta, and whoever has been scrimming the most in the last 2 weeks is going to be the most prepared for this match.
You'd think so. As we mentioned already, Tribe Gaming over 400 set scrims. Homeless is sitting on 85 and Vicday on 112. So there you go. Tribe Gaming is crazy. We have Artwork Mine, Layer Cake, Dueling Beetles, and Pit Stop coming for you here, picked by the two teams. This time around, it's going to be Vicday picking first, so Homeless decided to go second. New Horizons is going to be our random decider map if we get to see all these maps, which, you know me, I would like that.
I think we all would. I mean, I'll be honest with you. It'd be nice to have some good Brawl Stars throughout the day. We've had some chaos here and there throughout our weekend, so I'd like to see what North America's made of, and I think this is definitely one of those matchups that has potential to where we can go to that tiebreaker. I'm curious to see how Layer Cake goes, which is map number 2. I feel like that's one that a lot of teams are preparing very differently. We already saw it in our first one as well, so I think there will be a lot of different tangentials and kind of ways that people go with that. So that's been one of my more favorite maps, I guess, when watching people practice and kind of scrim up for the big day.
Talking about Layer cake. We're not going to say Epid in this one as he is global banned. Lumi again as well. And this time around, Mech and Starnova out of the way. Starnova wasn't globally banned in the last one, but then got banned every single time in the regular ban. So I guess we don't get to see her today in NA. East Asia was actually the only region we have seen her. Not in SA, not in EMEA. We had way too many 3-0s in East Asia and EMEA, so I'm all here for some closer matches. And I would also be down for some more Starnova action. It is her competitive debut after all this month.
Yeah, well, we got to see her, like only a handful of times yesterday, and it would be interesting to see. I feel like she's just too strong to let through the draft. It's curious to see Lumi in the global bans. This isn't anything new, but Surge is going to be making it through, and means he's pretty much going to be permanently banned throughout all of these. If he's unbanned, I feel like he's going to be like the win condition for the team. He's really tough to shut down. With the buffies, he basically does everything.
Caster Desk versus, I was about to say Caster Desk versus the world right now. I did not expect it to be nearly as one-sided for Vic Day. They are the NA Challengers participants, or the ones that made it through, but I thought this would be a lot closer.
I did expect it. Like I told you, seeing our predictions, I was thinking I'm the only one who predicted FA Homeless because the community was so one-sided, as we saw in the predictions too. Let's head straight into our map number 1, Hard Rock Mine. Homeless versus Vic Day. Both of them are still playing for that coveted LCQ slot in NA. Not locked in yet, still wide open now that FA Bobby isn't here too. And it's because of these two teams. They both beat that roster in the qualifier stages. Rough, Stu, Crow, Max and Surge are going to be banned out. So ready, your Surge is still not available to play here. We already saw a rendition of a Luke comp earlier that could come in here. Never mind, it's going to be banned out by Homeless. It was their most picked brawler. They banned it out themselves now. Coming with Pearl, they didn't scrim with it too often. I do like it though. We saw it so often already in the last weekends and yesterday's monthly final. She's super strong currently against Max in particular. Max is going to be banned out, but overall just dishes out so much damage that you can't go wrong with her.
Yeah, and also just like looking at the matchups, it's difficult to play around here. Once she has all that heat, especially when she has this super, you don't want to get close to her with aggressive stuff. Like Leon, that's still going to be really viable here. He'll throw down a lollipop, make the mid matchup a lot easier for you because of the invincibility. But here comes Griff to break down the walls. We could see an opportunity for longer range brawlers to thrive because of this. It also means that the aggro brawlers are going to pressure less on the individual lanes because they won't have those, you know, really aggressive L-shaped blocks to hide behind.
Potential for map deconstruction here too, depending on what they see. So they've got a flex option when it comes to that gadget choice. But I just love both of these choices because vision is so important on this map. And additionally, 6th picks or those later assassin brawlers, the Shades of the world kind of come to mind, the Lilies. You have to be ready for just a burst of damage. Pearl, somebody that can always keep an eye on the enemy. And of course, Griff, if somebody encroaches on his territory, he can absolutely fan out a big old tax rebate and really send you packing.
They're super ready now for anything aggressive that could come out of Homeless here with Charlie and Griff. They have two perfect tank and assassin counters here. Pearl on the left-hand side is basically the same as we already described it. He kind of replaces RT now, who was so prevalent in the previous meta. He's super good close range once he has super available and still dishes out proper damage also at range. Mo coming in now, a brawler that we've seen very often, especially on Brawl Ball. Once again, a brawler that Homeless has actually not scrimmed with, so that is super interesting to see. They're picking brawlers that they didn't show us in scrims. They wanted to maybe keep some of their strats secret still.
Yeah, I think also this is just a comfort pick for Rafiki. He plays Mo a lot. He's very effective as this brawler, and I've seen him play a lot of gym grab with it. It's just playing good, basically. I think it should also be able to fare decently into this lane matchup versus the Griff. Like, I think you have competitive range here and should be able to get close up to him. Another thing to point out about Griff is that after years of it being in the game, he no longer nukes people in close range with his super. So it's not something that Mo has to look out for when he uses the super.
Yeah, I think those are all good shout-outs too. Mo's somebody that I just feel like has a higher tendency going into maps like Hard Rock Mine and just gym grab in general. I think just having an escape mechanism or a dive mechanic with that 15-second clock is important.
First map now, Homeless versus Vic Day. Both of them still playing for that LCQ slot. Both of them need to make a deep run today to make it possible. First step, win the quarterfinal.
Step 1 coming up nice and hot. Homeless have their eyes on the prize. So many times they've come close to making it to the grand finals, and they've gotten reverse swept. They've been bested in set 5 repeatedly. They just want to be able to break the top 2. Let's see if they can start it off here with Homeless versus Vic Day. Looking at the initial matchups, it's Tyrant at mid, firing off a lot of shots just to get some initial damage, but ideally he does build up some heat over time, so he has his teammates on lane applying the pressure for him.
Excited to see Tacos play Ashe. I think it's one of the more underrated brawlers in the meta right now. It's something that South America pioneered a lot in the opening weekend as Rafiki goes to the underworld, disappears, and Tacos keeping an eye out. A nice dash forward. A super goes through looking for 2, doesn't quite get it, and now Ducky in a world of hurt as well. The robotic rats chasing him down. Tacos with a quick swipe and takes out the trash real quick.
Rafiki switching up lanes, looking for the matchup versus Chino. He just has that edge of range, and he's going to be rudely interrupted by the exploding piggy bank. Could see a Hard Rock Mine spawn trap here if Homeless are not careful. Tacos has to about face on the left side. He does have his hypercharge, though. This does look promising. And on the right, Chino's going to be pressured back yet again. They need a call out on where exactly this Lily is, and Rafiki reveals himself immediately. Not really able to do much with that Vantage.
Chino's just able to keep constantly chipping away at the map. While Rafiki wins it for now, it's only going to get more difficult. Ducky putting in some serious work, though, as the Cocoon goes in. Tacos playing the waiting game. 12 rats on the ground chasing them down. Spiderlings available for Cheetah. That's just going to be one of the hard up-road battles that you're going to see from this FA Homeless roster. Just so many spawners on the ground.
You don't have to deal with them temporarily. Rafiki could take advantage of this opening. Spiders down. This would be the moment. Rafiki has the hypercharge on the backlines, but it's going to take him a little bit longer to get it. Meanwhile, he's applying so much pressure to these backlines for Vic Day that Homeless are able to get up actually to number 9. Just need one more. Chino going down would mean absolutely everything.
Oh, and Rafiki's popping purple button, but so is Rafiki. Everybody going at this. He's actually going to save it. Goes for the bounce shot and a complete miss there, unfortunately. Now they have to help out Tyrant. Take down on the top right-hand side, so Taco's able to sweep away on the left. A little extra assistance from the super. Gets one. What a swipe right there. It's going to give Tyrant just enough time to scoop into Jim. Vegeta dropping those to the ground, too. It's just a back and forth the whole way through, but it's ultimately going to end with Homeless with 10 in the pocket.
Watching to see whether Vic Day can interrupt. It's going to be close, but they won't be able to. Have to get an interruption. And that means taking down out of time. Rafiki, actually, they had a couple gems in their spawn. Good shout by them. See if Homeless can get this next one. All the control in the world belongs to Vic Day, and Chino has that hypercharged super. Doesn't matter whether you're behind obstacles, you can still get hit, and it's going to be crazy value as Chino now looks to pressure, and Rafiki knows that he's going in this bush, and Rafiki has to interrupt. He doesn't have a choice at all. Taken down on the opposing side, only 5 seconds to go, and no moves left for FA Homeless. This one's going to Vic Day.
Really well played by both sides. I mean, I felt like there were a lot more purple buttons than usual being popped there, especially by Ashe, who just seemed to have a super feeder button just constantly clicking away. I really liked the way they played that, just unafraid to get in the faces of enemies. But the one thing I will say as a win condition, if you will, as that drug on, the more the map opened up, I feel like the trickier it got. Ashe is somebody that obviously is very awkward. Rafiki is somebody awkward, but the more that they tear apart this map, that's less of an advantage for Lily. Lily relies on the mind games, the invisibility, going into the shadow realm, and if there's less spaces for her to pop out and catch an enemy off guard, it's just going to lead more favorably for the red side.
Yeah, your matchups for Lily here, once the walls are broken down, are pretty pitiful. You need to get close to people. You need to take advantage of these walls. Rafiki's going to go in. Doesn't look like Chino was any the wiser. A couple shots in. Rafiki wanted more. Wasn't able to do so. And you'll see Chino's pressured over the left side, but it's actually really not the worst thing in the world for now. It's not like he died, and he gets to keep that pressure. But keep your eye on this Ashe. The biggest thing that's happened for him, he's acquired Take Trait in the latest patch, so he's going to be getting a lot more supers and a bunch more hypercharges than before.
And you saw that play out in game number 1, but Taco so far hasn't been able to strike the enemy too much. He's being pesky, but he hasn't been able to get any takedowns really yet, as Tyrant now holds on to 7, blows open the left side of his own spawn side map. Chino once again going to deconstruct even more. Chino will scoop up and make up for his teammate falling. Those picky banks going to slowly add up. The issue is the lead may already be too much. There's Rafiki with a couple as well too. A big heads up play from him.
Yeah, and good dodges too. He just needs to heal and looks for a kill. No, actually he was just buying time for his Vanish. Vegeta knows exactly where he is, and he's going to have to go for it. Thread the needle, maybe to get something dropped. Rafiki into the Shadow Realm, where Vegeta can't do anything, just hide behind the obstacle, and meanwhile, Tyrant taken down by Chino. This is the opportunity for Ducky to get all of the gems, a good recovery, but still, they did lose this chance to have all the gems on the top side. We saw a off-screen cocoon by Charlie. Still, this 10-gem countdown is going to be going to Homeless. He's got to run it back once more.
Almost perfectly played by Rafiki, but with the cocoon, dropped those gems, so it was handed over to the enemy side. Ducky, everybody eyes on him as the purple button will be clicked. Underground he goes, takedown up top, and all 3 members of Vic Day will fall. It's going to be a tie up here. What a fun set so far. The KD in this one has to be so high.
Yeah, it's been real scrappy. You have supremely aggressive plays. What I want to say, though, is this is how Game 1 should have gone. I think Homeless should have been able to finish there. The issue is they committed both of their aggressive brawlers so deep for a kill on the gym carrier that they actually didn't need it all. They could have just won with the countdown. Them being so overextended allowed their gym carrier to be interrupted, taken down by the Ashe, and it was all over from there. They've learned from their mistakes in Game 1. They applied it to Game 2. Let's see if Vic Day finds a way to crack open this defense that Homeless has figured out.
Interesting interaction on the right-hand side. It's the 2 tanks going at each other, and they're just going to slide past each other like ships in the night. Tacos will stay down low, and Rafiki now backtracking. So he's going to be tracked by the Ashe Super. Tacos looking for any angle he can get his hand on as the cocoon goes down as well. A perfectly timed super from Vegeta will put them in a rock in a hard place as Rafiki with 332. Surely one little coin will crumble him away. Nice takedown and team wipe there as Chino's the last one remaining.
Yeah, watch Ducky. He had some glitter in his eyes as he was trying to get up to those gems, but decided, nope, it's not worth it. I'll just take down the gem carrier another time. And Ducky needs to sit back and heal, look for an appropriate matchup. It's going to be Tacos on the right side. Meanwhile, big play from Rafiki, a double-cycled super. The second one doesn't go the way that he wanted at all. Surrenders a bunch of pressure for Homeless. This one returns to normalcy, about 5 gems apiece. Temporarily, the control does belong to Vic Day, but Rafiki's going to see about that. He's so close to his super, and he'll be able to make a play once more. Good kill on the left side for Ducky, and a hypercharge in. This one's going to be a team wipe, as they're absolutely clobbered by Homeless.
The coordinated strike pays off, and now it's 12 gems in Tyrant's hand. The longtime veteran just going to slowly back away. It's Tacos now popping the hypercharge for the extra stats. Rafiki diving down underneath. They're looking for him, but that means Siren up top is going to have to deal with a world of pain coming his way. The cashback goes through. Gino with a takedown. Ducky doing his best to fan everybody away, and it's still Homeless holding on. Plenty of time for them to just relax.
That is how you reset, everyone. If you know you're going to die, you go over to the respawn. They were all saved by Ducky with the invulnerability shield from respawning, and Vic Day had no other plays beyond that. So Vic Day's strategy was win in the end, get that hypercharge for the Ashe, and it did not work out at all. Really wonderful defense played by Homeless, and it all revolved around that Pearl. She was absolutely worthy of a first pick here.
I think Pearl, just in gym grab as a whole, and on a lot of maps, is somebody that struck me as just one of the new default safe choices. I love the vision that it grants. The gadget is so pesky to deal with, and the more passive you are, the more you're rewarded. If your teammates can do a lot of cover fire, you saw it there with Lily being able to make up for damage as well. It just allows for them not to have to shoot as much, and if they don't shoot, they get to do more damage later on.
Yeah, just wait until that Pearl gets a buffy as well, huh? She's already super strong in the current meta. One of the secret winners, just like Riff. We see him a lot more often now that we've seen in the past. Well played here. Vic Day did win game 1, but in the end it just wasn't meant to be. FA Homeless with some great adaptations. That Ducky absolutely popping off on that Mo, who we actually believe to play a different brawler. We thought Rafiki would be on that.
Yeah, I found that really interesting, but once the Lily comes in, you begin to reflect like, oh yeah, wait, that's also a Rafiki brawler. Okay, so which one is he going to choose? He's really good at both of them. It's interesting that they have some redundancy in the, brawler to player matchups in there, but it allows him to play comps like this. So it's good to not have all of your chips on just a single player in the brawler department.
And everybody doing their own hard work there. 8, 9, and 10 kills on the left-hand side is certainly a standout. So evenly distributed, and also 10 for a Pearl. Seems quite high. The DPS number is certainly there too. So Tyrant, of course, one of our longest-standing players in North America, in the game in general, still getting his licks in. I love to see it overall. Just such a diverse team in the sense that Rafiki's now joining this squad. I think it's been a harder year on him, I imagine. I'm not in his headspace, but if I had to move around 2 different times, be on 3 different teams, that can definitely rock your confidence a little bit. So it's nice to see him get off to a great start here in that opening set.
Yeah, you probably want to stay in the roster. Just talk to them now.
Yeah, I guess he's a little bit more homeless
in his career. We're heading over now to Layer Cake. Now, Kenny, I want to talk about your stats once again. Vic Day lost their map pick. This is FA Homeless map pick. What's going to happen next?
I have no idea. I'm going to let the draft determine that. It is still at like right around a 49%. This month has been a little bit better, but yeah, it's just one of those things that, I don't know, the nerd in me is just going to keep tracking because I can't help it. A couple interesting bans here going down on their right-hand side. So Tacos is going to pick up this Crow, but it's a Penny, Meeple, and Brock ban. A lot of mid to longer range brawlers, but more importantly to me, they're very control-oriented. Meeple can kind of dictate how the map goes. Brock can tear it apart, and of course a Penny turret can really force teams away. So I think this is just going to force a firefight, or at least a little more up-close affair.
Crow, Pierce. Really long-ranged sniper in the left already. Layer Cake, not the most open map. I'm curious to see if they're going to pick up something like a Griff now to break it open. Pearl, of course, could do the same. Then Crow on the right-hand side would indicate that FA Homeless has played some heals in the past. Crow still a very good counter towards it. Has received a couple of nerfs, a slight buff to his damage though. So Crow is still one of the best brawlers you can have in the meta. Kid coming out on the left-hand side, super annoying to play against, especially Rafiki on that brawler. I would not want to face that.
Yeah, my biggest question here is who's getting that blue start? It's typically a priority. We've seen half the draft transpire already, and there's nothing with that in mind. I was a little bit surprised by the Crow first because I just thought we'd be rushing for that blue star. And at the moment, looks like neither team is really gearing up for like a hard offense or hard defense. Shade now coming in. And now it makes sense why we saw the bans of the wall break and also the bans of like the siege weapons and just being able to shoot through a wall to begin with. Now, what about the Griff? Is our plan just to outrange the Griff and win that matchup, or are Victe going to commit even harder and pick it up for themselves so that their Shade is extra safe?
I think Shade's even more safe because typically Ice is a way to combat that. It's either Ice or Stun, and Lumi is in that global ban, so it just makes it easier, especially now with the additional bans that you just noted from them. A thrower coming out as well. Willow in such a strong spot on this map, and additionally, no Brock, so no wall break. We don't have Penny who can lob up shots, so either the other side has to get really aggressive and up in the face or find some creative solution to tear down these walls.
Yeah, still wouldn't mind the wall break here on the right side. Shade and Meeple are usually the comp you want to go for. They work so well together. Meeple banned out by themselves. They still pick up that Shade. That was, by the way, also their most played comp, so they feel super confident with that Shade in their roster. Willow is going to be not too good into any aggression. We have a little bit of wall break here if they decide to go with that gadget. The Kid is going to do well into the Willow if she doesn't get helped by her two teammates, but in a team like Victe, I'm not too worried for her, actually.
No, not really. Curious. Okay, so we see the Willow sneak in. In the past, this has been one of the best ways to defend on Layer Cake. It's interesting to see it picked alongside the Shade as well. Seems like a lot of bases have been covered in the wall break department, but you cannot get rid of them all. There are a bunch of bans in Brawl Stars, but something in some department is going to get on in towards the end of the draft. Now, Stu is not like an ultimate shutdown brawler as the last pick, but it fulfills what the team needs as a way to get through these walls and get some decent mobility versus the Shade, who is going to be attempting to pressure you through those walls. You can get out of his range quite effectively. Still scouting out these lanes here in the beginning. Tyrants discerned that there's nothing on the right side so far. They know everyone's positions, but no moves for the blue star just yet. Chino has a good ability to get this. He's thinking about it. Tyrant was just out of range, but the win for Rafiki on the left side is able to get this one for them. They retain that lead with the tie-breaking blue star, and let's see this defense for Homeless.
There's a great strike coming out of them, and there's the breakthrough as well. A dive underground from Vegeta as the super goes through for Ducky. He is just tapping his way through this enemy side. Already 7-4. As a haunted hug for Tacos. He's looking for that long distance and does snatch right onto Tyrant, but it's an immediate trade from Rafiki. He's been so fun in this brawler. That's already a couple great kit dives that he's had.
Yeah, playing him as an assassin, and I think if push comes to shove, then they can pair him up with Tyrant and have Tyrant go aggressive. Would love to see that, but only if it's absolutely necessary, especially for recovery. Defense for Homeless, how are Victe going to break this? They do have a thrower, and they have a brawler that can fire through the walls. And Tacos is just trying to get in range of Rafiki, will find the opportunity, now going for Tyrant, who needs to be able to deal with this. Rafiki does trade, but it's still a 6-star lead. The kit as a way of countering the Shade has been a wonderful response so far.
Notably, it's also 16-10. I mean, usually we're working in the single digits here for both of these sides, but with over 30 seconds to go, high-flying offense for both sides, including Ducky especially. He's been somebody to watch. Already with 5 on his noggin, he's got that blue star available too, and a hypercharge super in the back pocket. But don't look now. This right-hand side slowly encroaching. Taco's trying to get that little radius inside, now using the support feature for Kit, so he can do it all here.
Yeah, I guess they know that Ducky's going to want to play this position. He is going to detach in the final few seconds, which could mean bad business. A hypercharge on the right side is completely misplaced. It wasn't going to hit Tacos at all, and now there's a chance for Chino to jump in with a hypercharge. 5 seconds to go. You better go for it now. Team White chalk it up to 19 stars, and that's exactly the 1-star lead that they needed.
I mean, that was incredible. Just the fact that they were down so much throughout that whole game and had one great effort. What a spectacular set of events from them. 18-19 in the end, the buzzer beater going through. Love to see it. Just great coordination overall and looking out for those big-time plays. Homeless were in a world of hurt right there. They had the game. It was in their hands, and in about 5 seconds, it just disappeared.
I think the adaptation for Homeless is going to be just playing more carefully around Chino. It seemed like they were giving him supercharge and some hypercharge without being too cautious. So we'll see what they do now. Okay, sort of a serendipitous move back from Tacos. Does he have like a mental clock that tells him when the kid is going to push forward? Sort of insane, a little sixth sense coming into play. Gets that blue star for Vicday, but it's quickly snatched away as Ducky gets a kill on Vegeta to initiate the defense for Homeless.
Once again, Pierce putting in work, an early takedown there, so they're going to swing the lead back their way. Taco's in kind of an awkward situation in the early onset here, as Pit has this dive available and can also play the mind games. That cardboard box, invisibility just in general, is a powerful tool to have at your disposal. Aiming this top left as a swipe away from Tacos. Got that super at a perfect time, used it more for defense rather than offense, and he's pivoting right in Rafiki's face. Low HP for him, so he's going to have to retreat as Tacos gets another one in play too. Excellent job from the assassin.
That was so close for Ducky to be able to recover that kill, by the way. Just a bullet barely missed it. Clipped the wall. Could have come back. It's our turn to see what Homeless can do on offense. Love seeing the kit matchup into Shade. Could possibly say it's an oversight for Vicday, but I think that they're some of the best drafters in North America, even though they aren't the highest on the leaderboard. And they knew that this was coming. They just knew that they would be able to deal with it. So let's see if they have a sense of where Rafiki is. They haven't seen him in a while, and they better be checking this left side pretty soon.
Housecat's on the left-hand side. He's just lurking. And the Shade hasn't quite made contact, nor has his little radius gotten around Kid, so he's got no intel on where this is. And with 15 seconds to go, this time it is Homeless on the attack. Tyrant with no super available. He's going to latch on to Ducky here, looking to use him as a thrower. The yarn ball is being lobbed across. Vegeta, low HP. Now Tyrant can dive in. He's going to pop right out. This timing going to be super awkward for them, and the 1-star does swing Homeless way. We're getting another game 3.
Wow, and another 1-star differential in the end, and it just came down to a few seconds. Really excellent timing and good shot calling also, because I fully anticipated to see the Pure Super go onto the left side versus the Brawler on one tap, but no, it went on to Willow, who had to split off from the group and didn't really have much to defend herself, except for her dive, which expired with just 1 second left on the clock. We'll see some different adaptations, maybe. Ducky playing a slightly different position. He's pressured out quickly by Chino. And this is substantially less value for Homeless off the beginning of the game compared to number 2, which we saw moments ago. Vicday have a pretty solid defense over here. No utility just yet. Rafiki might be able to get through here, though. Taco Sensei, he was there. Rafiki's just going to go for the kill. I don't know if it was really worth it, though.
It's really hard in that situation, especially when both teams don't really have supers in that spot, because Tacos, even if they're invisible, will get intel, I believe, if they're going forward, because once you get the super slowly charging up, you can just see the little bar ticking forward, so Tacos will know at all time if somebody's coming at him, assuming he doesn't have a fully stacked hypercharge or a fully stacked super.
If anything, it's got to be just that Rafiki is trying to get his hypercharge off of him. Still waiting for Tacos to make a blunder. Tacos is ready to dash away or go into a wall or avoid Rafiki somehow, but Rafiki's waiting for the cardboard box to come back, it would appear. Or he's just teasing it. You know, the call-outs that he went into a bush. Could be using it any second now. Just needs his teammates in the appropriate position to pinch off, because he won't really be able to isolate a single target to jump on.
Yeah, the cardboard box is difficult right now because Tacos is on that right-hand side. He's got the radius on the top of that Switchblades or Willow poison damage. It's really easy to have constant vision on the invisible cat. Meanwhile, Tyrant on this left-hand side just holding the line. Has a super available, can use breakthrough, but wants to make sure they time this right. With 25 seconds on the clock, it is really going to be up to Homeless to make one final effort here. They're going to try and walk out and do exactly what they did in the second game.
Vicday have a bunch of CC to work with. There it is. That's the kill that they needed, but Vicday are still ahead by that tie-breaking blue star. Any kill will do, but they need to stay away from Vegeta. The more they can do to suppress him, the better. It's a jump in. Rafiki temporarily invulnerable. Taco's over to the right side. Vegeta is the one to kill if they want to get more, but Homeless got that 1-star lead that they needed to take set number 1.
For as close as this is, the overall scoreline is still going towards Homeless, and I think that's got to feel really good on their end because that set was back and forth the whole way through. A lot of interesting interactions, tiny plays, and again, compared to our first quarterfinal, just a completely different draft as well. I feel like both teams are very valid, and to your point, just from the few conversations I've had with Vegeta, a very clear person that knows what he's talking about in the game. Love the draft intel, and drafting in its own right is so important. So the fact that Homeless escape with a win there, I think a big deal, and especially with that 2-0 now lead, a very big deal considering how tight this has been.
Homeless has been looking a bit better already in game 1. They held on to control. Victor comes in at the very end and sweeps them, completely steals that game from them. Really well played by them. Overall, I feel like Homeless looked a tad bit better. I really liked how patient Victor was though, especially in game 3 now when they actually had the lead. Tacos was just waiting on the right-hand side, no overextension whatsoever. Unfortunately for them, yes, it's going to be a dropped set.
Yeah, and the people at home aren't going to have to be too patient. It's already quarterfinal number 2, and that game 1 had a pretty insane team wipe, so I'll go ahead and do it for the folks. There you go. Points for everybody. Points galore. Let's do it. What a play.
Hold up. I got to get on
Super
the guys.
You're going to do...
He is. I mean, I can confirm. He's trying to snatch some points. I respect it.
Look, I'm allowed to.
That's a little home cooking.
Yeah, no, exactly. I think this was a remarkable set. I think it displays that these guys, despite not being at the top of the leaderboard, absolutely compete on a professional level. They have the composure to do so, the patience. Also, Rafiki being the playmaker on the kit shows that he's been a really easy addition for the team to work with.
Make sure to head to eventtheprocess.com if you're watching right now. You're gonna get 200 extra points. They're gonna go a long way to get those rewards. You're still gonna spray and a pin this weekend too. I wish you the best of luck for your predictions. We're now heading into map 3. Dueling Beetles it is. And yeah, let's see if Homeless can get another win on the board here. Dueling Beetles, a map which has not too many long-range brawlers usually on there, except with those wall breakers. Lou is a brawler we talked about already, has received a huge buff. You now hit your shots a bit more consistently. He has always been super strong on hot zone, so if he slides through the bans, which I'm actually surprised about, he is a must pick.
Slides through. And of course, the Snow Cone Man is somebody that I feel like is very valid here in the early draft. I think just a very dependable one. It can do well into any aggro brawlers, but for a lot of reasons, you'll see control brawlers be first or 2-3 turns kinds of brawlers. The Finxes of the world come to mind. Lou comes to mind. And especially with that Poco ban, I think that was telling that they probably wanted that Lou as well, because of course you can click the gadget from Poco and it will erase all of the kind of freezing effect that Lou will have. So I think this is a very safe, dependable one. But once again, Ducky going to be going with a Pierce pick here. So now in at least this 1v1 interaction so far, it's going to be the outrange from Pierce. On top of that, it's just a really solid brawler. Pierce hasn't gone anywhere for me.
Yeah, the only issue, though, is like you don't have really great sightlines on Dueling Beetles, and it's tough to contest the point at the same time as holding down an angle as Pierce at a safe enough range where you can use it to your advantage. And we see the Finks coming in also should be a solid way to hold on to mid, and slowing down those projectiles for Lou is going to be kind of disastrous for him once that ability comes out. Something that I'm looking to whether we will see is some form of wall break. Griff is in play. Also, Stu has proven to be something that Homeless are comfortable with. Also, it's a classic way of dealing with Stu. It's not as good as before, I suppose, because Lou actually got a buff to his projectile size. In fact, Vicday are just going to pick this up for themselves. They don't want to gamble on whether this is going to appear as a last pick. So now the only remaining wall break for Homeless is that Griff.
They could do something funny and just pick them both up, because Griff on its own is also going to be a strong brawler here, and they deny any wall break for the left side. That comp on the left, Finks and Pierce scream wall break to me. For it to really work, they need a wide open map, especially for that Pierce. Finks, I guess, would be fine with his super too if the walls are still standing. Last pick now for the side of Vicday. Usually like to play with something aggressive, but I like to bring in the Kenji of the world, but heal. Never can go wrong with that Byron coming in just to make sure that Lou will stay alive in mid.
Yeah, Byron really interesting. We haven't seen a ton of Byron throughout our couple weekends here, but I always enjoy seeing Byron. I think just a very versatile brawler in the sense that obviously it's a heals going, but on a map like this, if they don't open the walls, he can still lob up shots. His gadget, of course, with the dosage he can deal out will kind of fan out. So if it is going to be like this long-ranged affair with Stu diving in, I think they can empower them.
I would have liked to see something with a bit more of a spread shot on the right side, honestly. We now have with Byron, Stu, and Lou kind of single shot brawlers, or at least single line brawlers that are not doing too well into things. I would have liked to see the Ems, the Griff we mentioned. Griff doesn't show up also on the left. We have no wall break whatsoever from Homeless.
Yeah, curious how they're going to play around this one. They should at least get some invis, so that'll help them out on their mid matchup, just obscuring where the Pierce is going to be. This puzzles me a little bit because we've seen wall break be so central to the meta right now and permitting these long-range brawlers to exist, but it's completely gone by the wayside. Another thing I want to point out about Vicday's draft is they've stretched this Poco ban really, really far because they picked up a couple of brawlers that Poco is quite good into on this map. Both the freeze and the general damage from Byron can be entirely mitigated with the use of one of Poco's gadgets. We'll see how they hold on to mid, though. Just really, really playing on the edge of each other's range. Ducky so far looking to get some taps and has gotten some respectable damage onto Vegeta, but he simply has more survivability as Byron.
Vegeta's just doing a great job in that one-on-one interaction. Had the super to keep him afloat even longer as Rafiki works with his left hand in against Chino, and it's another lane victory. Taco's this time just able to bounce in and out. It's one of the beauties of Stu. He has the super, the speed zone, so he's going to be able to dash back and forth, and now they're just rotating lanes instantly. They're sitting Chino right at Rafiki, just trying to ensure that they get a little freeze there as the ice rink drops down. Tyrant frozen solid, can't move a muscle. Tacos with the trade. Tyrant somehow survives, though. That's a big pickup for them. They might be able to crawl their way back.
Yeah, ridiculous control inside of the ice rink where he's still able to move exactly where he needs to and avoid some of these shots. So well played by Tyrant. Tacos is able to pick up a kill immediately upon coming back to mid, and Rafiki trades out that kill on the right. It's an easy one for Vegeta with the hypercharge. Was it worth it? I think so, honestly. They don't have to deal with anything. They don't have to rotate backwards, and they can stay on top at this point. The big commitment from Tyrant using his super, it's not really able to do all that much. A single kill, he's going to expire at the same time, and Vicday stayed 3 members strong. They've done an incredible job of just holding onto the control and backing up when they're on low HP to not surrender anymore.
I think Rafiki would have wanted more for his money there with that hypercharged super. He kind of went in, didn't get any percentage points, no kills, no real damage, and they're not able to slide through it all. Just beautiful plays overall from Vicday. I feel like this has just been a clean game back and forth as now the Pyrotechnician is going to skate his way across the map. No ice rink needed, but an insta-freeze up top, honestly just used for the raw damage at this point. Vicday clobbering the enemy side. This is the first time we've seen Homeless look a little more outclassed. This has been close the whole way through, but I mean, that might be the most dominant game yet.
Yeah, I think this is an outdraft for Vicday. I feel like their composition tells a complete story, and they look more deliberate because you can see from start to finish, from the bans up until the final selection, that they're playing around a lack of Poco here. Also, just the gameplay has looked on point for them. The control has been amazing. And I have to ask you guys to put your attention on Tacos right now. The man's absolutely gliding, and he's fading these shots like no one else on the entire map.
Vegeta makes the adjustment to go left, so Ducky instantly swinging it back right. Byron very clearly wants to go at Pierce, and I think that makes sense. Lou a little more awkward into the super long range, but Ducky firing on all cylinders right now. Tip-tap he goes, and now it's going to give Rafiki access to this top left-hand side. Taco's doing his best, the man to watch from Ready, speeding his way down the map, back and forth, healing through. How is he even getting these kills? The fact that he grabbed one was crazy there.
Yeah, it's unreal, and Rafiki walked right through his burn too, which is going to take him way longer to recuperate. Even gets tapped by Chino the moment he even thought about getting back into mid. As a solo player, Tacos provided enough of a buffer for both Chino and Vegeta to stay competitive on this point. But the early game victories individually on the lanes for Homeless have provided a pretty efficient use of the Think Super. They got them controlled back. Tacos still trying to be the hero, but you cannot 1v3 over here. The most you can do is provide a buffer for your team, and he wasn't able to get Vegeta and Chino out of spawn. A few abilities here and there will help. Vegeta is able to get Tyrant quite low with the use of his super, and Chino's waiting for the perfect opportunity to use this super. They don't have a sight line on Rafiki, who hasn't revealed his position just yet, going for Chino, but it seems like Vicday are appropriately able to adjust and get the kill while remaining 3 strong.
Rafiki bought a little bit of time. I know he's trying to flank and really divert attention from the middle, but Homeless weren't really clasped onto that midsection at all. The zone's still in complete control of Vicday. Just impressive plays through and through through on this set, goes Rafiki dives straight at Tacos, who heals off the super. Vegeta there for assistance, an Ice Ring going down, Ducky frozen solid, a hypercharge while wasted, effective at clearing that left-hand side.
See if Tyrant can take advantage of this now. He's got a bunch of damage. Taco's able to stay out of range in spite of sort of being pinched between two brawlers. Now just utilizing the healing that he gets from Gassy Heal to stay alive and absorb a bunch of damage. Has to be wary of the supers that he's feeding right now. It's going to end up being his demise, but only makes him trade versus Ducky, while Tyrant's able to stand on top of the point. They need a lot of damage to get through the HP and the control that Victe offer. A hypercharge in for Chino. He's looking for it. Got to be close to that super, and just having the HP allows Victe to square away this set.
Really impressive set overall, too. I mean, like we mentioned, this has been close and tight of a match, but this set, definitely the most one-sided so far. And I think a unique one at that, too. I think you really put the nail on the head there of they ban out the Poco, and they just do everything in their power to play around that. Obviously, Lelouch stood out with the first overall pick, but they got more for their money, too. They got the Byron in there as well, which is something that's a little more of a unique pick. You're not seeing that all the time. I feel like Byron is just kind of constantly a B, A-tier kind of brawler, if you will. Like, it's never going to lose you a set, but it's not always the easiest to make win, but they made it look so easy. And, of course, like you alluded to, Tacos was just the man. The fact that he was sliding through with all those shots, the amount of times I saw Gasso Heal just pouring out from him in those hypercharge moments was crazy.
That Stu pick came in, was super valuable, also denied on the left side another wall break option that they could have played. With the Pierce, they definitely would have needed it, I think. He did well, 6 kills on him, but I think it would have been even better if that wall was left open, and it would have been a possibility to make sure that Lou doesn't get as much value, because when his ice rink is down, you only have that one entrance point into mid. What do you do? And also that Stu turret could have been taken care of a lot easier. They decided instead to reply to the Stu turret with a Leon turret on their own. I think wall break would have been a better solution here.
Yeah, possibly. You know, you could be able to outrange the Lou, or, you know, like play around it a little bit, be able to dodge his shots. I think the biggest issue in general for the composition is that it's sort of like a handful of brawlers that don't come together and work very well together. The wall break is a perfect example of that. They could have benefited from that a lot just to win some of those range matchups. And then you look across the way at Victe, again, it just looks like they knew exactly what they wanted from start to finish. They got what they wanted, and they all got their comfort brawlers and were able to play super effectively on them.
Super effective is a great word, because that's exactly what happened. I thought the gameplay was just very solid overall, like despite strategy and all that. I feel like they were just winning their lanes more oftentimes than not. Tacos with the 9-piece, a lot of a lot of hot zone percentage in the middle as well. So I think just all in all, just everybody doing their part. Byron getting some nice taps too, but we're walking into a map where I would describe it as a perfect word, chaotic. It's just a map where it's just tons of people flying in and out. We have all the mobility in the world. We have tanks, assassins, control, but like everybody just fits on this map. I feel like there's no wrong answer. We've seen anything from stalemates all the way to 30-second games because people are just gunning it right at the high save.
Yeah, either just make it a base race or play it super controlled, depends on what you really want to do. And usually base race wins against control, so you also have to make sure you react a little bit to what your opponents are showing up against you. First pick now for the side of Homeless. Griff is out of the way, Ruffs as well. 2 wall break options already gone. And then a lot of defense picks for the side of Victe out of the way too, with that Cordelius and Surge. On the left now,
Check out
I really like
guns.
Kaze. I like the berry comps of the world. Colt also always come in handy. Again, on highest, he's just the damage dealer currently, together with Brock potentially. And he can also break open the wall. So if we do see a berry come out that is not banned out for one of the first times we see this map, Colt could make sure he can't hide behind the walls.
Really tempting. Also to see RT banned indicates that like Miko is a possibility in this draft. I think there are like plenty of ways of defending against it, but I think number 2 has also been banned out, that Cordelius, which is funny also because this is a comfort brawler for Chino, but it just acknowledges that this is such a strong brawler that they have to get rid of it. So Kaze, this is what I sort of anticipated as a first selection, because you're able to throw the fan storm over the indestructible wall. You have lots of mobility, should be able to dodge Colt quite effectively as well. Colt, you know, does have ways to defend against this in close range. He's able to sap some ammo, you know, just like fire away to clip her if absolutely necessary. But a skilled Kaze should be able to deal with that. So Homeless has pretty much handed this pick over to Victe, and Victe are like, okay, well, it's strong enough for us to pick it up ourselves. Maisie is a really interesting one. I've seen this occasionally pop up on Pit Stop. it's been all right. Sometimes it's been actually the game decider in terms of defense. But overall, I've not been like that impressed with it, actually.
I think it does a deceptive amount of damage, though, and especially like you all alluded to, like the amount of defensive options gone. Like Lu's really the only one that stands out to me that's kind of like a frequent flyer on this map. But out of all maps in general, I think this is one where pros are willing to throw paper matchups out the window. Just damage, damage, damage. And there's the Mika that you talked about, too. I think that was a great identifier out of you. The Cordelia's gone, the RT gone. It just was setting up to where Homeless could draft this. I think it's maybe a little bit scarier for Vicday to click the button on Miko just because if Cole's really getting aggressive with the wall break, not nearly as much fun.
If they still want a little bit of defense, some options are still there on the field. For example, Otis or Nita could still come in. Nita also dishes out a lot of damage with that Hyper Bear. If she does get it soon, she can just rush up the map and throw that onto safe as well. I would still like a Barry on the right side with that Kaze. Just give her some more survivability. We're going to see if that is actually the solution. Lu coming in now, of course. There's another defensive pick. So there's still a couple of options left open here despite so many being banned out.
Really interesting. I feel like we could definitely see some more safe damage out of Vicday, but as you pointed out, Kenny, actually Maisie does a deceptive amount of damage. She does more damage at max range also, so if you somehow push up off your own spawn and get to the enemy side, then you can do some respectable damage there too. I have a feeling though that, yeah, this is going to be pretty much exclusively for defense. You do have a stun as part of your gadget, so that could be decent for helping out with the Miko issue. Carl's also going to provide a ton of pressure. So I think the strategy here now is basically to base race, to overwhelm in general. Maisie can hang back if absolutely necessary, but otherwise should be able to deal with this Colt and Lu backline.
Mobility, the name of the game. Anytime you see Miko in play, it is not going to be the time to sit back and relax. It is going to be both teams really going at each other, trying to trail down the other end. In the meantime, Vicday, they have the options of challengers if they so choose, but they'd rather have a much better thing going in the BSC. Nobody wants to deal with an extra tournament if they can just get a free shot. Right now, it's Vegeta playing defense. Taco there hustling to the back lines to try and play alongside his teammates. This time they get the takedown, so Tyrant in between two brawlers as Tacos is going to be able to cycle super. He ultimately needs to get a gadget going, though. That way he can throw down the fan storm.
Really interesting to see Tacos go all the way back there. Just is a bit of a different look for pit stop than we see a lot of times. But now he's exactly where he wants to be on the safe. Also off that kill, he got a bunch of supercharge, and just like that, this safe is absolutely disintegrated. But Homeless are close behind on the opposing side. Vegeta is the lone defender, and Ducky's absolutely hammering away at this safe. We need to see something stellar from Tyrant, though. He's lacking on damage. This could be enough. A buzzer beater, and yes, it goes to Homeless. Wow, just off of the Miko. On top of that safe plus the Colt, yes, it does out damage, but I thought this was going to come down to who lost to Brawler first. I genuinely thought that Lu was not going to be able to deal enough damage to get a kill. It turns out that simply having the ice rink down on the ground, getting the freeze was sufficient.
Looked like Vegeta missed a couple of shotgun range shots there at the very end. It's little things like that. You saw the percentage points difference. It is that razor thin. Instantly, Rafiki deletes 11%. Ducky, once again, one of the stars from the previous game, is up that left-hand side. Tacos this time, making him much more of a focus.
Vegeta just waiting for the imminent monkey attack, which is going to crack the first shield off of the safe. Meanwhile, on the left side, Tyrant is trying to defend against this Carl. This is a countdown to chaos, to put it in Miko's own words. Rafiki's even able to pick up a kill. Excellently done. Puts them all back in the respawn. It's going to be a full-fledged defense from Vicday, which is not really what Rafiki wanted to deal with, but he does have a plan for breaking the siege. He can just hop back and forth over the indestructible. Oh, well, unless that happens.
Nice stun there, too. One of the rare instances of Miko being frozen, and it's Tyrant now who's able to play defense, but it's a good response here from Vicday. They were pinned in their own spawn, 7%. Freeze going down, but Chino, of course, beating him with a fiery flame coming out of that extra heat ejector gadget. It's Ducky now sidelining it. Goes through. Not going to be able to get too much damage. Oh, and Ducky just shredding through the enemy's side. Barely holding on with 51. Gets the trade, and it's going to allow for Chino to go for another one. That hypercharge super is what's going to give him the incendiary.
Chino's been amazing on the mechanics on the left side. He's been absolutely wicked, and he's able to win this matchup just in time to get through on the right side. Ducky, though, pretty much just runs and guns right through him. Straight lining and auto-aiming. the Tacos is going to be the one with all of the damage. It's a slight lead for Victe right now. Not just 5%, but also the crack on the safe. Gino appropriately defends on the right side, but now Miko is going to be on top of this safe. We're talking just one, maybe another push required to get this accomplished. One more attack for Rafiki will seal their fate. That's it. Homeless 3-0 versus Victe in the quarterfinals.
Nicely done. Some great competitive sets overall to get us here. Had a great distance. I feel like Victe did a solid job overall, though. And now their decision-making is going to be a lot tougher. A nice win in set 4 there. Will secure it for Homeless, though. 8 points being separated, but now a little extra expansion there. If Homeless keep this rocking and rolling, they could really disrupt this region.
Yeah, quick correction there. It was actually a 3-1, but it went so efficiently that you'd even be tempted to call it a 3-0. Given that one of those sets went so quickly in favor of Victe, they were not able to get this one back on the rails. This pit stop also was quite quick, as it typically is. I think we saw some interesting adjustments from Victe. They played a different pit stop from what I'm typically accustomed to, where they actually circled back the Kaze at certain points. Here's the deal, though. You draft for Miko, and then disaster strikes. Blind bans provide an opening where Cordelius is also banned, and there's just not a good reaction for the Miko. All they had was amazing.
Yeah, and you called to Miko quite early on as well. They could have picked him up themselves, went with the Kaze instead, who arguably has a lot more picks and a higher win rate than the Miko, so they didn't do wrong at all. I do think that Victe overall showed us really great drafts today. It just wasn't their day yet again, because so often already we were like, oh, they're just so close to making it. Every single month could be theirs, but in the end, it just wasn't meant to be again. Now, for Victe, I believe they still could make it to LCQ, though. They will, however, have the chance also with challengers. So at this point, losing in the quarterfinals, I do believe that they'll probably decide in August to go for challengers instead.
Yeah, I think that's probably the safer bet, to be completely honest. I mean, especially because, like, for a team like this, in this region, I think they've got a really good opportunity against some of these other regions, actually. I think North America has a really good firm grasp on the meta, but they also bring some unique ideas that really suit themselves that, like, maybe some other regions are not really too accustomed to be completely honest.
We do have a couple of other teams there now who have players playing in the World Finals before, just like these three as well, with Reject on the board, Revenant X-Spark, SK Gaming qualified today as well. So challengers aren't going to be easy for them either, but I do think they have what it takes to make it through there, then make it to LCQ, where you also first have to win to make it to World. So there's still a couple of tournaments on the line, but every single LAN is going to be an experience, so you do you, honestly. And for the side of Homeless now, moving on into the semifinals against Tribe Gaming, that's going to be a super exciting one, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be a huge test. This roster has struggled to make it into top 4. It's never easy when your typical opponents in the semifinals are Homeless, or excuse me, well, yeah, we've seen them in a bunch of semifinals, but like Tribe Gaming, Team Electros, always waiting for you there to make it into the grand finals. So we'll see. We'll see if Tribe Gaming will appropriately test them and really bring the best out of these guys.
This last set was especially close. Let's listen in to the last couple of seconds.
No, Maisie has hyper, no super. Carl going right with super.
I'll defend with
I got crack. Just defend. Carl right. Maisie's left with hyper.
Got him.
Hyper. Oh, wait, I'll tank. I
need here.
You got that.
Good job, guys.
Nice. Good shit.
Good job,
Okay,
guys. Good defense. That was such a good crack, Ducky, bro, so I can use my super. Insane, bro.
Yeah.
Alright, we go next. Forget this.
World Cup really quick. I'll be back.
Yes, sir. World Cup.
I'm
a dip. GG's, guys.
Really nice call-outs. I believe it was Ducky giving out the call-outs there, actually.
Yeah, good stuff.
Yeah, good stuff. One of the most important things. No, just kidding. Amazing for them. It's in fact what we would echo on the desk also. Good to see that they just like keep the mindset moving forward. They're not too eager to celebrate their victory because they're trying to put themselves in the heads of like, we are a top 4 team, right? Now let's just act like, you know, this is expected. Let's focus on the next matchup. They don't have that much time to get ready for their first semifinal.
Okay, ready? Let's focus on the next matchup. Quarterfinal number 3 is on the way already. We have Team Electros versus David's Aura. Now, this one is an exciting one too. Could be closer than many expect here, but it is C2 versus C10 on paper. Team Electros definitely the favorites in this one. If they do win it all today, they did already in June, they are locked in for the World Finals. David Aura on the other side, the last monthly final appearance was in March, and they actually lost to this exact team 3-1.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely going to be a really tough match for rookies. You know, I mean, I'm so blown away by Electros this year. I mean, I was so grateful as well looking back to some of the interviews from last weekend with players saying about how, you know, Electros are a team to be. I think it was Angel Boy who's saying that he really values Electros. So to qualify for the World Finals here today, they have to win the Grand Finals. I think they're in a really, really good headspace right now, having won already 2 Grand Finals this year in February and June. Electros are just a team which, you know, coming into this year, to me, I always put them down as the Match Arena merchants, and they are now, you know, monthly final masters. It's such a great storyline for this region.
Yeah, we actually asked Angel Boy in the EMEA monthly finals at the end who he thinks is the most dangerous team to them, and that was Team Electros. He named there. We just saw as well their journey today. They need to win the quarterfinals, semifinals, and then it all today in the grand finals, back-to-back monthly final winner would mean that they are locked in for the world finals. So they, and also Tribe Gaming, need to make it far today to actually lock in those slots.
Yeah, it's true. And being able to lock things in the second to last month when you also have 1.5x points in the last month is very impressive, especially when you also remember that Team Electros did not manage to go to Brawl Cup. They don't have that safe buffer of points that was offered to FA Bobby over to Tribe Gaming. So for them to go into the World Finals, to go ahead and lock that in today, again, would just be a remarkable achievement for them.
Coming into the July monthly finals today, ready here had a little chat with Snoy.
All right, Snoy, first thing I want to know is what the heck happened in the qualifiers? How did you guys almost get swept by a Legacy?
I think it's just they're a good team. I don't know. I think they're really underrated. Even though we're like, people say we're like the best, we're still gonna make mistakes. We're still learning, and I think that team is just really strong. And it's not we didn't underestimate them whatsoever. Like they're a good team, and they performed well that day.
In a recent interview, Angel Boy named your team as the one that he's most concerned / excited to face. What are your feelings on that?
I'm happy to hear that he thinks like we're really good, but it doesn't really get to us. We're just gonna grind as we do. We're appreciative that like he thinks NA is good or we're good as a team, but it doesn't really affect us. We're just gonna grind as we already are. But yeah, I guess it shows kind of, I mean, I wouldn't say it shows weakness, but it shows like Foot isn't like not scared of anyone. It shows that they have like a weakness, I guess you could say.
Electros is one of the teams responsible for Tribe Gaming's continuous second place finish. In June as well, it was a 3-0 for Team Electros. Again, they need to make this back-to-back to actually qualify for the World Finals directly already today. Of course, we still have August, so if it doesn't happen today, they still get a second chance there. On the other side then, with David's Aura, we have a couple of returning players here. They showed up last in March, formerly as Enosis, and today they have the chance to cause one of the biggest upsets without actually playing for the postseason, just for the experience, and maybe we get to see them again in August and then next year, so why not? Golden Gulch, Layer Cake, Pit Stop and Gemford are your picked maps for the series. Open Business is going to be our random decider. Is there a map that we haven't seen too often yet maybe, or you're looking forward to in particular already?
I mean, look, I will actually, sorry to start this off negatively, but Knockout is maybe my least favorite mode, and it's also a refreshing one too, because we've seen a lot of Layer Cake, we've seen a lot of Pit Stops, so maybe for once, I actually do look forward to some Knockout. This is also the one that David's Aura chose. They opted to get for the first pick here. And I think that spells upset, okay? Because you have way less margin for error in Knockout because of the nature of the mode, okay? You only have 1 life per round.
Yeah, I think it's a good chance for them to actually kind of ease themselves into the game also. Take the pace kind of slow at the beginning, warm themselves up, and then get that communication flowing and so on and so forth. Global bans as well, being the Kit, the Surge. Kit, I think, especially going to be very relevant on this map to have banned out Lumi and the Max. I think we see a lot of Lumi today and a lot of Max continuing forwards into the semi-finals also. But I've got to say as well, Electros, they're pretty good at Knockout. I mean, I've got fond memories of watching them tear it up, so I'm a little bit concerned either way.
This is the first time we see Damien left open, not banned out. Starnova is sliding through the bans again. Is this just going to take away 2 bans immediately? If you have last pick, are those 2 must bans?
I think not always. Like, Damien has received some tuning that makes him more possible to play against. We can put it that way. And even so, like, he hasn't always like permanently occupied a ban spot. I think it just comes as a way of getting rid of an X factor, you know, a possible thing that could screw up their usual rhythm for things. 4% is pretty grim, but I think it's fair because they're called David's Aura, And they've done basically no aura farming over the course of this season, so they like don't have any reputation to speak of.
That's still 4% of millions who are voting over there, so that's not too bad. There's still people believing in you, so you better show up big time, especially on that first map that you picked yourself, which according to Kenny, hasn't been the best in the past. More often than not, this map actually gets lost, but we'll see. Golden Gulch, a really interesting map as well, because there's so many playable comps. You can opt to just wait it out with a Buster comp, for example, just wait for the smoke to come in, or just open up the map and try to get those picks early on.
Yeah, and that's kind of where mindset's at, for me at least at the moment. I think that opening the map has never been easier. There's kind of so many brawlers now that have got a really good way to do that. Pearl coming back into the meta, Brock, of course, as we know, with that instantaneous break. I think we're kind of getting beyond the point, really, of kind of like getting in that first pick brawler and kind of going too quickly towards something which requires cover to have a good way on the maps. I think that opening it up is the way. Interestingly enough, seeing a lot of Rico yesterday in East Asia. Curious as to whether we may see that come forwards on this specific map as well. It has seemed to be like not really the case in North America so far today, which is just interesting. Those different regional ideas coming through or not. Lufish, for example, was one that I just didn't quite see coming today. Really quite a staple in North America.
We talked about it earlier today already, Ark. You were here for the Tribe match where we had a huge difference in scrims, in sets scrimmed. Golden Gulch is a map that David's Aura has scrimmed once. They do have a 100% pick rate, win rate though, so
that's the headline.
Sense they picked it.
100% win rate. David's Aura are going to come in with that 6% on the event site and just have insane aura off the back of it.
Yeah,
Four. Sorry,
Slow down.
Four. That's a big portion that I've miscounted there. Yeah.
Yeah, well, I mean, we'll see if they can do it. It's going to be tough to pull off against a team like Team Electros, who have acknowledged a team like Legacy was able to best them a couple of sets a row in the qualifiers, and their logic for that was basically like, yeah, they're a good team. I mean, what are you going to do, basically? They played better in those matchups. I think the odds are lower that David's Aura is going to play better, but there is always a chance.
Yeah, never underestimate any team, and Team Electros are usually not ones to make that mistake, so David's Aura could have hoped that maybe they don't know what we want to play. We didn't scrim too often. Maybe they're just going to underestimate us. But again, Team Electros not ones to make that mistake usually.
Yeah, like Reddy says, right? You know, when you haven't got necessarily like a big organization behind you, and you've got like, you know, the minority of the people that are watching from home kind of back in your corner, it allows you to kind of get some really interesting results if you just don't have that additional pressure to then just go, well, do you know what? Hey, what have you got to lose, right? And I think for David's Aura to be able to do the unthinkable against Team Electros, you know, to be able to really ruffle their feathers at a point in the competition where they are so close to locking in those wild finals, it would be an insane result. And this is kind of like what I look for in the BSC, these like upsets in the final stages. I mean, Team Electros, as we know, going into the into the Brawl Cup, rather, that was a month where they were so close to locking it in, and then it just all turned against them. So we've seen it happen before already this season.
We all have been watching those teams play for multiple years already, Electros at least for this couple of months this season. Now, we had balance changes just a couple of months ago. You feel like this patch is going to be something that they're going to enjoy playing on?
I feel like the underdogs typically thrive in the chaos of a new patch, especially if you can just like win the race and be the first to figure it out before the top teams. And I think that Team Electros are enough of like a fresh team to be on top of things. I think they've been remarkable drafters. I think they've been incredible mechanically. I don't want to like call them bulletproof, but I feel like they should be relatively immune to the normal chaos that thrives in the first couple of weeks of a balance change.
Yeah, I think for me as well, Snoy's still clearly very confident, you know, even so much so to like not really even lean in too heavily towards the fact that Angelberg gave him a massive compliment. He kind of almost felt like a little bit more on the back foot of like, well, that gives us more of a reason to stay really kind of locked in, because they kind of have their eye maybe on foot as being a good competitor in those late stages of the competition, should they make those world finals, of course, you know, because anything can still happen, especially in North America, as we know. So I think that, you know, Electros are playing this really well, and it's really refreshing actually to see rookies have this kind of mentality. And I still look at them that way, because until this year we hadn't seen anything from them. So they are still, in my mind, kind of like a rookie team, but I mean, they are just performing so well. But normally when you're kind of like fresher to the plate, you know, you make sort of more consistent mistakes, or you kind of get a bit too overconfident too quickly, whereas Electros really are keeping their head firmly on their shoulders.
Yeah, we talked about them so often this year already, and I think we already heard Snowy say that in an interview as well, that coming into the first month, nobody expected too much of them, right? There were these Metrarena merchants, and we knew that they would come in and potentially cause an upset, but we didn't think they would actually come out the gate swinging and win their first ever monthly final they ever played in. Now, over the course of this season, we kept saying how they're supposed to win this one at this point. You know, they're so good. They can lock in World Finals already today, which is kind of expected after they won the June monthly finals. They should now also be able to win this one in July. The pressure must be huge at this point. Coming in as rookies at the beginning of the year to now, that's such a huge difference.
I think that's something they've said, though, is like, at least speaking with Snowy, he seems to believe that the team doesn't really feel that pressure. Like, they're just trying hard. They believe that if they just work hard and they put in the effort that is evidently to them very clearly laid out in front of them, then they'll just like go where they belong. And so if that's at the top of the region, then that's exactly where they are going to go. They're just trusting the process, and it's gotten them to first place so far, or well, sort of first place. That's debatable right now. Tribe Gaming is still leading by points. It could change today.
We're resolving an issue in the back, so we're going to be back in a quick minute.
Wait,
600 trophies, dude. Calm down. Okay, I'm playing with a pro here, right?
Me too, focus.
Looks good. Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
I'm here with Luffy, and we're just gonna have some fun together here with quick fire questions. You really like cats, right? What is your favorite cat meme?
I have one, like, you know the cat meme where the cat is like at the table, that he's like mad, I don't know.
Yes, I know that one.
Like,
amazing. We just conceded here because we weren't focused on the game. That's crazy. What does your mom tell other people you do? Is he a doctor, a lawyer?
No, she says what I do, I play video games.
Okay.
For a living.
So she's being honest. We're getting shot at by our teammate, by the way. I think he's not happy with us whatsoever.
He's tilted.
We're 600 trophies, dude. Calm down. Okay, that did not just happen. I'm playing with a pro here, right?
Me too, focus.
You're too locked in on the questions, which is nice.
Yeah.
Honestly, I take that. What was the most pressure you ever felt before a match?
Maybe when I was starting, because right now I don't usually like feel pressure. I meditate before matches.
I think it's a great idea to meditate before a game.
Yeah, it is.
What are you meditating to?
Brown noise and maybe chill music.
Brawl noise?
Brown.
Brown noise, okay. I thought maybe just the lobby music to meditate.
Nah.
If there's gonna be a documentary about you or like a highlight reel of your life as a Brawl Stars pro, what will be the final clip?
Maybe spending time with my family, I don't know.
Not you winning worlds or something?
After winning worlds, spending time with my family, that will be the last clip.
That is very wholesome. Nice. We scored. I have some statements for you that I want you to rate from 1 to 10, okay?
Okay.
Edgar takes skill.
Kinda. Like, you can difference a good Edgar versus a bad Edgar, but it's not that hard to play Edgar, I think.
So from 1 to 10?
The skill base, like 5.
Okay. Ranked is harder than scrims.
Nah.
Draft diff is more important than mechanics.
Yeah, right now it is.
Ping is just an excuse.
No, it's not.
You sure?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. I played with 80 ping the first years of my career, and now I play at low ping, and there's a huge difference.
Just want to point out, I was star player. How does that happen when I'm playing with a pro?
I don't know. I'm not focused.
Living with Ready Set is delightful.
Oh, yeah, it's cool.
1
It's
to
a cool
10?
roommate. 9.
9. Oh, he could do better.
Yeah.
We heard that. This was it already with quickfire questions. It was so much fun with you today.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you.
Phenomenal weekend of esports, and welcome to the Brawl Stars World Finals!
Their rivalry one last time, not remotely enough from Humble. Crafty Raccoon crowns King of Brawl!
Stop right there! You forgot this!
We are here in the July monthly finals to figure out who will actually make it to Tokyo. One of the two teams that are coming up next actually has a chance to lock in their spots today. Team Electros face against David's Aura. What has to happen in order for David's Aura to actually do something hilarious and stop them today?
Yeah, they pull off some like kind of cheese comp, right? They make like a kit happen or something like that. Get like a Doug comp going on in Gold Arm Gulch. I think we've seen these players like try and pull this off in monthly finals before, and I've also seen recently people try and comp to pull off the whole Kit Janet thing without realizing that that was a bug, and it's been fixed several months ago.
Yeah, things can happen in the BSC, right? This is the thing. I think a lot, to answer your question, Sunny, a lot has to happen.
Thank you.
Or a lot has to go wrong for Team Electros, for David's Aura to be able to do this. I kind of worry a little bit in that regard because I think it's kind of less about what David's Aura have to do and more about like whether Team Electros will make that many mistakes for it to actually be a possibility. I'm always rooting for an underdog. Who isn't here in the BSC, right? But Electros are really just playing that well right now. I mean, they are just so well rehearsed, and they're really scary mechanics. I mean, they are really, for that first monthly final at the beginning of this season, watching them move and just the way that they are so overly cautious in such a fantastic way, every pixel is perfect.
Well rehearsed, as they have been scrimming almost the most in this region. It's the region of Tribe Gaming, so realistically, nobody can ever have more sets on the board by the time the monthly finals roll around when Tribe Gaming is in the room.
I mean, it might be the region of Tribe Gaming right now, but today I think we'll figure out whether it's actually the region of Team Electros, as they're threatening that #1 spot a lot right now. I think they stumbled on the other half of that split, on the other half of Brawl Cup, and now they've picked up the pieces. They've gotten a monthly finals victory under their belt. I really do think that they have this one in the bag. Like, yes, they're going to have to work for it, but I genuinely do believe that this is their monthly finals to win, and I don't think actually that many people would disagree with me.
I mean, could be another one where Electros comes out on top and Tribe Gaming only comes seconds. Yet again, it would mean that both of them qualify for the World Final, so it wouldn't be the worst of outcomes. But I do think Tribe Gaming at this point wants to get a win under their belt. You mentioned it briefly. Team Electros had the chance to play at a different LAN already this year and just fell short to qualifying for the Brawl Cup.
Yeah, I mean, very slightly, wasn't it? That little hiccup in April and exiting in the quarterfinals to Legacy Esports, who are in this side of the bracket, remember, as well. So we'll see their match in the quarterfinals for. I mean, wouldn't that be a nice poetic thing to kind of see as a potential semi-finals? We're getting ahead of ourselves there a little bit, but that is a team which Electros definitely do struggle with.
Both teams are now ready, so let's head into Gold Arm Gulch. Both Damien and Starnova slid through the global bans for one of the first times. Damien, at least today, was banned out twice already. Starnova was only picked up in East Asia so far, completely banned out in South America and EMEA. She has a 66% win rate, got picked up 3 times, therefore winning 2. Maybe she's not as strong as many teams fear, but we discussed it yesterday already a little bit. Many teams, because they felt like she's going to be banned out anyway, might have not scrimmed with her too often. So even if she's not banned, she's not going to be picked up all too often. I would love to see her. It's her competitive debut, and I do believe that she offers some different gameplay to the table. Now, we already mentioned David's Aura might have to play a little bit of cheese on a map like this one to win against Electros, as Knockout is one of their best modes.
I think that of any mode, Knockout is going to be the place to do it, to run something that, yes, is a little bit cheesy, not necessarily underhanded, like all these tactics are available. And this is where TE need to have their guard up against those sorts of strategies. I feel like look, respect to Godnoob, David, Razwin, having played this game at the top level for a couple of years now and making monthly finals here and there. They go through the same path as everyone to get here, but Team Electros is a team that is superior in both draft and in mechanics. Either they're going to have to really channel the aura today, or they're going to have vastly superior draft preparation on these specific maps. I don't think the odds are in their favor at all. The audience agrees, right? It's a 96 to 4% audience vote on who is going to take this one, with the vast majority siding with Team Electros.
I think David Dora needs to be really overly cautious here of Team Electros, because I remember distinctly how dangerous they are with the Daryl idea. Daryl and Gene, I think, was for me their kind of like thriving composition last month, and they are just so scary with it. Brawlers like Angelo, 8-Bit, of course, are really quite threatening here as well. Certainly, I feel like David Dora are going to have to try to get something through this draft, which maybe Electros haven't accounted for, but brawlers like Edgar, they're very easy to kind of like stay on top of a lot of the time here. I don't think that Electros are necessarily going to be making those mistakes without having at least a solid backup plan for it.
David Zora have only scrimmed this map once. They played Edgar, Gene, and Penny. One with that comp. If you were Team Electros ready, what would you play against this exact comp?
Yeah, let's talk about it. Against the Edgar, Gene, and Penny, I feel like you can win this on a range basis. Specifically, I feel like also just like playing something synergistic is going to be a surefire way of doing this. That's just my personal opinion.
Have something to maybe tear down that Penny turret as well. On the side of Electros, when they scrimmed their comp, they really liked to play that Leon. As Orc already mentioned, also Daryl comp showed up time and time again, and some snipers too, Meeple and Angelo.
Yeah, Meeple's a really interesting one actually for me as well. I think very versatile. I think having that ability to immediately break bush with the mentions of Meeple gadgets, and depending upon what you're kind of facing into, there's still the option there of Rage Quit also to have that immediate stun and knockback potential. We're going to be getting into what the draft actually has transpired to be. We are going to see Starnova coming through immediately for Team Electros, so already I'm nervous. Leon as well, 8-Bit. These are really, really strong brawlers, and a GG on the other side of the field. I mean, that's some wild ideas, and immediately it's not working out too well, but it's actually not working out too well for Team Electros, who are going to have to 2v1 this now, as it's just men.
Yeah, okay, this is a little bad for Memon. He can use his super to get a bunch of damage here. Godnoob trying to do his best, gets it. I mean, wow, what a GG game also. Because look at some of the matchups over here. You're playing into Leon and 8-Bit, who both fire a bunch of projectiles. This looks like a GG game and a half. I wonder whether this was a last pick or not. I feel like Starnova, you have to go for it first. So this is a huge heads up from David Zora.
It's a real wild card pick, and I think a lot of the pro community are quite split for it. I think that some really just think it's kind of useless. I think in this situation, just see how well we are getting that range affair going to ensure that the GG is always being fed in that regard. I mean, it's all about keeping range, just ensuring that you're just out of arm's reach. Look at this, like Pearl taking down very, very quickly for that Leon, and already Team Electros just turning things back into their favor.
Yeah, tough to recover this one. The best they can play for now is just some defense for Godnoob and David, maybe getting a few pot shots over here. Team Electros are not going to bring the battle to them. They have no intentions of feeding this Byron a super hypercharge, and David Zara basically just trying to cover their tracks as they retreat. Snoy has exactly what he wants, even flashes the super as if to say, like, I could use it now before we go to the next round and still win. Let's see how this GG works out in the final round. Godnoob has that hypercharge. Just needs TE to try and shoot at him. I think they know better than to shoot this GG, and they're going to try and take a different fight if possible.
Yeah, now that Team Electros have got set up with that 8-Bit turret, it's definitely going to make things a lot tougher to push into that range as well. And the ammo being dropped is just going to allow Team Electros to sit back quite comfortably here until the gas starts to come in. And Godnoob trying to soak up as many of these shots. Here's the hypercharge now as well, and now has super as well. So David can support him. There's additional heals if he does choose to go in prematurely. Pearl getting some good damage there as well. Here's the potential push, but I mean, where was the support? Team Electros was ready for it.
Yeah, they had Memon's gadget ready to go, so everyone floated up in the air. I don't really get that move from Godnoob because a hypercharge and super traded for a single gadget from Starnova is just a terrible elixir trade, if we want to put it that way. Here's the move in from Memon. Did he calculate it? You see also the heals from David, keeping Godnoob online, possibly damaged. No, Godnoob has to abort. And where is Memon going to land is another important question. Got to see another TP in from Godnoob. He's charging these left, right, and center. Could work out. Hypercharge to the mid. Memon just barely wins with the swipes to the face. It's game number one over to Team Electros. No reactions on their face either, because this was quite expected, even into the GG, which is very niche. I would rate it actually bottom tier because it hasn't really been touched lately. It's been F tier for a long time because it's so contingent on your matchups. Into a Leon and an 8-Bit, you saw how consistently it was getting those supers, but with the floaty time gadget, there's really not much it can do when the gadget is ready.
Yeah, I don't think it's not a pick that I absolutely hate in any way. I think that we're actually seeing it played pretty well by David Zora in that regard. He's getting a lot of value for it. I'm still not overly sold for it, but I think you can't really fault what's going on in front of us. It's just simply they're feeding into Snoy a little bit too quickly, allowing him to get set up with that damage boost in there as we're saying it, landing more taps into the Pearl. So I want to see David Zora really try to be a bit more resourceful in that regard, not feed into it too much, because I mean there is a great ability to sit back here and do as much as that and come back with the goods as well. That's a huge advantage for David Zora.
Absolutely unreal interaction for Godnoob. He managed to get his super back, mid-super, and TP all the way back. I mean, just incredible for him to be able to take down the Star Nova like that, in spite of floaty time it being present. Just goes to show what you can do when you don't have to immediately TP out if you can just time the interaction. Also, Godnoob made sure to get down to lower ammunition so he would do more damage as GG. Just everything falling into place clearly. It's a practice selection. Hypercharge time now as Godnoob gets another, and then David and Raz finish off the last.
Really nice stuff here from David Zora, and again, getting a lot of value with this GG. I think that actually Team Electros now have got to be a bit more cautious as to how they approach this one, and maybe try and target David or the Pearl in that regard. Let's see as well, trying to land some taps into Duin, who's doing a pretty good job himself as well, using his lollipop drop for his teammates now. That additional speed and maneuverability is a big splash. David's just going to be a little bit caught shy on that side of things. Close to time for a moment to be able to evade from this GG is looking so aggressive right now. Yeah, look at this now, coming in straight into Snoy. Not outstaying as welcome, but Duin was in a fantastic spot for the pickup.
Yeah, that was just stellar from Duin. We could see some more damage come in. No kill on a Mimin. This one's dead for David. Can get some super here, but that's about all. Love to see the way that the GG has been played around the floaty time gadget for Star Nova. Though I think Star Nova is going to have a way out this time. She has the super. She can go for a short dash if necessary. And each one of those swipes from a Star Nova mid-super is going to heal her. Gives her a bit more health inside of the close-range interaction. Still waiting to see what Team Electros gear up for with their execute. Last time they had Duin in a perfect position when Godnoob went for the super. Let's see it again. Really far away. Oh, and that one was just terrible for Godnoob. Took more damage than he anticipated, and this round is really stacked against David Zora now.
Yeah, especially because Duin has that hypercharge now with the Leon coming in, being very sneaky with the lollipop drop, but going to hold on to it towards his overtime scenario. Razen there needs the heals from David as well. As Mimic go the aggressive close time as well. On a 3 versus 1. Not all the heals in the world will be able to protect David here, but he'll do his best. We'll go down regardless. And a pretty comfortable set, it's got to be said there from Team Electros. Some good moments though from David Zora. Yeah. It was not a steamroll, and I like the way they have to think in that regard with the draft. Trying to find something which maybe Team Electros are underprepared for. I mean, when was the last time you saw a GG?
Yeah, not very often. Yeah. I think I might have seen like Luffy play it last month, and it was in like a matcherino or in a scrim or something. So it's an extremely niche pick. It's very heads up for them to go for something like this in such a high stakes match as well. They've prepared so much just to face literally the hardest team in the quarterfinals, and they decide to gamble on the GG in their map selection. I have to applaud them, and it's not even just like me trying to be nice because they're 10th seed versus seed number 2. I think this was legitimately competitive. You got a single round for them in each of the games played in this set, and they kind of should pat themselves on the back, but you see Godnoob is like not really taking it well, already rubbing his eyes because that one felt within reach, and that was probably actually right after he went for the super and couldn't get out in time and sort of threw the round, if we're being honest.
Yeah, touch. But at the same time, we're getting 5 kills in Knockout, which is a game mode predominantly about kills. Yeah. I mean, that's the same as a Star Nova, who's, basically a top 3 brawler in the meta right now. So I think those things do speak for themselves. We move on towards Lair Kick, but we were coming into this matchup talking about this very thing. David Zora need to think this way if they're going to have any chance of toppling a giant in this competition like Team Electros. Bans are in the Lou, the Gene, and the Meeple, the 8-bit, the Star Nova, and the Gene again. Gene really highly valued as well. Interesting as well that Lou pick is banned. It's a great one to have on the defensive here as well. So going to open up some doors potentially still here for some throwers like Berry, which I really quite like on this map. Ali as well. Pearl kind of coming in as the first pick here for Team Electros. Going to make it hard for brawlers like Mortis to really do much against that kind of brawler, but Kaze could certainly be able to do something with some range, and the Fan Storms as well. Definitely going to be considerations here, but Wall Break and Pierce for me is where this map can be opened up incredibly quickly.
To the boom
okay, well there it is. That's your wall break that you wanted. Brock coming out as the first selection for David's aura, and I think they're quite intent on outranging this Pearl if possible. She is at slow speed, so it's going to be much easier for him to tap her up. Also, just keeping in mind like what it's going to be like to break the defense of Team Electros, because you can see that Team Electros have banned out some of the top defensive brawlers on this map. Gene, Meeple, or Amazing, just to have back in your spawn once you've acquired the blue star. But no one has decided to go for that blue star just yet. Everyone's sort of planning for the future when one team eventually gets it. Now Damien comes on through. Sonny was talking about this a bunch in the lead up, how this one has slipped through the draft. And I feel like the struggle for Damien is that he has to have someone pretty much enabling him as much as possible, because his health alone is not enough to get him up in enemies' faces.
And he can bring in the wall of sound as well if he wants to try to assert himself with some wall, but this is a map where it can get incredibly open incredibly quickly. And there's already 2 brawlers here which have Wall Break the Pearl and the Brock coming through us as well. I mean, Chrome here available. Yeah, that's the berry that I was saying as well, coming forwards too. So, that's a very interesting brawler coming through. The loop band, it makes a ton of sense as to how they've kind of actually preemptively planned this very draft. And I think Ash's not a bad response to this Damien.
Yeah, I think like a while ago, the last time Ash was truly meta, we called him the tank that counters tanks, because he's a tank, but with the range to keep the distance versus other ones. And versus Damien, I think he should be very competitive. Damien won't really have that much mobility to get up in his face. And now Damien does have a tank trait, but guess what? So does Ash nowadays. And Damien has a heal, but guess what? So does Ash. He's going to be healing off of that. Ziggy is absolutely wild, in my opinion, to come in as a thrower. I guess if you just want a thrower that beats Barry, then you have a lot of options. So if Ziggy's what they're comfortable with, then that's really cool. But how are they going to use his kit? I feel like they could mark someone with his gadget to have a bunch of lightning spammed on them. Maybe they get the blue star that way and play defense off of it.
I really quite like Ziggy, I'll be honest. I mean, whether I'm just kind of biased for playing it, yeah, kind of watch. And there's definitely a bit of debate in the pro scene about the preparation on like star powers. I'm with you. I quite like that additional like damage side of things rather than the slow with the super. But I mean, I think it's really going to be quite assertive as long as they can kind of keep their distance and just spam things down. It's going to definitely restrict where Team Electros can really kind of navigate in that regard.
So we see pretty much the expected rollout, right? The wall of sound and then the Ziggy gadget that just spans a bunch of lightning. So they get blue star off of that. So where's the defense? Minmin already has a super. He's going to isolate Damien on the right side, get a kill on the left. 2 pickups, make it a team wipe and spawn onto Raz. And now Team Electro's going to run away with it. Yes, you did get the blue star without a traditional way of acquiring it, but was it really worth it?
Yeah, this is the thing. It's a very good early lead. God, they didn't quite get much value. Got a little bit of positioning power. Memon going very aggressive here. Going to put the hypercharge as well. He's all alone here, but I mean, he's in a great spot for it now, recollecting his team, and they should be able to pinch on Goodlam here as well. Actually going to be a trade here, only a 3-star lead now for Team Electros, so a little bit of back and forth here. But so far, I do like the confidence in which we've seen Team Electros in. Rocket Rain just going to miss Memon there as well, so Team Electros will survive that.
The way in which that trade happened, though, just reveals that Team Electros feel that they've already won this one, and they're pretty much just like pressing the buttons. Memon get battered and bruised. Snoy being taken down, make it a team wipe. Oh my goodness, and a 5-star lead for David's aura. TE's carelessness got the better of them.
And now that left-hand side so incredibly open as well, so Team Electros maybe starting to revert to that right, and yeah, that's exactly what Memon needs. Now they're going to come down as well with a huge slam. They should survive this also. Oh, I was going to say whether the Berry would survive that. Doing does able to get out of that alive. Memon's still going to go on the aggressive. Wants the 5 stars, missed one shot, gets the second follow-up though as well, but David Zora still in the lead, and these Berry heals will keep Memon back in the mix quickly.
10 seconds to go. Barry needs to use this hypercharge if possible. Snoy going to come in with the fire on the left side. Razuin jumping over. Need to see one kill. It's another one for David Zora. Countdown 3 seconds to go, and Memon can't survive. Oh my gosh, David Zora, you just pulled off a 20-star victory versus arguably the best in North America to kick off this set.
And this is what I'm saying, you know, like there's something about this squad. I mean, I don't know whether it'll be enough here today to continue this kind of thing, because, you know, it's all well and good doing it once. You get one sometimes against teams, but Team Electros are that squad that will punish the action and learn on the fly. But, I mean, I kind of want to see a set here. I'll be honest, I would love it to be all tied up.
See the same old rollout from David's aura, just like they did in game number 1. Must just be that confident in it. And hey, guess what? It stopped. Team Electros just the same. I think they might have tried to thread around the wall to one side versus the other. We're going to get that easy pickup off the beginning. David just didn't really have much they could do versus Snoy pinching from the left and Memon with superior range on the right. And as long as he stays raged up, he's going to have a whole lot of range and speed to work with. Still on the hunt for David, now empowered by those heals from Barry. And this time, Team Electros, they're not too eager to back up, really. But also another difference maker is that Godnoob is not able to get as much area taken up, not as much zoning from his super that he had in the last game. We'll see if David's able to still wreck house with his super. The Team Electros got to be ready for this time. It's written all over the wall. David has the super and needed to avoid getting stuck on the periphery of it, but you can only do so much. Memon expires, and Snoy nearly taken down by the Brock, who decided it was not worth it to walk forward and try and get that last rocket landed.
Good support there from Doin, just taking no chances, and I like that for Team Electros, who are still in the lead, only just. Nice connection there from Snoy, actually gets the pick up there on Raz also as well, so great gadget use there on the Overcooked. David now struggling a little bit, going to be going in low HP, immediately taken care of as well. Robotic Rats could be a real problem here for Godnoob on the right-hand side, but with the helping hand of these Berry Hills, will stay in this mix still again. Big taps from Snoy, and this is looking dangerous now for David Zora, because they got to push, and there's only 20 seconds left in this match.
Yeah, 8 stars to close this gap, and they need that blue star. Here's Doin. Oh my goodness, and the aggressive Barry plays ring true on the right side now, just keeping Snoy alive. What utility do David Zara have at this point? They have a hypercharge for Godnoob with no super for it, and Raz just has the raw stats. Hypercharge for David too. Do they dare push forward? Memon's gonna pick up one, and the next one goes to Doin on the right side. Team Electros strike back.
I like that little micro play there from Memon towards the end as well. Not actually shooting the Damien, knowing full well that he's going to be feeding in that super otherwise. And that's going to allow Damien to go on that absolute tear towards the end. And it just meant that things were kind of deflated on the side there of David Zora in those final moments. But this is what I was saying, do Team Electros give David Zora the set? I think they're starting to really get into the flow of this game. And immediately at the bat, look at that aggression there from Snoy. Despite the Ziggy spam, the blue star still goes straight into Team Electros' pocket.
Yeah, Team Electros have figured it out by now. They get that blue star, and they're still going to keep pressing because they want more than this. Going to get a bunch of rage from Memon on the left side off of David. Drops into nearly one-tap range. Yes, 1, 2, and on the right side, Snoy picks up a third to make it a full team wipe. And that's only 30 seconds into the game.
Because they know that at the early outset of this match, the Brock is not setting up the map to their advantage, so they just got to get the stars in that early scenario. Look at this pinch as well. This is kind of disgusting. Snoy might choose to break, and he does there as well. Continuation gadget. Rad's going to burn down, but it's actually not necessarily a team wipe yet again. Still, a 9-star lead, and the blue is a fantastic way to start things off. And look at this aggression is continuing forwards from Doin. He's disgusting on this Barry.
Yeah, Doin knows that when there are no walls in play, actually he does sort of have an advantage because he can dash forward, use the gadget in combination, and get a full combo onto Godnoob. It's a huge threat. Obviously, Ziggy was just not the thing to play into. It's not when you have wall break present, but here we go. David in, and almost no value. You saw the method, though. They wanted to get Damien in and then have Raz super on top of it. Issue is that Snoy and Memon weren't wedged against the speakers as they were supposed to get maximum value. It'll be another one for Snoy, and Memon's hungry on the right side for yet another snack, but David snaps up a kill to close this gap to only 6 stars.
Great heals yet again from Doin, doing so much work in this game, but I see exactly what the idea is for David Zora here, and I think they're doing a commendable work at trying to get that synergy between that Brock and that Damien, but it's just still so much work when Doin is taking care of Godnoob with that left-hand side now with 10 seconds remaining. Snoy is still in such an aggressive spot. It's been really hard for David Zora to push into this, and David now going to have to work around this. I just don't think there's time for all the stars. Team Electros on 19 to the 13 of David Zora, and another set for Team Electros.
Again, I want to call out the same respect for David Zara as we did in set number 1, because this was, this spoke about ingenuity in the draft. I liked the way that they acquired the blue star. It was inventive, and this was also, interestingly, the expectation, okay? Because we knew that as an underdog team of this degree, when you're number 10 seed facing number 2, you have got to come up with some creative draft that Team Electros cannot spot. But Team Electros, like, who cares if they saw it in advance? They reacted in the moment. They just have that intuition to know that actually Barry is able to dip this, especially if I have a sightline on you. But another thing I will point out is that there were some collisions in what these different brawlers are supposed to do for David Zora. The wall break very much goes against what Damien needs and what Ziggy needs as individual brawlers that require those walls to be up. So there is still potential for things to be improved from the draft perspective, but again, thanks a lot, David Zora, because I like to see something creative and something fresh in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, slightly counterintuitive, but I mean, look at that stat. I mean, on the 11 for the Ash, really, really great stuff. But I mean, doing primarily support there, we're not seeing the heal stats as well, which I know are going to be through the roof for him. So I think that a lot of that victory, certainly, despite having the lower of the stats, was just everywhere for his squad to just ensure that survivability. But you're absolutely right. I mean, I didn't mind that draft at all, despite, like you said, like having a lot of the wall break kind of taking away what Damien can bring. But again, with that gadget with Damien, you can kind of bring some of those walls back as well. Pit Stop is definitely a map which has got a ton of those. It's got to be said, Pit Stop and Heist straight up next. A really difficult map, honestly, for me when it comes to draft, because there's just a lot of serious threats you've got to heavily consider. Of course, the kit being globally banned going to be one of those that's out the mix already, but there's another one that I'm really concerned to come through, and it's going to be Edgar already. Buzz ban Nita as well, so I like that. The Cordelis ban as well, which is a fantastic brawler on the defense, which might opt tools like maybe Otis or Lou as well in that regard to have, but the Colt ban as well, great to see. Berry can absolutely have a good time here as well as the Kaze.
Bans are fascinating over here. A lot of the power players banned out, but not exactly the ones that we typically see banned. No interest in the Miko, funnily enough, after what we saw moments ago. And keep in mind, everyone, this is David's Aura's
really
map
your
pick.
best?
So this is where they felt more comfortable. If you like set 2, you're going to love set 3. At least from the David's Aura department. We see Barry making it, whoa, okay, lightning fast draft over here. Lou for a defensive brawler, and then Barry is able to sort of flex between the two, but usually occupies mid and uses his gadget to get lots of safe damage. And also, it's going to benefit Snowy because he has some healing on top of that safe when supported by Barry. David Zora, this is a really conservative draft from them, though. This is like the old map.
Open here. I mean, with the floated time gadget, it's just really an immediate access to the safe, and I just kind of wonder whether are we kind of missing a trick. It worked out so well here in East Asia. Like, I don't know whether maybe we've seen enough time for it to kind of like go across the regions, but I think it may have been a bit of a miss of a trick. Rika could have come in and still a brawl, which I'm sort of warming to at the moment. East Asia really had it pretty much everywhere. I think it might be one of the first times we're seeing it today so far in North America. You can get some value for sure here.
I'm just not really convinced by the Rico matchup. It's not like you have multi-ball launcher anymore, so you're not going to be able to... Yeah, you're not going to be able to fend off an Edgar unless you're like pretty good, maybe relying on Edgar to accidentally punch the little like gumball machine that you spawn because he has piercing shots. So there's potential for that to be played around in the individual matchup, but I don't love the Rico's matchups so much. I think you should be able to hold down a lane versus a Lou, and that's about it. They're not able to get that nailed down, and Razwin's going to have to play around mid instead.
Well, immediately Team Electrus are on the safe with that Edgar causing a lot of damage. God Noob going to have to do his best to be able to defend this, and it's still going to be a safe crack already immediately from the bat for Team Electrus. A fantastic start, still doing fantastic work on this Berry pick on the right-hand side, and just staying firm, keeping his heels in for himself, now going on the aggressive to land that shot on the safe, and that's going to trickle down over time and surely lead to a second crack.
Okay, Razwin all sped up, is able to win the predictable matchup, and now we'll see him on the right side getting a bunch of damage laid into that safe. David also exactly where he needs to be, and Godnoob doing his best job of defense. Memon can't jump twice, though, it would appear, and Godnoob is actually going to be able to get this kill in tandem with Razwin. They've taken a lot of damage, and the defense has been solid, but they haven't been able to deal enough damage to make it all worth it.
Well, there is the second crack for Team Electricity. Was delayed slightly there as the Berry was not able to get the trickle-down damage. Great freeze there as well from Snowy. They should be able to get Godwin off the back of that, but Memon's muted out yet again. Some great defense happening on this Otis pick, but it's still that continuation aggression. Now, Team Electricity have just got that final 24%. They might even be done here and now as Memon is there with the support that he needs, and Team Electros are starting to run away with this.
Yeah, I really think the Berry was a difference maker for them. The rest of it comes down to, yes, you have solid brawlers in the map, and also the individual players on Team Electros are great players all around. I actually was quite impressed by what we saw from David's Aura, though. They were able to get the Kaze and the Rico both on the safe and get the matchups on lane that they needed. Some of that could be attributed to just like luck. You know, can I get my brawler on the correct matchup off the beginning of the game? We'll see exactly that. In fact, Snowy rotates over to mid because he doesn't really want to take this Rico unless he's able to get a pinch, which he will with Duan on the right side. Memon breaks through on the left in a 1v2. And what can you even do about that if your opponent is that good?
I like that, being resourceful there from Duan to leave the shot knowing that it was going to be enough to get the crack regardless, and then keep that ammo to the right-hand side. David trying to scoot on through there with Raz and gets onto the safe as well. Another crack then on the side of David's Aura, but it's Duan that is doing so much damage though on this safe, and Team Electros are already getting their second crack surely here.
just keeping a watchful eye on Duan because he's contributing the majority of the damage alongside Memon, who is reliably getting the heals. David still has to thin these guys out of here, but the damage is not enough. Razwan's going to do everything he can, but the survivability is on point. And Snoy, low cortisol. Wait, hold up. That's me on the interview. In the interview, I had low cortisol. Okay, no cortisol spikes today. Cross your fingers.
Man, you're catching some shade, you know.
that's not shade. I actually take that as a huge compliment if I inflict no adrenaline, no cortisol on someone in what's supposed to be the relaxed part of the show.
To be fair, you're right. I just kind of worry now that we seem to be getting targeted on the celebration. So
I love attention. Put me in more.
I mean, a very, very solid performance from Team Electros. It's got to be said. I think David's Aura, for sure, made some great moments and also some really good drafts. We were saying that coming in that it was really going to be down to the draft and having some unique ideas in that regard and trying to find a little bit of an angle against a team that have just got so much mechanics to their advantage. Again, doing lower in terms of those kills, but the support network was absolutely there for Memon to just get onto the safe time and time again. The damage that he was able to inflict on the safe, most prominently there, 813 or 81,000. Absolutely insane stuff from Team Electros, and they are just cooking today so far.
Memon for the second time in a row with the most kills, but he was also on the flashy brawlers, right? The whole team showing up in a great fashion again today. They need to win it all today to lock in World Finals already. And now we're breezing through these quarterfinals. 3-0, 3-1, 3-0. This fourth one better be a bit closer, Kenny.
And I think it will be. If any of the quarterfinals are going to be a banger today, I feel like it's this one. Vatic, of course, with a ton of stakes in this situation. On top of that, Legacy Esports have been playing spoiler in the past.
We want to head straight into the action of that quarterfinal number 4, Vatic versus Legacy Esports. Vatic looking very strong over the whole season already. They're just 42 points behind FA Bobby, sitting in that 4th slot and now looking the best to pick up that LCQ slot. They would qualify if they made top 4 already, so not a far way. They just need to win this first battle and they would make it. But Legacy, they played SpoilSport for a couple other teams already this year. They could do it again.
Yeah, I've been really enjoying watching them play recently. I think that they are starting to gain their flow again. We've seen a lot of roster changes in this region for sure. I think this year probably more than any other year actually in the BSC's history. So it takes some time to kind of get those things rolling, and now Zemp coming in as well. I'm curious to see like whether this is like the missing piece for this roster.
Yeah, Legacy beat Team Electros in March, so that's one of the teams that they spoiled their race and spoiled Brawl Cup for them effectively, and nearly upset Team Electros again now in the qualifiers. We talked about it already with Snoy in an interview. We also sat down with Sulan and Esliwi for this match.
This month, y'all have a huge opportunity to make it into top 3 because FA Bobby didn't qualify. Is that more motivating than other months?
Yeah, it's definitely more motivating knowing we can solidify ourselves into the top 3 potentially, or the top 3 spots. So we've been working really hard and hopefully it pays off.
What do you want to say to the teams that think they deserve to go to LAN over you guys?
I don't know how many more lands I've got in me, but hopefully they'll let me have one more. So out of the kindness of my heart, I'm asking for one more chance.
So, Zion, this month you guys decided to trade Rafiki for Zemp. Walk me through that decision and how it's actually worked out for your team.
Well, plain simple, I mean, Zemp and Rafiki sort of had the same roles. I guess I can't really go into full details on what happened, but ultimately me and Zeus, did the decision of taking Zemp in, and we're going to continue with Zemp for the last 2 months. Hope we can do well.
And would you say that continuing with Zemp has worked out better for you than with Rafiki?
I would say yes. Recently, I think we've been more comfortable playing with Zemp, so I would say yes.
So Ziolan, you're one of the longest standing top players in North America. And just recently we saw another top player, Bobby, announce his retirement at the end of the year. Has that caused you to reflect on your career?
100%. I've definitely thought about retiring. It has crossed my mind. Looking forward into the future, it really depends on the org scene in North America. Out of all the regions, North America has been left behind by a lot, so it truly depends on how next year looks. If it's sort of the same, I'm probably retiring, yes.
Okay. You guys have made some major upsets happen this year. Is there anything you want to say about your upset potential today?
Yeah, I mean, I think we look pretty solid. I think we can do it. I think one of the things me and Zeus think about the most is if we actually pull through and win it all, it'll be probably, I think, the hardest win in monthly final history, since considering all the teams we face leading to finals. So that's, I guess, our goal, and to see if we can get a few wins.
We saw in Zulan's classes, Brawl Stars was actually already open, so got to commend him for that. He's locked in already. They faced each other already, those two teams here. Legacy almost played sport for Vetic already in June. It was a 3-2 in the end. They pushed him all the way to the very last set and showed up with some, in particular, really good draft.
I think their seeding is really deceptive, and obviously they made a slight roster change. Reddy and Zulan chatted about that in their interview, but this is a team that every time I watch them, I feel like they play better than what the standings show. I think they've got a lot of potential in them. I think this region has like a top 4 in terms of the standings, in terms of results, obviously with grand finals appearances and such. But I really feel like Legacy might be that number 5 team, or maybe even potential to move upward in terms of a power ranking, if you will.
We learned it already. Vetic only has to make top 4 to make it into LCQ, already to lock in that spot over FA Bobby. And Legacy could cut that journey short today.
Yeah, they are a team which are renowned for spoiling the fun. They just absolutely are. I mean, even this month in qualifiers, getting a 2-3 scoreline against Team Electros, they almost qualified through the upper bracket had they won that matchup. So the bracket today could have looked very, very different in that regard. I think that for me, Legacy, I mean, can we touch as well on the fact that Zulan just like said to report already that he's like seriously considering retiring? That's massive news to me. I mean, Zulan is an absolute OG in the scene, and like I get a bit worried like when a lot of these guys are kind of like speaking this way, and it's like, you know, it just goes to show like how valuable the time is that we've got this season, and getting the results in, it's never been harder. I think this season's been quite brutal, and just like, you know, keep your heads up, guys. Come on. Like, we want to see you back, and we want to see you kind of keep thriving on, because, you know, these are the guys that we sort of grew up with on the scene.
Yeah, we have 4 FA teams this month in NA, so Orcs pick up some of these teams. They can still make it to the World Finals and also LCQ, so get them as long as they're still hot, something like that. And Zulan, please don't retire. You've been too good for the last couple of years already. Not going to Worlds again this year, as they are mathematically out of postseason already. But you never know what can happen, you know? Maybe he can join another challenger team, make it through that as well, or we're just gonna see you again next year. Golden Gulch, Hard Rock Mine, Dry Season, Kaboom Canyon, and then Open Business are the maps for this series. We start again on Golden Gulch. Kenny, you didn't get the honor to cast that map yet. You excited?
I do like it. I think this is going to be setting up for a fun one too. Hard Rock Mine's been one of my favorites just because of the long-standing tradition that it has had in Brawl Esports, but additionally, new meta, a lot of different strategies going into it, and I feel like Vatic have kind of a unique spin on it.
We have a Star Nova now banned out in the global bans. She was picked up on the Golden Gulch today. Has a 100% win rate here in NA so far. Not going to be picked up now. 2 Buffy Brawlers out of the way alongside Crow as well.
Yeah, I don't mind the Crow ban, especially in this region as well. I think that Crow is still very, very dangerous, and despite some nerfs, I'm glad to see it didn't kind of get touched as heavily as going to be proposed on the side of Supercell, so still very much viable. 86% are watching on event.brawlstars.com feel like Vatic will still take this one. Legacy, just 14%. I don't think that's necessarily the case for me, at least, but I think that there's something to be said there. Vatic are looking very strong at the moment.
One of the highest stakes matches, at least in the quarterfinals, kicking things off now on Gold Arm Gulch. Very important note here as well. Through the global bans, Damien once again. He was picked up a couple of times in the previous one, was globally banned as the most global banned brawler in every single region so far in NA. This is already the 2nd time he's open.
I'll also add on to the spinny cap with a monster and like that, the energy drink in hand, like that's a crazy combination out of the young man. Just staggering on the player cam instantly. And a Charlie early, too. So I'm curious to see what these bans are
That's a
to kind of provoke that
hypercharged
pick.
Leon, you know?
That's fair. Yeah, that is literally a hypercharged Leon.
He was rocking it last month as well. Like, so, like, I distinctly remember it, and we kind of want to give it a spin. I'm itching to, honestly. Charlie coming through as the first pick Brawl is kind of an interesting prospect. As we know, it's a really, really strong counter to Damien, so that's already immediately on the cards there for Vatic. So I quite like where they're going and at least thinking on that side of things. Jay Young will come in. This is quite an interesting brawler, quite aggressive by nature and having that additional speed as well. It's going to be very much welcomed. Sometimes you get like an Ollie pairing with that as well, which could be interesting to see. Or if they want to open up the map, they've got that ability too also. But yeah, I quite like the Jay Young. It gives them options.
Yeah, some speed, some heals, a couple of options still left open that we've seen them play often in scrims. Pierce, Rico, 2 of those. And I don't mind the Ollie shot either. Chire with the Jay Young can definitely make some use out of that. Damien still left open too. Could be an option alongside Jay Young too. Kit is going to be it instead. Don't mind it. He showed up a couple of times today already on Knockout and Bounty in particular. He can always play a huge role in turning things around when the smoke comes in.
With Gene and Pearl both banned too, I think Vision just has a harder time here. So I wonder if somebody like the Cardboard Box, obviously, and Kit, the Leon, and the Lollipop Drop gives him the invisibility. I think that will definitely like indicate how players feel about this, because I think it makes it an easier run for them for sure.
Great. Going to come in for Vatic then. And definitely an aggressive brawler, but also has the ability to have that escape mechanism, some heals off the back of those dimensional doors too. Definitely going to be quite useful, combined with Doug, but more heals as well. And some cheese, yeah, I mean, I don't mind it.
You just can't let them have Doc and Kid. Those two are kind of famous for being a bit too cheesy. And a map like this one in particular, I actually believe, by the way, that Vatic is wearing those 2 caps because we called them, coming into the season, the Onk and his 2 rookies. Now they're kind of showing us here that they're taking their role seriously.
I was working that month, so it definitely wasn't me. I can hold my hands up and be clear of it.
Yeah, Onk is not a word in Ark's
definitely
vocabulary.
not in my vocabulary, yeah. No,
he's not allowed to call anyone an Onk. Cordelia coming in then. I like it, especially into that Doc. We don't have too much range on that right-hand side.
Cordelia is just a full defensive pick there as well. So Legacy Esports going to be doing it their best, but a rare opportunity for Vatic. FA Bobby did not make the top 8, and therefore, with only 3 spots available in North America, a quarterfinals exit and an appearance in the semifinal is a must. Is pressing times for Unk and his 2, kind of upstart youngsters on this squad as well. And meantime, is the long-time heroes on Legacy. Zeus and Zulon tenured in this stage, as now Zeus is going to go invisible right in the face of Ducky. A few extra swipes, a walking cane through. Trade going down for both sides. The Spiderlings will provide a little bit of coverage, and Ducky there for the heals.
Yeah, FA Bobby certainly be watching from the sidelines, cheering heavily here for Legacy. It's Vatic that are pushed back immediately so. And Zulan and Zeus doing a great job together here to ensure things, but there is a takedown on the Zeb who overextended there. So some work to be done to be able to claim back this deficit 2v2 now. That Cocoon though is going to cause a real problem, because as soon then as Zulan comes out, immediately eradicated. Yeah, and there's a swift exit there for them. Vatic making that ending look quite strong.
Yeah, I got to the 2v2 situation, but once that Cocoon landed, it just ensured that Doug could position himself, stampede right on top of the enemy side, and just drop the hammer. Bilal on this left-hand side doing a scouting report as well. Yo-yo back and forth, so clears out that left-hand side lane. They know the right. Oh, an excellent grab there, too. By opening up this map, this gets even better. Ducky getting super aggressive, though. Knows he has the hot dog unreturned, though. So instead of dying, he comes back to life, and it pushes Legacy to the top right-hand corner.
Serious aggression here from Vatic, and I really like the way that they synergize that push. And Legacy have got some time, but the gas will eventually inevitably come forwards here. Shielding for Ducky as well, tapping Zeb, but there's another walking cane. These walking canes are absolutely disgusting here from Ducky. And it's the 3 versus 2 immediately as Zeb goes down yet again as the first player from Legacy to fall.
Yeah, now Zulon with no super, nothing to show for it, and Zeus, of course, can dive on, but has to just go headlong at the enemies. This is going to be a conceding of a round. Just never really had a chance in that fight. Cordelius is not somebody that you want to see in these in-game scenarios as your 2v3, your 1v-something brawlers, because it's just going to be really hard for him to frag out. He is more there to defend against the enemies. That's why they brought him as a 6th pick, but as a result, when they lost somebody in their time early, it just makes it really difficult for the strategy to shine.
Vatic made that look incredibly good. I've got to be honest. I mean, I think the the way that this comp is working together with that Grey. If Ducky keeps landing these walking canes consistently, going to be opening up the map so quickly as well. There's another one. We're not going to break too much more than just that one single tile of the bush, but now look at jump. I'm sure that they are aware to it as that tap was there as well. So communication needed for Vatic to ensure that they are ready for a potential inbound kit. Jaeyoung with Super now speed coming in. Prove a potential push for Legacy, but now slowing down the pace ever so slightly. Ducky now having that TP going to be quite crucial.
Yeah, especially in the late stages of the game, can go with the enemy, make sure that they can get those tags. And of course, he can be aggressive. As long as Doug gets that super, everybody is basically safe. As Ducky goes backwards, looking for the long pull as well, but Zulon kept afloat by his teammate Jaeyoung. Now the extra heal is going out to Zeus as well, backpacking onto his teammate. Looking for a Shadow Realm here too, potentially towards these late stages as well. This is the first time Vatic have been on their heels.
Yeah, as Livy's going to be cautious here, tries to get those heals coming in, get that hot dog, which he'll need for that survivability in the late game coming in now. Zulan dodging these yo-yos as well. Zed coming in with the Weekend Warrior as well. 3 versus 2 now in favor of Vatic. Now a 3 versus 1. Zeb has to go back here, cannot risk to feed over any more utility, and there's already 2 hypercharges there for Vatic. Now cooking real steam.
That's exactly what was on my mind too. I mean, didn't feed a ton, and they're just going to mix this up entirely. So in the past, it's been each side going left. Oh, and it's an immediate right turn. The mind games are crazy. It's just Legacy who trying to catch the enemies off guard, but Vatic are doing the exact same thing. They have no idea where each other are, and suddenly coming to the realization now that they've cleared out each other's lanes that they just flip-flopped.
They found Zeus as well, that's massive. Now the Walking Cane follows up. Vatic really are playing this to perfection so far, but it's not done yet. Cardboard box for Zeus. Oh, and he almost went down there as well. That missed shot just towards the end allows the Jaeyoung to get the heal and to keep him alive for this inevitable push. Still 3 versus 3, but it's Vatic that have got all the control and a lot of hypercharges. It's a very dangerous prospect with a comp like this.
All the control and an additional life. Typically in knockout it's 3, but of course they dug hypercharge. It is 4 as long as they connect those shots. And now they've torn down the walls even more too. Zulon can drag somebody down. They need to get a separation play, but he has to be careful about who he isolates, as now Ducky can dive scot-free. A double takedown as well. Evaporation as Vatic separate themselves this set.
The problem here is, I mean, if you're Legacy, how do you come back fresh from that? I mean, that wasn't close. That wasn't convincing in any way for Legacy, and Vatic just seemed in control from start to finish. I feel like there was just not really a point in time in which I felt like Vatic were not going to be able to just secure it quite comfortably. And I feel like this is the moment where Zula's going to step up and really speak to the team in a way that gives them that confidence going in, because they've had a roster change, and it was them that went down, I think, twice in those rounds early on. Started to survive a bit better towards the later stages, but I mean, it was just kind of disgusting with the Grey and the Doug. There wasn't really much, I felt, at least, that Legacy could do about that.
Maybe the Jaeyoung picking up him as the first pick was a bit too risky, then Kit giving the Doug to the other side. I don't know if they really wanted to have this Kit Doug comp and they risked it. It didn't work out without the Doug, clearly, as Livy also gets the most kills on that. So the matches went on a bit too long. We also need some early kills here from the right-hand side so they can actually control that Doug. He will eventually get super just from healing his 2 teammates, so waiting for too long has really hurt them.
I think if you go early, though, it's a composition that can't really do that. I mean, Jaeyoung can instigate with speed, but what is a Cordelius going to do in that interaction? He's just outranged, and especially into a Charlie with Spiderlings, really hard to pierce through that. So I think no matter how you spin it, ultimately just a nasty composition on the left-hand side. Like, I don't really know by the time we got to that 6th pick if there was really a world where they were going to be saved in that moment. I think just really good strategy and then execution of the game plan as well. I think Legacy just had an uphill battle the second those 3 brawlers got selected.
We were really happy with Legacy's draft though last month, so I'm sure they can bounce back from this, show us a bit of a better draft, and they still have every chance against Vatic. Talked about it earlier today as well. Sometimes those teams get underestimated, and Vatic, yes, they have the momentum now that they need to make sure to not underestimate their opponents just now. We have Lou, Charlie, and Lola banned out on the right-hand side, then Griff, 8-bit, and Lou double ban on the right. We had a lot of Pearl in their scrims, would be left open, and definitely not a bad first pick here, as well as a Ruffs, for example. Just always shines on any map at the moment.
Pearl comes to mind for me overall in the early draft. Griff would have been somebody as well, but obviously in that ban stage on the left-hand side. Again, it's something I'm going to harp on all day on this map, but Vision, just such a crucial feature, and Pearl is great at getting damage, being a flex brawler in the middle, and that's a really interesting pick into the Pearl specifically, because typically that Incendiary gadget does give you great vision, and Sandy, of course, benefits from invisibility with the Sandstorm. The fanning shot from Pearl should be quite good into that, but I'm never really going to be too upset with the Stu, especially at a 2-3 turn.
Yeah, definitely lacking some range though on the side of Vatic. Could definitely benefit from something aggressive into third and final pick. But yeah, Pearl's catapulted forwards now in terms of the meta. Really has. I mean, the gadget itself, the Overcooked, has that burn effect, and it's just very aggressive. You can pretty much almost one-shot Brawlers even just with that and a follow-up shot alone. So definitely a very dangerous prospect. Ruff's going to come in on here this map as well. Again, wall break, very essential. Kind of curious to see whether we might see a Rico coming in on the other side of the field as well. It's definitely been coming back, but still, America seems a bit sheepish towards that Brawler today.
Those are the two brawlers that I mentioned coming into the draft. Definitely the two that I quite like in a map like this one. So for me, Legacy has the upper hand here. Stu also doesn't handle too well with Ruff's sandbags if they choose to place them in mid. Obviously, that Stu is potentially going to play gem carry on the left. Then, as we mentioned, Pearl has a lot more range, and she also has that survivability, because if they still decide to come in with something aggressive on the left, we saw Ash or Boss come out at times on Hard Rock Mine, that Pearl just has a super eventually, and it will shut down any aggression. Nida now coming in as well, doing the same thing. Good tank counter. Rico is the last big group back in 22.
Love it. I think Nida on paper is like a very solid matchup into the first two brawlers, and then Rico going for the high DPS, some old-timey 2022 gameplay as you pointed to. So I think some pretty good shouts from both of these squads. I don't think this is an insta-win for either team, but I really like the control base that that the side of Legacy have. I like Rico for the little DPS feature, and on top of that, I think Pearl's just going to have a really good time in general. Just going to be able to preserve her life, not going to get shredded through too easily by any of those brawlers. I think this could be a Legacy bounce back potentially.
Yeah, I agree. I think especially if the Ruffs has a good game on the side there of Legacy and breaks open the map, then Livy is going to have less opportunity to really make the value that he needs to shine from that Rico pick. But, I mean, the buffies are working quite nicely with Rico, especially on a Hard Rock Mine. I mean, two go hand in hand. But, yeah, I'm looking to see how quickly Zeus can get those supers down on the map. I'm assuming that he's going with the wall break here. We'll see shortly enough. Looks like it. Yep.
There you go. And especially pick out of his Livy, too. Love seeing him operate this Rico, something he's done to perfection for many years in his career now as the take cover goes down. That's going to be a constant rotation here. Really interesting because traditionally it's going to be left, middle, right, but it feels like Legacy so far are really playing together, and it's forced Vatic to cluster up as well, and this is so far going to the advantage of Legacy.
There's Livy running a little bit of retreat as well, going to make it much harder for him to... Well, a lot harder for Legacy to be able to find the shots that will land into him. Nice Ducky as well, evading that overcooked gadget. Good taps as well from his Livy and a takedown of Zeus. Now, Vatic can push forwards ever so slightly. Zeus will be quite healthy, but those taps from his Livy are stinging.
Wall break's honestly kind of hurting that right-hand side. It's really forcing Zulon to play this left hand in. Ideally, Zulon is going to go straight at Bilal. A little bit easier to outrange, distance. Sandy can't shred through it quickly. And Zimp, as a result, is going to be able to get a little more access in the mid. Ducky's rotating to the open right-hand side to take cover. Extra Instigator to try and keep them up. Bilal now goes over this side as well. Going to pierce through all those sandbags on each side, just going back and forth. A standstill in terms of kills, but it's still a large lead for Ducky and his squad.
Big harbor charge here from Zulan as well, but he will fall down that left-hand side, and as Livy is actually now going to team up with Ducky, claim the gems all for themselves as a team wipe for Vatic, and that's going to be a very slow and sluggish respawn coming in here from Legacy. Hypercharge for his Livy. The gems safely with Ducky, you can just dash away. Very tough for Legacy to do much about this, and that's just going to be very clear cut. Vatic will take the first game of this set.
Routine game there for Vatic. Just kind of got the gems early on, never really let go. I feel like the mechanics are showing through too, and I do feel like this is very winnable off the draft from Legacy. I think this early game just has to be better. We didn't see a lot of Bruce the Bears get into mix, and the wall break choice, I think it makes sense that they want that going into this other side, especially when you see Rico. You know, you want to take away the advantage that he has on this map, put Sandy out in the open a little bit more, but Ducky did a good job of maneuvering through that open space, and more importantly, I think the whole squad of Vatic just never really gave Zulon a fighting chance.
I noticed as well that, interestingly, as Livy's running Bounty Castle too, maybe for the rough sandbags to get that additional damage spray to eradicate them quickly, as that does seem to be something which does slow down Rico ever so slightly, although he can pretty much shred through them. Sometimes they take a little bit more time, and with the Stu especially, it's a pretty good there. It is in action, slowing down Zeus on that ending of the spray as well there. Gets double teamed though, falls down himself now as that right-hand side broken up by Zeus. Zulan already going to the aggressive spot, trying to get this Bruce Bear early on, and oh, that's a big tap from Livy. Should get the upper hand there as well, and does.
Extra speed allowed him to just get the additional juke. Oh, and now the long range going down. A follow through from Bilal, and an excellent team wipe coming out of Vatic, who now extended with a large lead. Zulon staggered from his team. Zemp trying to rush in to get some recovery, but it's not enough. Another one was Livy feeling himself at this point. A little bit of a heat check, but no real contact in that one.
Yeah, it's Livy's so dangerous here, running that robo retreats and that damage gear as well, and just really utilizing these walls to the best of their abilities. Now Zulan gets Bruce the Bear coming down that right-hand side though. This is a chance now for Legs to make up for some very much lost time. Keeping Bilal back, he's got 3 gems as well. Now Zeus can push down this, and Ducky can't really do much with the sandbags in this space.
Pivotal pickup, and on top of that, Zeus is able to scoop in the gems, additionally powering up with a dog treat for Pearl, so now she's going to be beefier, do more damage. The more passive she can be, the more damage that shot does. A nice trade there, but Rico is somebody to watch right now. He's got the hypercharge, and he is tempted by it. So Livy started this game off hot, but just a couple misses with those super have certainly been detrimental for his squad.
As Livy's survivability on 116 HP continues as well. The range perfectly done as well. And now look at this, Vatic have just taken back control as Livy's still just on a slither of HP, but it's just got the range advantage. Nothing Zulan can do. And every time they try to shoot, Livy should be able to go back. And now he's got a super as well. Really disgusting stuff. Gems dropped, the Legacy starting to really fumble this.
They've got control, and now they've gotten a second gem. I loved Vatic's choice of buying time, making sure they pin the enemies in the spawn and allowing 2 gems. They could have crafted a 10, instead going for it at 11, knowing they had the numbers advantage, and now there's no reset in the mid, especially with a double takedown there. Zems left on an island by himself. Vatic cleaning house right now. This was competitive just a month ago, but right now it is smooth sailing for the Blue Waters.
I genuinely don't think I've seen a brawler stay on that level of HP for as long as Livy did there. I mean, just unbelievable stuff, and just really playing that Rico to perfection. He was just everywhere on that map. A real problem that Legacy just could not solve from start to finish, and it's starting to look kind of bleak, I feel, for me. Honestly, I feel like the way that Vatic have come in so heavily prepared for this, just top-notch drafts, the mechanics to match. I think that we are still only 1 draft away from Legacy making a potential comeback, though. At the moment, they've just got to get outside of their head enough to be able to focus in and lock down. I think that Vatic are just, again, like any other team, they've got weaknesses, but they're just not being exploited right now.
Vatic so far, just pretty perfect stuff. I mean, never really a moment where we've doubted them, where we've seen them lacking, and even with a couple mistakes saved from his Livy supers, like you called it out, he stayed alive for an eternity, just never managed to fall down. 335 DPS certainly stands out to me. And I think Legacy, this is not the team I'm used to watching. I don't think this is a roster problem or anything. Obviously, this is Zem's first top 8 with the squad, but I just know they're capable of better. Things going good so far for Vatic, but like you said, 1 good draft away. They've been in this matchup before. They've beaten, or not beaten, but come close to taking down this squad. They've beaten some top teams in the region. I want to see them dig deep here. Would love to see this drug on to at least 4.
This one would definitely be winnable. I liked the draft a lot, and especially that Nita should have had a bit more value into a Sandy and a Stu. Didn't work out for Legacy in the end, but the draft was a lot better than in set 1, so I have high hopes for them to turn things around. Funnily enough, in June, it was the same exact situation. Vetix takes the first 2 sets. Legacy then takes set 3 and 4, and only in the last one, Vatic comes out on top, 3-2 in the end, so they've been in this position before. Legacy feels most comfortable when they're under a lot of pressure, and pressure's definitely there now.
Gene Open, definitely a good shout here potentially for Vatic, as the Byron is all going to be on the side of Legacy for those heals. Definitely a Meg map as well. We haven't seen really any of Meg today, and I'm kind of quite surprised by that. Prospect is still so strong. Of course, with the helping hand of those buffies. Meeple, matches the Meeple gadget, ultimately going to be very strong to be able to assert your authority on this kind of map, and combining that as well with other brawlers like the Brock, I think going to be quite good. I mean, the Rage Quit as well also, depending on what comes next for Legacy in that regard, but I like the Pierce ban for sure. Those still could be open here and could be a problem to be had if they want to pick it up.
Legacy are a team that love Byron on this particular map, and they're a team that love Byron plus Ollie, but now that I've seen Wall Break, now that I see Meeple, I'm not necessarily as inclined to do that, but I think it's better to go Byron in the early because you can still use it as a flexible brawler. So instead of doing the Ollie, which I've seen them do in the past here, it's going to be Damien, especially with him somehow escaping the global ban stage, the most global bans entering today, the regular ban stage. I think that's a good value scoop up. I like his aggression. If he gets in the face of a Brock or a Meeple, he will shred through them.
We keep talking in Bounty about those brawlers that can pick up the blue star as well, like the Mortis, the Kaze, and all that. In NA so far, we haven't seen too much of that strategy. In the other 3 regions, it has been a thing. Now with Damien and Byron, they will be able to grab the blue star, as on the left we have nothing else that even just walks a little bit faster than the Damien with no dashes whatsoever on the field. Let's see if they're still going to pick up something like an Edgar here potentially to do just that. But that Charlie could shut an Edgar down quite easily.
Yeah, Charlie's a great pick though as well, because for Legacy they have to combine it with the Damien. There's such a hard counter for Damien that they just cannot afford to leave open.
They pick it anyways.
Well. Yeah, I mean, it kind of was one of those brawlers which by having the meeple in that stage of the draft for Vatic, they couldn't really risk taking the Edgar in on the side of Legacy because of the Rage Quit gadget. You jump in with Edgar, and then you're just standing high and dry and just get taken care of immediately with that stun. So I think the Edgar is still here, going to be very, very aggressive. I don't necessarily mind picking it in. It's like definitely going to have, you know, the Charlie to solve, but I think that the way that Vatic are playing so aggressively anyway, they can potentially overthrow us regardless.
That's what I wanted to see, because he will be able to pick up the blue star and is so good also into Damien. You can just jump over him whenever he has that knockback potential, and there he is. Bello gets the blue star.
So early lead for Vatic. The aggressive brawler is just going to have to take a back seat as Legacy will contain the entire map. It's going to be Vatic pushed all the way to their back spawn side. You're going to see a little revolving thing over Ducky's head. That's going to mean every 6 seconds he gets a super long-range rocket. So having that ability to go the extra distance is a big reason why Brock has been elevating this current meta. Palaldo sees an opportunity, diving straight at it. A little indecisive there. Went in, went out, charged up that super, and barely held on for dear life.
Good cocoon there from Zeus. I wasn't sure that he was trying to use spiderlings and maybe he had the wrong gadget at the very beginning, because he just kind of went for cocoon on like kind of a reason which wouldn't really make sense, but then it makes perfect sense now against the Edgar. So let's see now as the aggression of Legacy continues forwards. But now, Vatic able to come back with some defensiveness of their own. Big splash there from Zoom. Gonna get traded out though. Bit unfortunate for him because that was a nice takedown.
Unfortunate timing too, because it was 2 stars and then flipped back to 3 for Vatic as Byron was the one that got the kill confirmation first. Another instant cocoon there to play defense, and now Ducky trying to line up the additional shots. Didn't quite get something like a super though. Maybe he was trying to line up a rocket rain, but instead's left high and dry just in the back side now, looking for the extra distance as these walls start to crumble on the left-hand side. It's just Zimp holding on to a super. Zeus on top of that has a hypercharged super ready to go. They're going to be looking to trap one of the enemy brawlers, and I think Zimp's going to pounce, try and punch his way through, get those follow-up kills, and walk away with the win in 30 seconds. That's what you got to do if you're Legacy.
Oh, Ducky is just landing every single rocket here, and now getting so much utility off the back of this. Going to choose to break the right-hand side. It gives them a couple of options. Now them to come in with the Damien pick, and immediately then the cocoon is there, should seal the demise of Bilal when he comes out. No, able to jump away, so Legacy could not quite seal it in time. Still, with 10 seconds of the clock, Bilal's low here on the left-hand side. Can they find him enough? Missed shot from Zemp. He's going to be able to kill off the back of that as well and jump over things. Vatic can extend their lead now, but now Legacy come back in just the right time. Oh my word, 9 stars. And now some signs of life, finally, for Legacy.
Legacy with a really interesting in-game there. I got really nervous for them because they exhausted all those hypercharged utilities on that push that Edgar ended up surviving. And so with 15 seconds left, they're awkwardly just kind of they're just all regular shots, just walking down the map, left to just only the baseline kit, and they still got the job done. Really impressive, but we're going to see a repeat here. So Edgar, of course, with the gadget, bunny hops over this indestructible and has instant access to the middle. That's why you're seeing Edgar more frequently on this map. He's also just a much better brawler with all of those extra buffies that he got.
Zemp here already asserting his authority. Ducky with a long shot there onto Zulan. Just continuation taps into Zemp as well. Bilal going to finish him off. A good defense, a solid start here for Vatic. Zeus just trying to keep his Livy suppressed here. Bilal's dangerous here, and Zeus might be overextending slightly. Ducky going to land some rockets. Goes to the cocoon as well. They can't really risk going in on the aggressive just yet. These heals from Zulan to be there for support as well.
Extra heals going through as Zemp sees an opportunity, strikes, but on the other end, Bilal focus up top left as Zulan tries to walk down his teammate with the additional heals. Can't quite do so though. Zemp in the wide open, not going to be able to operate nearly as easily.
Another big splash there from Zulan. There's not enough to seal anyone's demise. Ducky's the hypercharge. Again, Zeus getting tapped up. Might have to choose the cocoon if these heals from Zulan are not going to be enough here. Ducky has the hypercharge, going to hold off for the moment, just use the rocket rain, and that might be still enough. Oh, jump in with the rocket laces, and Zeus will still get that takedown, and now things are starting to shift slightly as anyone for Legacy gives them the lead.
Zeus had the miss super, but a great coordination there. Zeus still following up, staying confident, getting the kill, and Zulan there to provide the heals to make sure he could stay alive. Preemptive super there, but it does push the enemy side back, so Legacy are going to have to take a beat here, just forcing that clock away. That's the biggest objective for Vatic. They're fighting the clock. They just have to survive this final push.
Hypercharge for Ducky, Hypercharge for Bilal, and these are things that definitely concern me. With no Cocoon yet for Zeus, it could be a time to go on the aggressive with this Damien coming in. They've got the support there as well. The knockback was perfectly timed. Vatic, though, are missing the blue star. This might be a chance for Zeus on the right-hand side. Can they find it? They do! That gives Vatic the lead, and they have plenty of time now to play defense and get another kill for good measure along the way as well. Match point for them. And what is a tied up set currently? Any one game will give Vatic a semi-finals appearance. For the Legacy is not over yet. There is still signs of life, but it is really getting a bit tight for time.
Definitely a challenging match so far, but it's a really good team on the Vatic side. Once again, Bilal with Blue Star in 2 straight games that have been decided by final 15-second push. It's all about the start here too. So it's an instant for Vatic. They're automatically going to take this lead every time. But Legacy, what is their decision making going to be early? What are Vatic going to do? The response has been some early aggression. They're chasing down Zip right now. They're getting a tag onto Zeus. Once again, a 3-0 lead. Zulon fighting for his life, fiending away all these shots, but he can't do enough juking in the world to dodge all that.
And that's the most convincing stuff for Vatic so far as well. Rocket Rain from Ducky still not going to make many connections, but that long range. Legacy can't really push too quickly into this map here. And anyway, that Ducky's shoes can pretty much land the incendiary down, just inflict still a lot of map control. Hypercharge, oh, but Rocket laces straight into the middle of all 3 players. Not too sure about that.
Yeah, that was a little wild, but I mean, it honestly worked out fine. The result was there. Process would be questionable for me, but nonetheless, still going well for Vatic. 8-3, 5-star separation, but it is Legacy who have all of a sudden encroached on the enemy lines. Super in the back pocket, Zip diving in, punches raining in on Bilal, but fisticuffs being met in the face there as Zeus gets stunned out, looking for a 512 HP. Ducky, who gets aggressive once again, dives away from Bilal. Now going in his Livy's face. It's going to be a walk away from Legacy. They've swung this 2 stars going their direction.
Now for Legacy, as they approach the 30-second mark on the clock, time for some defense. There's Livy having super. It's definitely going to be a threat to that. All 3 consecutive shots from Ducky. Always managed to get Zeb completely taken care of. It's down to these heals from Zulan, and Bilal knows to go in now as well. Jumping, gets the healer taken care of, and now the lead as well. Zeb's going to come in and does so at just the right time, but Vatic still have this lead. And now, with those rockets, Ducky's going to be able to play some serious defense.
Now a getaway opportunity here for Vatic, a cocoon for them, and now a takedown as well, down to 2 brawlers. Legacy's tournament life on the line, punches flying through, but Vatic escaping with flying colors. One of the most convincing games we've seen from them all year long. Clearly, they are hungry to try and push their way for an LCQ or World Final spot.
A crucial day for Vatic to get this right. They didn't skip a beat, honestly. A couple of moments where maybe Legacy could have got some sets, but I mean, they just had opportunities sometimes, just not consistently enough, in my opinion. Didn't necessarily feel like the drafts were that bad, in my opinion. I think just outmatched, outclassed. I mean, Vatic are just looking so dangerous. Their aggression speaks for itself, and their communication, their support network. It just feels like everything's working out well for them today.
We got every result possible on the board with these 2 teams so far. In April, the month where Vatic actually makes it all the way through to the grand finals, it's a 3-1 versus Legacy. In June, a 3-2, today a 3-0. And Vatic, the only reason they didn't make it into the grand finals last month was Team Electros, and Legacy were actually the ones to make that run possible for Vatic in April, knocking out Team Electros early on in the quarterfinals. They were thanking them back then. Now, they're thanking them, I guess, also for another point on the board and another step closer to LCQ for Vatic.
Thoroughly impressed with this squad. A 3 over Legacy is a huge statement, because I really do think Legacy are a very solid team. Like, in the NA power rankings, it may not reflect on the seeding necessarily, but I think they're just a solid class. This wasn't their best stuff today, and I know they're very much capable of more. Still some great players on that side. So Team Electros versus Vatic, going to be awesome to see. But meanwhile, we are heading into Tribe Gaming versus FA Homeless. Tyrant taking on his old organization, and this time it's for very high stakes in our Season 5.
It's going to be a super excited semi-final number 1. I'm a little bit frustrated, maybe even. We had months in North America too, where we had 4 or 5 3-2s. Today, everything 3-0 apart from a single quarterfinal. Give us some closer matchups, and I hope the semi-final one is going to deliver just that.
Yeah, I think, though, like 3-0s are reflective of good seeding, so we found the optimal matchups. No one can really be upset about how, like, these quarterfinals is structured, because I feel like we've truly found the top 4 in North America, at least right now, to go into the semis.
Tribe Gaming versus FA Homeless are the first ones to show us who deserves to go into the grand finals. Is it going to be Tribe Gaming, who want to win it all today, or at least making it into the grand finals? Because as we learned earlier, they need to perform better today than Vatic, and we know now that Vatic is also standing in the semis. Tribe Gaming needs to go a bit further to lock in that world slot.
I think Tribe Gaming are the favorites for me, and I'm sure for many people as well. I don't think that's a very hot take by any measure. They've been headliners of this region for multiple years now. 9 out of the last 10 grand finals they have made. The one that they lost was February of this year, the opening month. They are just a staple. It's really hard to take them down. On the other side, they've got some great players, but I just think Tribe Gaming, they're so driven right now. They have so much to play for. It's just hard for me to bet against them.
And then on the other side, we have FA Homeless, looking great already in the qualifiers. They did knock out as one of 2 teams, FA Bobby, and today come into their quarterfinals as well to beat Vic Day. Those 2 teams were still standing ahead of them in their race to the LCQ, so both of those teams actually hoping for the downfall of Vatic today, hoping they will drop out in the quarterfinals, because even if Homeless now makes it all the way and maybe wins it all today, they could still snatch that spot away of both FA Bobby and Vatic.
That'd be completely unreal. I mean, we're in the second to last month of the year. There's still a path to the postseason for these guys. So while it is possible, I'm not certain if it's entirely realistic. I always hope for a good story up here on the desk at least. So we'll see if they are able to bring the same fire that many other teams have tried and failed to take down Team Electros.
Yes, I'm super excited to see those 2 teams now face off against each other. I believe this is one of the matchups that we haven't seen too often so far, actually.
No, I mean, this is one of the unique ones. It's Season 5, and we're still getting great matchups and some great highlights alongside that from Tribe Gaming in the opener. It was fun to watch Momo play, some unique strategies going down there as we get this new meta, but it was still Tribe Gaming with great adjustments. It's going to be really hard to outdraft these guys in general. Their preparation, unmatched. Their gameplay, always there. Luffy with aggressive brawlers, RPM known for the tanky stuff, and the Diego Gamer, man, just an awesome playmaker no matter how you spin it. I feel like he's one of those brawlers that can just flex into just about anything. So far, so good for them too, and I think we've talked about it at top of show, but one of the big debates, are Tribe Gaming the #1? Are they enough to match into something like Team Electros? Can they finally push through and get that grand finals? If they want to do that, they're going to have to take care of business and get through yet another semis.
Yeah, it's a question we asked ourselves at the top of the show, and it's sort of one of the overarching questions in North America this year that it looks like it's going to take an entire season to answer. Will Tribe finally be able to get the upper hand? They're very much expected to make it into this grand finals, though against this FA Homeless roster, I think this is really just another step in the road. Another stepping stone for them to get to their ultimate destination. Homeless are going to try their best. They have made it to semifinals before, and they, I think a couple times now, have actually made it to set 5 in that series. One time they got reverse swept by what is now FA Bobby. And then, well, we saw a miracle for FA Bobby where they managed to reverse sweep both of their matches in a row to eventually win the monthly final. So there are possibilities of disasters. Maybe finally luck will be on their side.
Both of them have showed us some very ingenious drafts already, especially Tribe Gaming showing us some brawlers that they have not favored in scrims, which you'd think that scrimming above 400 sets, the most of any region, by the way, you'd think that they would have played every single brawler around the world at that point. But yes, they still showed us something new. Played a lot of Stu, and then on the other side from FA Homeless, we saw some more snipers. We saw the Miko kit comps, and yeah, overall, just really won with their draft, with the gameplay. Once again, FA Homeless scrimmed a lot less, so we're gonna see if maybe Tribe is missing some data from their opponents. Crystal Arcade, Dueling Beetles, Pin or Punt, and Layer Cake are going to be the maps for this matchup here in Kaboom Canyon, our random decider. We actually see new maps. My theory was that maybe Tribe isn't playing what has worked for them in scrims because they're still saving that for the later matches today. But we're not on the same map, so that was not correct.
Yeah, Crystal Arcade repeat there, and one of the things that stood out to me was the ducky gameplay of Pierce, I believe, in that quarterfinals match. And these maps don't really set up the same way for something like an obvious Pierce pick for me. Interesting to see these go through as well. Lumi once again in a global ban setting, Crow gonna go out. So those are, I feel like, more niche, not necessarily the big overwhelming S+ tier brawlers. That's what the right side did.
Starnova out of the way, Damien open once again. Are we going to see some more of that today already?
It's possible. I mean, we watched it not work just a moment ago, so I think that, you know, we're still going to be similarly cautious to how we approach the Damien. He is a brawler that, like, is really a couple of brawlers because you always have to pair him with some kind of support. He doesn't really stand on his own so well. So that's my thought, just like approaching the Damien on the day. A lot of other stuff just up in the air. The buffied brawlers are in play. A lot of people siding with Tribe Gaming. I'll count myself as one of them. Yeah, versus Homeless over here. You cannot really doubt the, and I'm going to say the word, I'm going to say the stinky word, consistent, right? And making it to the grand finals. But can you really argue with that? They've made it just about every single time.
Just about. They missed out one, and they still have never won one. So that is the huge goal for Tribe Gaming. Yes, they want to lock in World Finals, but they also want to get a monthly final win under the belt. You interviews Diego Gamer at the start of the series yourself, and he also felt like it's about time they make it there.
Yeah, it feels like they're due. This is too good of a squad. I feel like given their seeding in the region, the results, and also on top of that too, Brawl Cup was pretty solid. I mean, a top 4 showing overall is nothing to slouch at, especially given some of the quality of teams there. EMEA were on another level at that tournament, but they weren't too far behind. I feel like Tribe Gaming really believe in themselves right now. I don't know where they stand in terms of the peak of their previous year's powers, right? I don't know if this is like the tippy top of what we've seen from them, but I think they're slowly approaching that. I think if they keep doing what they're doing, they're going to be in a pretty solid spot at the end of the year and then postseason time as well.
We talked about this new balance changes already, the new patch. I feel like Tribe Gaming is feeling pretty comfortable on it so far. Also scrimmed it very often. Both of them are actually not really playing a lot of Damien. So despite it being open, I wouldn't just say that it is a must pick, despite Crystal Arcade, for example, being an excellent map for him. What we've seen is that he really needs a good matchup. So maybe if you want to pick him, don't pick him too early, ban out the Charlie for sure. And then even Edgar worked really well against him.
Yeah, I think one of the issues, though, with Damien is what I said earlier, where it feels like you have to pick some sort of support with him. We've seen Glowy as a way of doing that. We've seen Byron as a more popular one just because it's a better flex pick in general. And I feel like a lot of times you got to go for this on the turn where you have a couple of picks in a row, like 2, 3, or 4, 5. Otherwise, you might be like attempting to flex too hard with your last selection. I don't know if Damien is necessarily worthy of a last pick in many of the contexts in which I see him played.
So at least one of the 2 maps that Tribe Gaming was playing or choosing, they chose again in this one as well. Crystal Arcade is our first map for this one. They had Stu, Griff, and Ruff. So I'm excited to see if they're gonna pick it again. Let's find out. Tribe Gaming versus F8 Homeless. As I mentioned already, Tribe really loves a good Griff on a map like this one. I wouldn't be too surprised if F8 Homeless did their homework and are just banning him out right now. We saw their opponents previously, Momo, play a very short-range comp on that one. Sandy, it almost worked out. They came close to even winning a set in this one. Griff isn't banned out, Ruffs is though. And the first pick is on the side of Homeless. They themselves like to play Meg, Otis, and Spike. The Spike is showing a lot up here in NA, a lot more often than in any other region.
Yeah, it's really interesting. I haven't seen Spike a ton at all, but Otis, another one that's been showing up a little more in this region. Lou in the similar boat as well. And of course, Surge escaping the ban, or escaping the global ban, so going to be in the regular ban. And still, we see Meg, who's been, I feel like, a controversial one across our regions. Obviously, at the initial, like, June 30th balance changes, when all these new buffies rush in, Meg was unbelievable. But they did a good job of tuning her down. Clearly, pro players are a little more scared off by this. And I think to your point, Reddy, when you were talking about Damien, to me, one thing I've learned throughout this weekend is there's no brawler that's like safe. There's no guaranteed free wins, free square on that one overall pick. It's just really hard to get away with anything right now.
Yeah, and I think that's a good sign for a balanced meta, is that there's nothing that just immediately wins you and nothing that you can necessarily ban for to win on the first pick. Like we have seen in even previous metas that some would actually regard more balance than the present one. But here's the Griff that you called out, Sunny. Again, just like a stable brawler that here on Crystal Arcade will be able to bust open the left and right lanes if you so desire. You always have the opportunity of choice whether you're going to do that or not.
Energy! Max coming in as well. Surprising that she is actually sliding through the bans here, as any gem grab map is going to be really good for this brawler. It's super slick. She can heal her teammates now with sneaky sneakers. So the first sketch that isn't showing up as often anymore here. Meg, by the way, Kenny, you mentioned it was a pick that showed up across the regions. She has one of the highest win rates across the board. Despite not being the most picked, she is doing well if she's ever picked, and I do believe that Gem Grab and Hot Zone are usually her best. Smo now coming in as well. He has also been showing up quite often on a map like this one. If there's no wall break, which there is on the left, he's so good on a map like this one. It's super hard to get back into the game on Crystal Arcade once you're pushed out. Mo can do that for your team, make some space again if you are ever falling back into spawn.
Pearl's been a way to deal with Max previously. I wonder if that's overkill considering they've already got a lot of DPS going on with Mo. They've got the dive feature as well, and on top of that, they've just got a giant machine gun in Meg. Instead, they're going with Pierce, so clearly this is another one where I don't think it's like an obvious must pick on this map, but it's clearly something comfortable because this is now the third time they've drafted it.
Sniper into Max though.
Yeah.
It's usually not what you see. You usually see it the opposite way.
Yeah, and before Buffy's, the only context in which you'd see Meg is pretty much like into something like, and sorry, this is the best example on my mind, but like a Piper, some kind of sniper whose shots you're trying to bob and weave and just use your HP to get within range and take up space. A lot of times it was on a sort of hot zone map. However, Spike as a final selection was reported as one of the more popular picks and is generally a stable brawler. Curious how this is going to go on the lane. I think it should be able to beat the Mo just in a lane matchup. When push comes to shove and it gets into a close range matchup, it will become a little bit more technical for the individual players. Let's see who really has what it takes. Can Homeless finally break into a grand final despite being on the cusp so many times before? Or are we going to see the same old grand finals qualifier as we typically do with Tribe going on?
9 out of the past 10, it has been Tribe Gaming, but Homeless showing their stuff in the early quarterfinals. Now they've got a comfort pick with this Pierce. Another interesting turn of events in the meta. Call them what you like, folks, but it's just one of the longest tenured teams in this region, a franchise that has been so good throughout the years. And now they're playing against one of their oldest roster member, Tyrant, a long historical brawler going on the middle of this map. This time it's going to be him piloting the Pierce as the shells rain down. Luffy now circumventing this left-hand side as Diego Gamer goes straight at him. The double phase shift through. Excellent coordination, good team play, and a beautiful start for the blue side.
Yeah, and an adept rotation also just to stay away from Rafiki while getting the gems that he needs. You'll see the shield come out. It's an opportunity for Luffy to come in, clean up 1 and 2. Should be able to get Ducky, but Diego Gamer decides not to pinch, not to engage Rafiki on the right side either. You can see he has reservations about when he's going to go inside of that mech as well. Just wants to take some long-range shots if possible. It does work on his hypercharge, which is the strongest thing in the kit alongside the toolbox gadget that will allow you to abort your mech when it's on minimum HP if you so desire. Still looking at the rotation. Ducky occupies the left side. Luffy once again wins the lane on a right and should be able to help Diego Gamer pinch mid.
The more that I look at these matchups, the more I really like this RBM Spike pick, because into a Mo individually, it is solid. You have the light plant into Pierce on top of that. It was a single shot brawler, high DPS into something like Meg. What a flex pick and what a good shout there at the end. I think this is going to work out for them pretty well.
Let's see though, RBM must be on cooldown for life plant. Huge hypercharge plate for Luffy on the top side and weaves in between those shots from Ducky, who now has a hypercharge Mo super. Picks up 1 in close range just with his main attacks, waiting for the prime moment. Rafiki and Tyrant need to create some room. Gotta push in now, 5 seconds to go. Want the interruption, they'll manage to get on the backside. 1 gem carrier. RBM can't hold on to these, but he sure can provide a buffer zone for his teammates. We're counting up to 11 gems for Luffy now, and here comes the speed from Diego Gamer once again to take up as much space as possible as Homeless have to retreat before the next engage.
Luffy in a turtle shell on the bottom left-hand side as well. Ducky tiptoeing his way. They're trying to look for the enemy side as the coin shower goes in. 600 damage a second, raining in on Ducky. Now an extension of all the paper cuts shredding right through him as Rafiki pushes back on the right-hand side. So Tribe Gaming under heavy fire, but managed to hold on. A good job there of penetrating the defense, getting that reset, but ultimately Tribe just had too much control there. Once you drop those gems on your own spawn side, if you're getting to that point, it's really difficult to overtake. You got to have the most perfect mechanics, the most perfect juke to go all the way to the opposite end of the map and somehow walk it entirely back.
Yeah, the team play for Tribe here has often been Diego Gamer at mid, occasionally actually being overwhelmed by Tyrant as mid, but Luffy winning individual matchups on lane, a lot of times getting a kill, and RBM also being overwhelming versus the Mo matchup. That's just pandemonium. Luffy gets over-aggressive, actually, and does die to Tyrant. Tribe will have to pick up the pieces. Thankfully, they're able to trade on the right side. But Tribe do have control overall. They have control of the gem lead, of course, 4 gems in their hands. and now decide to focus his defense around the right side. Huge gadget from Rafiki, and Ducky's able to pick up the pieces. What a reaction from Homeless.
Very needed too, because Tribe were pushing the Homeless side spawn really hard, so the fact that they're able to escape out of that, a big deal. Meg this time rotating the left hand in. I feel like she's had a hard time, and I think that's one of the tricky things with Meg in this meta. She's been brought down with these recent balance changes. So if you pick her first overall, teams are responding quite well. DPS from Griff. Spike on that lane too, I think, can be quite favorable. So this is not going to be a freebie at all for Rafiki.
Watch again the lane rotations. RBM is just chasing down the mouse as much as he can, and Luffy doesn't really want that matchup, but he'll take what he has to. Rafiki now going for a pinch on RBM. Almost looked good, but the live plant saved him for a moment longer. Tyrant finally lines up that shot. Should be a kill for Luffy, and he can clean up Tyrant, but a well-timed Mo Super actually keeps him alive. Diego Gamer with the hypercharge heads for the back left corner. Only 10 seconds to go, and zero utility for Homeless. Discounting, of course, the hypercharge on the right side. Rafiki needs to make use of this within just 5 seconds, and great body blocks from RBM keep Diego Gamer alive to bring this set home for Tribe.
Beautifully done. Just all the way through that. Felt like they had the lead in a stronghold on those gyms, which is obviously very important for the game mode, but I think just good drafting. Again, I'm really really impressed with the Spike. I think it's just hard in this current situation to pull off a Meg first overall pick and not expect some retaliation going down. I feel like Meg wasn't going to have an easy time regardless of range. I feel for Rafiki there because I felt like he was just constantly popping that toolbox to back enemies away, but of course between the life plant or just the sheer damage that Griff has from output, it was really difficult to kind of find those wins.
Something I saw really reliably, though, was Tribe pretty much holding mid stable. They just made sure that Max stayed alive while RBM and Luffy won their respective lanes. RBM primarily holding control versus the Rat, which was one of the biggest issues for Homeless. They were not able to do really anything on that lane, and many times, as soon as they saw Spike approaching the Mo lane, they lane switched. They didn't even care if they had to go all the way back to spawn to rotate lanes because it was worth it. There was no point playing into RBM.
Luffy with an 8-piece as well, so definitely doing his diligence there as Diego Gamer was just stable. Up in the mid the entire time, like you talked about, and RBM not overwhelming in kills. I mean, Luffy was really the only one that cleaned house, but you can see it there in the numbers. DPS clearly favoring both of those brawlers, and then Diego Gamer just staying afloat. Now, as we move to Dueling Beetles, I'm sure these drafts will be very different. It's just been interesting to me to see how much Pierce, clearly that's something that the Homeless side feel like is a stronger brawler than maybe other teams do. It's worked out for them once, but the other couple times, it hasn't been as convincing to me yet.
Talking about interesting, Kenny, is this a good map for Homeless?
Well, I'm looking at your laptop here, and I'm seeing a lack of numbers. Would be my first initial thing. I'm assuming that means they haven't scrimmed it much.
Worst maps, just considering how often they won it, and still this is their map pick, actually, as Tribe Gaming once again chose to go first in map picks, which is something we barely ever saw this month, by the way. So Tribe, again, wins their own map. Homeless now goes over to Dueling Beetles, who, again, not a very good map for them, but maybe that's a trick, you know? Maybe they didn't want to show Tribe Gaming just what they actually want to show us on a map like this one. Pierce would be left open again. They showed it before. This time around, maybe with a little bit of wall break. We saw that earlier. It would work out even better. Mech is coming in here. They paired it with a Mortis and Scrims. Can work out here, I believe. Crow would be left. No, Crow is actually globally banned. That was their comp in Scrim. So Mac coming in here, she has a very big hitbox, so it's really easy to hit her, but a couple of the boulders that are super strong against her, like that Lou, are actually out of the way, so I don't mind that pick as a first one.
Yeah, you just have good survivability. You basically have to die twice to like truly die. You get popped out of the mech the first time, and then guess what? With your toolbox, you can just get a new one after 3 seconds and get some knockback out of it too. I think Griff is a good direction here because they're opening up the range game to go versus this Meg and outrange her. Also, just the fact that Griff has generally good survivability inside of the zone. You got business resilience. It is trickling HP, and with the fanning shot, you'll be able to make good use of Meg's fat hitbox and the fact that you can clear out an entire zone with a super or a hypercharged super, which would fulfill that role even better.
I was just looking at the quarterfinals, and FA Homeless lost a single map to Weekday. It was also Dueling Beetles, so why are you picking this map? I'm so confused.
I guess because Tribe are not going to prep it against them would be one of my guesses. That, plus they have some degree of confidence on Dueling Beetles. Maybe they have an information advantage over Tribe.
I wonder if they again pull the trigger on Pierce. I mean, they've been keen to it in terms of like lane matchups. They're outdistancing both of those brawlers. The interesting thing that they have to prepare for now is a Gray has appeared. There's no Ims alongside it, but that doesn't mean that Gray can't be lethal. Damien's still on the board. I would say Ash is somebody that frequently shows up on top of that too. Instead of turning and going a different direction, Glowy, somebody that I feel like has shown up a lot more in this second weekend. EMEA, I feel like it showed up a lot frequently when I was spectating them. I think Glowy's still in a very good spot as well. Just tethering onto opponents, it's really one of the most frustrating if you're playing against a good Glowy to go against.
Making sure that that Meg always stays in mecha, despite, of course, if she decides to pop her gadget. She will get her super back within just 5 seconds, so still a very, very decent opportunity for her to shine. Damien left open. Damien is going to get picked up here. Nonetheless, Charlie technically still left open. Edgar as well can work out super well into also Glowy and Meg, so that would be my pick here, potentially.
Remember what I said about Damien always requiring someone to go along with him on the 3 or the 2-3 or the 4-5 turn, and that's just how it plays out so often. This is also relying on a lack of damage from Tribe. They sort of teased that they would play, yep, this is exactly what I was thinking too. Because it worked earlier, by the way, Ash is going to have that tank trade. He's going to get a bunch of damage off of it. He has a heal that he can get with his gadget versus Damien. I think it's a pretty respectable matchup. I think you'll be able to out-DPS him. But there's also a technical requirement of this. You have to have the mechanics to, and also just like the team knowledge and synergy to stay away from the periphery of the Damien super so you don't end up getting stunned when he goes in. If they offer him a lot of damage, though, then yes, Damien is going to be getting repeated supers. I like the synergy, and honestly, I do favor this Damien and Glowy combo.
An RBM special, though. Ash coming in as the 6th pick, and they immediately shred through the wall with a piggy bank. A wall of sound going down, shredded through as well by Diego Gamer, who used the walking cane to penetrate right through that. And already they've fed a super disastrous. Now Diego Gamer's going to be able to establish that. It's going to be Tribe Gaming constantly on this point. They've rushed Ducky away, 3v1 situation, and the percentage points as they become even. This is slowly, I think, going to start favoring Tribe more and more.
I don't understand that rollout, why they decided to place Meg on the right side when they knew that Tribe were actually going to go for the wall break on the left. I mean, that's what you're supposed to do here. So there's room to improve, I suppose, for Homeless here. It led to them having suboptimal matchups in the beginning. Also, here comes the TP. RBM got those rats just when he needed to. It was about time that RBM got a buff for one of his signature brawlers.
I was going to say, it's an RBM kind of meta on this brawler. A tank trait, of course, making Ash significantly better. And now they've got 2 hypercharge super. RBM will expend the first, because he's going to go left-hand side. He's going to rush straight at Tyrant and Ducky, while Rafiki tries to branch out for his teammates. A couple shots going through. Finally, Homeless retaking, but the damage hasn't already been done. They are about 40% down. There's a teleport available. They're double sending it up the middle of the map. Rafiki, a goner, robotic rats, cash being distributed amongst the map. The tax rebate doing work, and somehow Ducky staying alive, but he can't find contact with the middle at all. 5% ticking upward. Rafiki doing his darn best, but with only a few left, it's going to be a simple teleport. Tribe Gaming should have this. I think Homeless realized it as well. I think the biggest thing for me there, that great teleport got online way too early.
It did, and I feel like it's just inherent to such a high HP and healing focused composition that you're going to give it to Gray. There's almost no point in juking because the whole point is to use your HP to get your way in on that point. I want to see a different rollout. Will they put the Meg on the left side and anticipate that? Yeah, I think they immediately realized their mistake, that Meg was worthless on the right side, and Rafiki needs these walls so badly. Also, interesting L shape over here is going to make it a little bit tougher for RBM to get in, but also means that Rafiki can't offer any pressure and creates pretty much an opportunity for Luffy to march forward. He eventually falls, and now this drops to a 3v2, but RBM has his first super, and now Tribe start to farm up their utility for the first push in, or for the second push in. But Homeless, this is exactly what they needed to do in game 1. I still don't fully understand why they didn't just do that from the get-go and why they had to learn it from the loss.
Yeah, Toolbox now pushing back Luffy as well as the wall of sound gets a nice little cutoff point, but it's a lot of low HP. Ducky barely hanging on and will emerge back in the mech as Luffy gets just hit hard. This tether is just so much to deal with right now as RBM with the tank trait going to stay alive. An easy super, a nice click there too just to lead all of that. Homeless with a much better showing here. Now they've entrapped RBM. A team wipe goes through the red roster. Beautiful bounce back.
Far better look, but now Diego Gamer has what he needs, a hypercharge. And while he's being sent back to the respawn, that's perfectly fine. He can hypercharge up and now get onto that point. He's thinking about it though, and the point wasn't, rather the TP wasn't properly primed, but it's okay. Diego Gamer's just working on the next one. It's a large advantage for Homeless right now as they're playing the comp as they needed to into what Tribe Gaming have selected. RBM still going to do his best. He has a super for the next time he TPs in, but it looks like it might be a lost cause.
Rafiki committing hard here just to ensure that Diego Gamer goes down. RBM doing his best to force everybody away, but the slimy sea creature just goes straight at the middle of the map with the gadget. Will tie things up. It is crazy what one game's difference does, and I think to your point, it was the initial start of the lanes. In the first game, Gray basically got a free super online, and additionally, Tribe just managed to get all the kills early. The wall of sound, you call it the little L shape there, a really interesting cutoff too, so I'm curious how they implement that more and more, because I think you can get some really fun ones where they can cut the enemy team off while also being able to keep their pinky toes in for free.
Yeah, it was a bit of an issue. Like, it wasn't 100% perfect. Also, anticipating the rotation of Damien over to the right side, Diego Gamer gets that hook. Tyrant in for the heal, and they cannot stay alive. They've had so much damage to Luffy. They end up getting taken down by his super. Ducky's going to attempt to pick up the pieces, though, but he really cannot do this. Eliminated by Diego Gamer, possibly on the left side. A desperate move for Luffy to take down Ducky, but Rafiki is here on the scene, and he has his healing help.
So Teleport once again going up, wall of sound in the middle of the map. RBM gets cut off by it, but the robotic rats will circumvent all around it. Tyrant forced away as well. Gonna have to dive deep here if they really want to get this done, and with Diego Gamer already with a hypercharged super available, I fear for Homeless here. This is a really hard strategy to overcome, and now especially with an early cashback. I mean, this is getting difficult. A double cycle as well. Luffy just eliminating opponent after opponent. They are just untethered by this.
Well, nicely played by Rafiki, though, because he takes advantage of an overextended enemy, and now he's got Diego Gamer right where he wants him, up against the edge, but it's going to go kind of sideways. Tyrant with a mass sphere with his hypercharge, looks for the kill, and Ducky is here to body block too. This is recoverable for Homeless, but it's going to be tough with this great hypercharge up.
It's going to be a constant cycling of brawlers up the middle of the map, especially with the lead here. It has to be instant eliminations. That's exactly what the red side are doing. They push Diego Gamer off the point as well. Luffy rotating in immediately. A slide through, a dive on with the super, but had enough indestructibility that the toolbox was enough. Rafiki cycling in as well, but 95% and climbing. RBM doing his best. Diego Gamer can basically just dip his pinky toes in there. The follow through from Luffy. It was an excellent effort out of Homeless, but the Gray strategy just too good.
Excellent adaptations from Tribe overall. The standout for me in game number 3, again, came right off the beginning of the game. It was that initial interaction with Luffy picking up a ton of damage with the Griff. He has been amazing at playing the Griff lately, and this is something we called out in the draft. You are able to take up so much space in mid, that big super that fans out, that pierces, and it comes right back when you're finished. Excellent stuff. I do think that we saw Homeless. But they have a similar
keep throwing me off too, though.
Yeah.
I've almost stuttered on it a few times. The abbreviation is just that close.
Yeah, but Homeless over here have repeatedly been able to get that Damien in. They just can't seem to support it long enough, and it ends up feeding. I still like the comp. But yes, Tribe have proven that I think with just superior team play, they are able to defeat it.
It's more like Hummel, not humble.
Hummel, yeah.
B is definitely missing, but yes. I mean, Ducky did phenomenal on that Meg. Definitely a good pick on their side. We were talking about doing their homework, though, and Tribe scrims so often. Arcs like to say that maybe it's actually a bad thing, because then you give your opponents so much information about what you like to play. But if FA Homeless actually did their homework, they would have seen that Gray is one of their most played comps. They feel really comfortable with it, so maybe just ban him out next time and it would have been fine. So yeah, the draft was fine, but doesn't really react to what Tribe likes to play or to what Tribe showed them in this one in particular. Now heading over to next map. This again is now Tribe's map pick, so let's see how they do. Pinhole Punt, a map we haven't seen them play today yet.
Almost even banning the Pierce here, which is really interesting. And something that stands out to me as well is this double Poco ban. So are we looking at things like Lu here, or things that normally a Poco gadget would counter out?
Yeah, I think that's it. And Lu comes in as a first selection, something that Poco absolutely shuts down. You can see that they wanted that Lu first also because they banned Stu, which is one of the best ways to deal with it. I still think there's room to interact with this. I think you're able to get into mid and push Lu back where he's not going to be as effective as he is out in the open. Movement-based brawlers are quite decent into Lu. Don't know if Mina is as large of a consideration here because it would be good to get into mid. Only issue is that you don't really have that much damage, and For example, Damien is a threat. Ash is very meta now and a threat once again. But it looks like Luffy is just deciding to be a Griff merchant today because this is like the third time in a row that they picked.
They love to play that brawler, and it works out more often than not, so why not? You already mentioned movement-based brawler are good into Lu. Max is left open, and she's so phenomenal at the moment. I'm so surprised to see her slide through the bans yet again. Would also be a great addition to the right side roster if Tribe doesn't pick her up now. I think Max here, and then maybe a tank come in at last pick. Damien still left open, Kenji as well. Leon could be that assassin we were talking about, but this leaves Max now open. I feel like at this stage, it kind of is a must pick for Homeless, no?
Max was a standout for me too, but I also want to make sure that they're covering at least a little bit of vision, because when you see that Leon, the lollipop drop is such a powerful asset. I'm curious what that is, because something in the past, like a Pearl has shown up here, but that's more on other maps. I don't know if that's necessarily a Brawl Ball kind of play.
Yeah, just as a reaction to the Leon, a lot of times Ash once again makes an appearance. The tank that counters tanks, will be saying that all day long, folks, because yes, that is a lot of times the function that he fulfills, and he's going to apply a bunch of pressure also in these bushes. But you might have to wave your sweet bushes goodbye, because Griff, with his piggy bank, is going to be exploding those quite quickly.
Ash is going to be feeding a lot of supers as well for both the Leon and the Griff, so let's see what comes in last. The healer wouldn't be too bad now. Poco bans out, Chloe would still be left open, for example, to help out that Ash. Meet Rob! Mac, I was about to mention her, then I thought, actually, it's not that good into the Griff again. But there she is, picking her up for the third time now already, I believe. I mean, sometimes comfort picks just work out, and this could be the first map now where for Homeless, she brings them some luck.
It just feels like a comfort for them too. That's something that I did it right there. Homeless have glued themselves to here. It's
not
just,
again.
I mean, it's been tripping me up all day. The logo's just so darn close. But Meg is something that they've been willing to die with, and additionally the Pierce as well. It's a good brawler. It's hard for me to overly fault them for that, but Clancy is going to feed off this other roster so well. Clancy is one of those brawlers that he's not some S-tier choice, but when he is picked, his win rate is high because players know it is going to be a great matchup.
Yeah, it's just like tough to fit him into a comp a lot of times. You just have to wait for the prime moment to make him work. The downfall of Clancy many times is just that it takes him so long to become effective. You need to get to level 3, get that gold badge in order to be effective in mid. You have a wide open mid over here. You should be able to scout out a good amount. Even though he starts off slow, Leon should be able to enable him to get into mid quickly and get him some good vision to start things off. You already see Luffy is going to be playing the Clancy today, so he's not a Griff merchant after all. And he nearly had an opening on the left side, but that's great super from Tyrant. I mean, really, really close on the timing there. That would have been a goal for Tribe otherwise.
Perfectly timed super, otherwise the Lobster was walking that one in as Rafiki takes on the right-hand side. Lollipop drop in the middle, and Diego Gamer playing mind games now invisible. They have no idea he's there as RBM releases a super, but doesn't make a lot of connection with anybody there. Luffy getting closer and closer to that tier 3, a dive forward, aggressive gameplay. Tribe Gaming swallowing every single one of the other opponents and deleting the walls alongside it. Not only do they have a lead, they have even more access to that goal.
Super efficient, and Homeless don't really have much to show for that. It's not like Tyrant has a super that he can use to take over mid. And watch how wide Rafiki flanks on the right side. It does create sort of a void and control that allows Tribe to gain some ground on the left side, but this is going quite well for Rafiki so far. Now just within striking distance of RBM, but it's only a trade, and here's the hypercharge. Diego Gamer bounced absolutely everywhere, still gets the kill, but I don't know if that was really worth the hypercharge. They're going to fall back to mid just as they were. The main difference being that Tyrant now has a super to upset.
Terrifying situation for Homeless. Now it is Clancy at tier 3. It is a goal blown wide open, but they at least have some kind of semblance of control as Rafiki tiptoes his way down this left-hand side. Luffy waiting for him, though, with a super available. If they dare get close to him, they are going to unleash a ton of DPS.
Watching this on the right side, Diego Gamer, wow, I can't believe he won that using the lollipop as a body block versus the little Meg. Still managed to hold on to that defense. And RBM is waiting for his enemy to make the first move, the first mistake, because he has this hypercharge in wait. Diego Gamer taking advantage of lack of information, but gets absolutely battered by Ducky's gadget on the left side. Luffy making a huge play. It's a hypercharge for it. He's going to try and send it all the way home. Pocketing on the left is fine. It'll be recoverable for Homeless, and I don't think it was really worth the big move.
Yeah, some awkward dribbling there, definitely. I think it's a little awkward situation as well now because Tyrant has fallen too low HP. They really had to rely on Ducky and Lou to stay up, hold that positioning, but Tribe lurking with an RBM hypercharge super, and now they have to make a big-time move. It's a tax rebate, goes for one. Rafiki, though, giving his team a fighting chance, at least low HP for Luffy. Dribbling left-hand side, sprinting down the way as Luffy goes through, but the takedown imminent. Close call from Luffy, but they ultimately get the job done in the blink of an eye. Match point for Tribe Gaming.
Super close one for Luffy there. He knew he had to dash out of the way because an Ashe on max level would have been able to one-shot him. Okay, he wouldn't have been able to body block that. So really, really smart. You can just see the game knowledge and how much of a veteran Luffy is in this game by how he played out that close final interaction. It is a match point for Tribe. They're threatening to 3-0 their opponent in the semifinal and make it to yet another grand final.
Left side wall deleted instantly by RBM, and eyes on Luffy as well. So early on in this bronze stage, operates similarly to Surge. If he gets these tags early, he's going to get better and better as he goes. But for now, he is a sitting duck. Ducky immediately jumps out of the super right there as Diego Gamer and him are in a war. It's daggers being flown down that left-hand side, but not quite enough for either to get the takedown.
Watching to see how long it takes Luffy to get leveled up, because despite Tribe having control of mid right now, it looks like the Homeless are just allowing them to because they don't want to feed Luffy. That, though, has distracted them. Diego Gamer inside the super with all the speed in the world gets to shove this one across the goal line.
Just impressive gameplay overall from Tribe Gaming throughout the whole day, and another early goal. Tyrant using his super offensively, trying to push Tribe Gaming back as far as possible. Now the Robotic Rats for the follow-through. A lollipop drop from Diego Gamer just to try and keep them in this. Grabs this ball, and he's going to dish it over to his left-hand side for sure. Luffy, a dive forward, can't get the takedown. Rafiki, an interesting call there. I think just knowing that if they don't get the kill there, it might have been an imminent goal. Instead, though, it's RBM covering for his teammates. Now a breakaway for Diego Gamer. I'm not sure he'll go for gold here, but he is definitely going to try. Oh, no! A blunder for sure. The toolbox not enough either. And an awkward sidestep. Diego Gamer can barely believe it as well.
That has got to be the worst way you can go down and out of a semifinal. You get to a stage, you've made it many times before, knowing that, well, in the previous times, we made it to set 5, and we just barely got diffed. But this one, 3-0, they fought hard, but that's humiliating to be disqualified like that.
Hurts for sure, because that was definitely stoppable. They dropped the lollipop drop, and I thought they were just going to use it as setup to try and establish a little control for the goal. And I think that's exactly what the Homeless side were anticipating, but instead they just get the easy walkthrough. A team this good, I hate to see them go like that, but Tribe Gaming through and through, just a solid squad overall. It's been a stable diet of them in NA for years.
You have to appreciate the effort, of course, from Homeless. I mean, Tyler trying to stay in the game for so long, and Ducky, a rookie this year, making a name for himself. Just so much effort put in. It really stinks that they went out this way because they actually did see pretty immediate success with Rafiki's addition to the roster when they traded him out for Zip. So to see him go down this way, it really does break my heart.
Tribe Gaming gives us the 4th 3-0 of the day. The top teams in this region truly established themselves as the strongest too. Diego Gamer there with 6 kills on that Leon, doing really well damage-wise. Also a lot more output on the left-hand side. Brawl isn't even about kills or damage, but if you just can't stay alive, you can't score or defend, as we've just seen, unfortunately. Tribe Gaming now in the grand finals, waiting for their opponent's Team Electros or Vatic. Who do you think is going to take this one?
This is a match that I'm super excited for either way. I mean, these are two teams that I've just watched really flourish this year. I don't think there's, at least from our perspective, any losers to be found in this match. I think for Vatic, this month means so much to get ahead of FA Bobby, who didn't qualify for this monthly final. I think sometimes it's that little bit that can push you over the edge to get results on the board. But Team Elect just looks so scary. It's too hard to call this, honestly. I voted for Vatic. I just think that they are looking just that little bit hungrier today. But this is a 50-50 for me.
The motivation is certainly there for the side of Vatic. We have a lot of Humble and Vatra today in NA. I didn't expect that.
Yeah, I know, right? We were talking about it yesterday in East Asia as well, so it did pop up, yeah.
But now we're heading into semi-final number 2 here in North America, July monthly finals. It's Team Electros versus Vatic. And this one is also a repeat of the June monthly finals. They were both standing in the semi-finals as well. Electros comes out on top in the end, 3 1. If we look even further back, those two teams have actually faced before in the February monthly finals, quarterfinals, and Electros takes it 3-0. Now, Vatic is coming closer. They didn't win a set against them in February. Now they did last month. That means today they surely win.
I think Vatic have steadily improved as a team once they found exactly where they wanted to sit. Like, they dismissed Rafiki from the roster. They also brought in Ducky. They didn't see like immediate success off of that, but over time, I think they've developed the synergy to play as a team. I think also they're just like particularly inspired to put in the effort over the last couple of weeks, seeing that FA Bobby were not going to compete in this monthly final, and this was their chance to leapfrog them. So if there's any time where they really want to be putting in the effort and where they're especially motivated to do it, it's going to be now, also with, you know, summer break being a consideration for Bilal and Ducky.
Yeah, for me as well, looking back at the qualifiers, I just felt like Electros, you know, should maybe have had a more convincing win, actually, over LXD Esports, going to the fifth and final set. These were Vatic's kind of picks for today, and that first one was a very interesting one. We were kind of discussing it here on the desk as to whether the Grey and the Dug was intentional or just taking the Dug away from the kit that was on the other side of the field. But I really liked Eslivy on that Rico pick earlier on Hard Rock Mine. I like to see him on more of those brawlers in which he can thrive on later on as well.
More often than not, they found themselves on the same side of the brackets in April, where Vatic actually won it all. Electros got knocked out in the quarterfinals already, so those two never actually had to face up against each other. Electros today looked as strong as they did all year long. They had a little stumble in April, like I talked about already, but last month come out on top once again. They're actually one of the only teams who left open both Damien and Starnova. I wonder how that will transfer also into these global bans for semi-final number 2.
Yeah, it was cool also to just see some of the picks that they went for, like Pearl being part of this new meta. They weren't afraid to get it as their first pick in that draft. And then Barry making 2 appearances also in 2 drafts in a row. Just, you know, leveraging their own skills. He's very meta right now. We've seen him like target banned for good Barry players. I think we saw him target banned against Lukey last weekend. So I wonder if we'll see that for these guys, proving that Duin is one of those Barry players.
Ark, we talked about this coming into the show today. Electros needs to make it into the Grand Finals today to actually lock in that World Finals spot. Win it all against Tribe in the Grand Finals too, because now we know they are actually standing there. They already got that first step down, 2 more to go.
Yeah, which, you know, they did get the win over Tribe last month. There were close games. 2 out of the 3 went to a third game to decide the set. So, you know, but Tribe, as we know, you know, have been putting in some serious grind. So they would not be giving that on a platter in any way, shape or form. And they've still got to get past Vatic to even get to that stage in the first place. And you know, that's not going to be easy in itself. I mean, I think that today we are now at that stage where these matches are really so important to get right. The pressure now is really on these remaining teams.
It's a super interesting interaction, actually. Tribe Gaming wants Electros to win this one because that makes them locked in for the World Finals. Vatic has to drop. And then on the other side, Electros is hoping that Tribe actually falters to them then in the Grand Finals. As you said, Tribe isn't going to give it to them, though, because they haven't won a single Grand Final yet. They want this one, even though they could just be so kind, thank Electros for their win in the semis, with a win themselves in the Grand Finals. Kaboom Canyon, Pinhole Punt, Hideout and Gemfort, followed by Dueling Beetles. Those are our maps we're going to see in this one. Electros chose to go second here, as we've seen so often.
Refreshing to see some, you know, new maps coming in here, because we've seen a lot of repeats of, like, for example, Dueling Beetles. We've seen a bunch of Pit Stop. So this is refreshing, and I think it aligns with just the idea that we've had, where we've asked the question, are we reserving certain maps for later so as to not reveal what we're going to go for? And yes, for the teams with their eyes on the Grand Finals, that is absolutely the strategy.
Global bans are in. Griff and Lou. Lou is actually kind of in that global ban. It's kind of crazy to me, but I mean, you know, we've seen it as a very heavy tank counter in the past, and especially for like, you know, gamers like Bounty, Surge, and Starnova, though, pretty kind of staple global bans in that respect, the Surge and the Starnova. But Max, I want to see more of Max, both to see played or banned. I think banned probably is my preference, but it's super enjoyable to watch. Damien as well, really scary brawler. Brawlers like Crow can now have a really good place, and Electros like quite enjoy bringing these kind of things in as well. So definitely going to be some things to keep an eye on in terms of the actual bans as we go through the maps.
Yeah, Crow and Max left open once again, and that Griff ban is actually something I would like to see against Stripe Game. We've just seen how often they actually play this brawler. It's super strong in the current meta. Him and Pearl are two of the silent winners of the recent balance change. Just didn't really get touched too much, but still come out on top of the meta. 95% are voting for Team Electros here. I don't think it's going to be that one-sided, honestly.
Yeah, like Vatic, a little louder, please. Where are the Vatic fans? These guys are awesome. I feel like Team Electros are absolutely the team to predict here because they no doubt have the highest win rate. I guess counting out Tribe Gaming since they're number 2 seed right now. But Vatic are competitive for this top 4. They can absolutely make a postseason, but they need this win so badly if they want a safe route there next month.
Well, we have one of the Vatic fans right here. Ark, you actually voted for them. Ready? What did you vote?
I voted for Team Electros, but let me be a Vatic fan too. I predicted who I think is going to win, but I still get to root for Vatic, who are actually alongside Team Electros and being the new blood of North America.
I'm the 5%. I'm all for it. I think, it was kind of heartbreaking yet again hearing Livy speak about things earlier today and saying that, he just wants to have just like one more chance, one more land. He seems to feel like that's kind of maybe all he's got left in him, in the way that he was speaking.
Not another one.
It worries. Yeah, I know, right? Not another one.
Half of an is retiring.
I feel like, when you look at his story specifically as well, looking back to last year when things were looking bleak and he couldn't get a roster, he got that roster together and almost made it out of LCQ against all the odds. I think that Livy a great story to bear those things in mind as to how you can take things back into control.
Yeah, we need our Onks. Don't retire just yet, please. We also don't send Ark away yet, so stay, please. We want to head into semi-final number 2. Now let's kick things off right away. Team Electros versus Vatic could be a close one. We are on Kaboom Canyon, and this one has the potential to finally be a 3-1 or a 3-2, right? Ready?
I think so. I think this is a really competitive match. If you're Vatic, you're putting all of your preparation in just making it to the grand finals, and they should have done target prep for Team Electros pretty much only because that is, I think, the most logical conclusion of the quarterfinals, with Team Electros advancing onto this stage. So, I think Vatic should at least get one set here. I would be very surprised for them to be swept.
I'd be going Max here. It worked out so well in East Asia. Sneaky Sneak is now the gadget to be able to then just like elevate yourself forward in maps like this and go on the aggressive. It's fantastic in my opinion here. Left wide open, not banned out. That's where I'd be thinking. Fink's also open here. Quite a common brawler to be considering in that regard. With the first pick as well for Team Electros. Quite like for that reason. I mean, this kind of map attracts a lot of sharpshooters. So when you've got a Finks, you're able to dodge those bullets much, much easier.
Damage could be coming in here as well. That Colt was a shout from us earlier too. Didn't get picked up too often today, actually, despite being so good on heist maps still currently. But yes, that Crow that we mentioned is double banned. The Max that we said is also super strong in the current meta, completely wide open. Super surprising to see that. Now, will we see a bit more damage from the left-hand side? They already have the control down with Finks. And just like Tribe Gaming earlier, when we said, hey, Colt is your most played brawler, why don't you pick him up? They show us a Lola here, so the meta must have shifted between scrims and now already.
Yeah, logical response into this Lola would be something that can pierce her in the ego, so like a Carl, a lot of times you see Bell selected. Lumi will fulfill the same function, and she should be able to hold on control to a couple of the lanes. Amber also just to pair up with the Lumi. I think a lot of times can keep Lumi at bay. Also is just like a great way of scouting out mid. You see how much priority there is on simply holding mid from the bans also, by the way. Stuff that you wouldn't ordinarily see on a typical match of Kaboom Canyon, like Glowy and Barry are being banned out here. So it's a primary focus of Kaboom Canyon is the mid for both of these. No one is trying to win this one too quickly.
The awesomeness.
Angelo going to be the final pick for Team Electros. I'm kind of like always keeping an eye for Angelo, but I feel like he has slid back ever so slightly. It's kind of tougher to land some of these shots now, especially with some of these kind of like faster brawlers now entering back into the meta. And I think this is a map where Angelo can really, really thrive, and especially in the hands of Team Electros. They don't tend to miss those arrows.
Yes, Kaboom Canyon is all about control, but I'm honestly missing some damage from the left-hand side here. And the Lola is getting double counted out here by both the Ember and the Lumi. Lumi was also global banned a couple of times today already, so let's see how strong the Brawler truly is in the hands of Vatic.
Team Electro's trying to make it to yet another grand finals. They've sort of made it their home, and Vatic have made it there only once. They won a monthly final in the previous months, but this time they need to get as many points as possible to have a real shot of making it to LCQ.
Wow, going crazy, gets taken care of, but not until it dished out a ton of damage with the helping hand of Ducky. That's safe down to now 20%, and Team Electro's back staying on this defense as they know they've got to recollect themselves a little bit better. This Lumi concerns me massively. Vatic have been known over the time to really put Lumi to good use. They know best how to play it, and so far they've got to get this under control.
Still watching whether Ducky can get in here. He's got the fans from, oh no, that would have cracked. I mean, it was only 5% they needed, but that's not a mistake you can afford to be making. Not when your opponents are Team Electros. It really hurts, and for that to happen in game 1 of set 1 is already going to set the tone in its head.
Yeah, you can't ignore it. Those safe cracks, we know, are so essential to get right when you can, because you just don't have the time later on. Nice takedown there of Ducky on the left-hand side by Snoy. Pushing this right-hand side with the Sphinx, and they can just get that time warp down as well. It's going to be quite brutal against this Lumi. Those Morning Stars are not going to come back nearly as quickly. Bevan needs to heal up here as well, and this Angelo could be able to better support his team with those arrows coming forward.
And then waiting for someone to push in, wants to loose an arrow onto Ducky. Can't hit that first one, but knows he's guaranteed to hit in close range. That's the not really the fan storm that we need to see. It is actually going to be good for eliminating some sightlines, but still, as Livia is not able to get onto the safe, it's this really troublesome 5% that Vatic have had so many issues getting, and it's because mid is being locked down by Mimid very effectively, that they're only occasionally able to break through and get the chance at some damage, that they're being too hasty, unfortunately. Still, there's plenty of time to play Brawl Stars here. They're only one little tempo behind. 25 seconds to go. Everyone on Vatic is low HP. They got to dig deep to get this last few percent.
And Snoy is doing a fantastic job for me on this left-hand side lane, just mirroring Ducky as well, as Moment's going to struggle to land the arrows onto him. Allow trying to make some space. Hypercharge, he knows the time is now to go, but there's so much work here to be done by Vatic. I just don't really feel like they've got the time. They've got to crack the safe. It's not going to happen. It's going to be a bit of a go back and try things back to the drawing board here as Team Electros have a flying opening game there.
Yeah, really, really nice. I think Vatic, though, actually did have some good shots on that safe. It was just that they struggled to get the Kaze Fanstorm lined up on there. And there was a moment where, okay, I can understand why you maybe wanted a differently positioned Fanstorm, maybe obstruct some more sight. But that's me, like, really trying to make something out of what was nothing. Hopefully Ducky is able to just, like, stabilize his mental here, because him being added to this roster was one of the biggest stories for Vatic this year. He needs to be the playmaker. It's why he's been put on this Kaze. He's got plenty of time to get things back and recover. It's an acquisition of mid, really well played by Vatic, just so controlled, and that's the appropriately positioned Fanstorm that we need to see from Ducky. Already Vatic are recovering beautifully.
Yeah, some early signs of nerves, absolutely sure for me, but there's still plenty of time in this set for Vatic to get it right. Allow going to choose to just wait this one out for his teammates to spawn back in. I think it's pretty good wise call as well, but it was a good start for Vatic in the previous game, but they let things slide. They want to make the best of this early game, and this is looking so far so good. Malau has stun here as well, might choose to go for... Remember, he's running Master Fletcher, so he is going to be able to jump away from his potential opportunities. Snoy there, a lovely gadget just to keep the healing coming in with the back of that ego swap.
Wow, I mean, that's talk about min-maxing right there, but Ducky's right where he wants to be. Fanstorm down, he's in the geisha form, should be able to get a little bit more, and decides that he's willing to sacrifice himself to get close to the next crack. It's just 7% separation, and we'll see a bit of damage from that poison. Drops us down to 75%, best that Mimid could have asked for. And now a super down from Finks doesn't get as much value as it ordinarily would into a Lumi matchup. You can tell that TE are so anxious to catch up right now.
A lot of this bush, but the left and right hand side has been burnt down now. Livy playing some defense. Snoy going to hypercharge, but not do too much more with it. The ego, though, is what will linger on with that. Hypercharge league, as we know, going to be really quite brutal for Vatic on this defense. And Snoy's already been playing this loader so well. Ducky, though, swapping lanes away from Snoy this time round. Couldn't get through, though, as Mimid does land the shots, and Ducky falls as Livy now with a slither of HP, having to still continue to defend here. Vatic just can't catch a break.
Yeah, they can't. Well, talk about a break, though. TE just got a little bit closer. They got the 8% advantage, and they have the lead on terms of timing. Hypercharge down from Duin on the right side, and Bilal just had to sit over here and wait. You can see how ineffective Lumi is into the Finks once he has a super up. Now both sides just have to go all out. Memon going for maximum possible damage. Same for Duin. Ducky's got the Hypercharge down. This is going to be a crack and then a little bit more damage, but it won't be able to catch up to what TE has done so far. As the clock ticks down, this one has already been set in stone. It's going to be Team Electros taking a 1-set lead.
Yeah, great stuff there from Team Electros, because honestly, both games for me had Vatic in the lead early on and asserting really good pressure. And that's not an easy thing to bounce back from. I think that requires a great amount of ability to just, lock in. That's what we kind of saw there from Team Electros. Not an easy thing again, like I said, like with the Angelo pick. Being confident enough to play that into brawlers like Kaze that can dash around them, allowing different members of the squad to be able to handle their best counters. Snoy, like I said, doing a really good job in the left-hand side lane. And also just keep mirroring Ducky on that Kaze. I think it was really quite essential. We'd like to have seen a bit more from the Lumi myself in the later stages of the game, but I think, to me, just the way that Team Electros were able to recollect despite those early starts was quite commendable.
Yeah, them just being able to break into mid, it seems like they get one pick and then Vatic are overwhelmed. They have to back away. It's the risk of having Kaze as a brawler that's really only effective for getting on top of that safe, because when he did dash in and try and get some kills, Duin was ready with the TP, Snoy was ready with the TP, Memon is able to get away. Just like, not amazing for Kaze. You kind of have to pick it for the damage and for the control, but the matchups didn't really go in their favor. Another one that stuck out to me, just like in terms of the long game, Bilal really struggled into the Finks matchup, which he wasn't really able to anticipate when those bushes permitted for covert lane swaps. Once the Finks super came down, it was all over. And he's going to be a top pick here on Pinhole Punt as well for the same reason. I expect Lumi to also be a considered brawler for this map.
Yeah, massively. So I think Damien as well needs to be banned out here, as we've already seen today. Damien really causing some problems in NA. Charlie, though, good sort of solid shout. Max as well is a massive brawler for me that I'm looking here to ideally kind of see on the ban side. I mean, I think it's just too dangerous and just can allow your team forwards, and it's not actually banned. That's really wild for me. That's first pick worthy.
Okay, let's see if it does come in as the first selection. Meg wide open at the moment. Interesting bans here, by the way. Really just talking about the Otis as a brawler that's like typically just comfortable, not a lot of times worthy of a ban, but you can see that Team Electros' strategy is going for more like niche bans, just generally speaking. Max is wide open. Also the Crow ban is allowing for that in a huge way. And so how are Vatic going to deal with this? They don't really have the #1 way of dealing with the Max, but I think they deliberately left this open also. I feel like it's a gimme first pick. They banned one of the best things to play into it, so Vatic have a plan.
Yeah, you'd like to hope so with what's on the line this month for Vatic. Yeah, as you mentioned, great shout with the Lumi coming forwards yet again. A Vatic special. And Stu to follow up. Also, a brawler which can just really keep cycling in those supers, which, especially in those overtime scenarios, shots on goal can be much more easy to obtain. Speed Zone is, of course, a great gadget also. Team Electros now have got a chance to be able to overthrow this Stu slightly with something of a tankier variety. Like I said, Damien's still open here. It's a possibility. Still, though, the third and final pick with Vatic, it's definitely a riskier brawler to consider in this scenario here. But like I said, Colette as well could be a card that we haven't really kind of seen players playing, and I still think she's so viable, and Brawl's a good mode for her. Kenji going to come in, and we know what Team Electros can do with this brawler.
Yeah, I also just like Kenji into the Lumi because you have a lot of terrain to work with. Stu is going to break it down eventually, but you should be able to get in close range and upset her there because she doesn't really have much that she can work with in close range. Wonder if we'll see a Finks. It seems like there's a priority on speed here for Team Electro, so they don't really want to wait around for Finks to get a super and win off of that, but it would certainly be helpful for Vatic. They're just thinking about what can they do in close range versus this Kenji. Meg. Interesting that it took a while for this one to sneak in, but I think Team Electros are generally just going for the strongest brawlers in the game if you look at it that way. And you absolutely have to pick up that Max before you go for the Meg. It's just like a higher tier brawler.
Yeah, it took a while today, like you said, for Meg to really shine through. Maybe just the maps more catered to her in these sort of semi-finals onwards. But Meg's a great pick, honestly, from from Team Electros. The hypercharge now with the buffies is just devastating. Max can close the gap, so like what Meg has a decent range. It used to be a lot longer, as we know, but to be able to close the gap and be able to get that swipe forwards too, it's a really, really good brawler. The ability to now with Jolting Volt's gadget just launch your mecha forwards and then within 6 seconds getting straight back into a new one. It's a really, really troublesome brawler to have on the field. Immediate there from this Livy of the starting block as well, and Team Electros already out of mech. Have to play some serious defense here. This could be an overthrow with some body blocks. This is definitely potential here for a goal, and it is going to be one immediately off the bat in the opening 18 seconds. Crazy.
Chef's kiss execution here from Vatic. They were conservative with when they went for the Grim and Frostbitten, and it played out beautifully. Also, Bilal just getting Meg D-Mech with the perfect precision. They're not going to get too much value off of that super. He should be getting it back with a bit of assistance from Snoy and his hypercharge. He's looking for his next. He's forced to play aggro, and here comes number 2. They eviscerate the left side, and Bilal knows it's literally not worth it, but they're going to buy some time. Hunt him down, yeah. Just juicing him for the supercharge. Talk about high-level plays.
Bilal could not catch a break. They're getting absolutely bullied, but it makes perfect sense for Team Electros to be able to obtain as much utility as they possibly can whilst the respawns are still coming in. Now, good aggression off the bat. Let's see, Vatic via Screw across there as well. There's Jolting Volt's getting from the Meg as vertical some space, but they will fall as well. Robotic Rats coming with a hypercharge there from Ducky. They're then doing his best to stay alive, but oh, that's a great super there from Miss Livy. With low HP, can't really contest this Meg. Trying to pass the ball a bit. Oh, what a little backboard shot there as well. Should be able to walk this in now as well. And Vatic do a great response under pressure and a game on the board.
So chaotic, but at the same time, it went exactly the way that they needed. You can see Bilal maybe not too convinced, still some mid-game discussion because there were areas to improve on, especially when they got hunted down. That does not feel good for Bilal. Also, just like having some conversations with Bilal into the lead up to the monthly final, he said that Max is just absolute torture to play into. So he is going to be very happy if they can get that brawler eliminated. He doesn't have to deal with it himself. Once again, looking for the opening of the match, Vatic do get a win at mid. It's not as overwhelming as it was in number 1, but Bilal, just the dribble he needed, is able to run this one through.
Really great stuff there from Vatic, but an immediate max speed off the button for Team Electros. That Grim and Frostbitten there from the Lumi, able to slow the advance. I like the way that Ducky's being very resourceful with these Robotic Rats too, earlier before. Shoving it towards the Meg, who was out of mech at the time, is a perfect play for him. Just struggling his time, but now, with max speed coming in, Snoy, and doing what a stun from his Livy. That's the perfect moment for it. Super pass forwards as well. Oh my word, the footwork is beautiful here from Vatic, and Ducky should be able to walk this in yet again, and does! What a huge turnaround! And as quickly as that, the lead that Team Electros were able to establish is gone.
This is what we needed to see out of Vatic all season long. It's like they finally metamorphosized, okay? They are getting into their final form, and there could not be a better time to do that than the end of the season when you absolutely have to lock things down. If they keep playing like this, they have a real shot of taking down Team Electros here, and you can see from the expressions on Team Electros' faces that they expected this out of their opponents. They can respect when their opponents are really darn good at Brawl Stars. But was this the challenge that they signed up for today in just their semi-final? I'm not quite so certain.
I felt like as well, the comp was not a bad one at all for Team Electros. I mean, I cannot grumble at seeing a Max. I think Meg's in a fantastic place as well. The Kenji is definitely a Team Electros special. But, I mean, the Ash is able to run it down realistically there as well. Bloomy, again, we've seen it globally banned time and time again here today. We can't really afford to leave it open. And at the moment, with the way that Vatic were able to bring things back under pressure, especially as the first set did not go their way, and to do so in such a fast and speedy fashion, really scary already. On to our third set. This is a bit of a speed run so far. One set apiece. Bounty and Hideout up next.
Okay, who's going to get that blue star? We've seen a bit more of a guarded approach towards getting the blue star in our matches today. Bell ban is so interesting. Glowy also just looks like Vatic don't feel like they want to ban out the Meg or like anything that rushes up the lane. Keep in mind, they've actually left Max completely open, but not the kind of Max that's going to be healed constantly. Byron, a big consideration in this draft, and it has been banned out by Team Electros. So none of that funny business with a constant heal and a Meeple first selection. So I wonder if they'll play around that box to get the blue star, maybe even squeeze a bit more value out of whoever dares approach it.
Yeah, the Brock ban and the Pearl ban makes me feel like Vatic want to keep these walls up here as well. Definitely going to be a potential for Piper here. Team Electros are so dangerous. Snoy is an unbelievable Piper main, so just keeping an eye on that Brawler. Kind of risky at this stage in the draft for it. Pierce going to come in as a bit more of a safer pair of hands, but with no wall break just yet, those walls going to be still a bit of a problem. Could be great on this map. It's an option. It's open. Colt as well sometimes. Able to take that risk and open things up. Leon, yeah, a Brawler which I'd like to have seen a bit more of today, honestly. Going to come in and providing those walls stay up and protect that lollipop, drop some fantastic value off the back of that as well.
Now, speaking of those walls, how are we getting it down? Brock has been banned. Brock is just like one of the brawlers at the forefront of the meta right now, so I think it's fairly safe to just go ahead and ban him if you want to establish some level of normalcy. And probably also like take away some of the ease of the draft. Mortis makes an appearance now. Should be able to compete with this Pierce, but you got to get him on low ammo. Otherwise, there's a big risk of him taking the gadget that blasts you away, and exactly that will happen. But how will this Mortis be supported? He'll get the blue star. There's no doubt about that. But when it comes to defense, Vatic have to find out a strategy here. Gene is wide open if they really want it. Not sure if it's exactly the method to go because I think they'd be lacking on damage at that time. And Max, okay. So they left this open for the 2-3 turn, and Team Electros didn't really want it. But I see Max is also kind of like a plan for, all right, this brawler is fairly consistent, but if we want to break into the enemy spawn, we have to have a method for doing that.
Yeah, I think Max makes a lot of sense. I mean, it's going to make that Mortis a lot more dangerous with the Byron ban and the Glow ban. The heals were not going to be necessarily there, so makes some sense. Definitely going to put some pressure on here to Team Electros to be able to defend against this.
Is this really your best?
Their thoughts going to be Kaze want to match aggression with aggression. I'm not too sure. I think that Mortis for me is definitely kind of like a scarier prospect at the moment. Certainly with the ninja form with Kaze, you know, being able to line up your opposition, land that amplified shot, those brawlers can pop pretty quickly off the back of that as well. So Fist of the Brawl style, definitely a dangerous prospect here for Vatic. They need to cautious around this Kaze and where she's lurking. But yeah, I think for me, I'm leaning slightly towards Vatic's comp, but it's a high-risk, high-reward strategy. You know, you're looking to run this down. The Mortis has got to be coming out with these goods more often than not. And actually, the Mortis does get the blue star, I believe, there as well, so the Kaze couldn't quite close the gap.
That is kind of a tier list for like who's best at getting the blue star, and Mortis sits at the top over there. I think competitive with like Volt, who's not in the meta right now. But Memon, individually, I think will be able to do more for his team than a Mortis is capable of. He's sort of like a solo operative. And also with his hyper and super in general not being as good right now, I think you get less supercharged than you used to. It is tougher to play around this Mortis as a win condition. Ducky with a kill, just the execution that they needed as Livy is going to be taken down, and they don't have a sight lane on Leon. This is a really aggressive play from Duin. Yeah, you need to pay the price there, but there's no support for this matchup into Memon. TE still behind by 2 stars after all the mayhem has now wound down.
Right, so Rage Quit is the gadget of choice then for this Meeple. Makes a lot of sense to be able to stun out brawlers like the Kaze when they are up too close and personal. Hiding behind this wall are Vatic with a 2-star lead at the moment. Memon has the blue as well, as Livy's already got the hypercharge too, so that's going to be something for Team Electros here to have to think about, and already starting to come back into the middle of this map.
Watching for the hypers and the supercharge. As Livy's thinking about it, will they pop it? Waiting for everyone to close in. TE knows that this could happen. They're looking to poke on the left and right sides. They have good ways of wall peeking. Here's the hypercharge. As Livy just barely pops his head in a hypercharge now from Memon. They get one, and despite Ducky's best attempts to escape, he can't get out of there. Is Livy down as well? Chalk it up as a full team wipe for Team Electros, and Vatic are now really lacking in terms of utility. They don't have that speed that they need from his Livy to make the most effective push into Team Electros' spawn, but they're going to give it the best shot with what they have.
I like that from Snoy to initiate the action here. Look at Duin being so sneaky here, but Invis, Ducky gets the upper hand, but Vatic still behind here. Now hypercharge from Ducky, now too low to be able to go and contest things, but look at this. Team Electros 16 stars, now 18, making that final stage of the game look so easy. I love the way that Vatic were clustered in that defensive position. It was Snoy who initiated them to have to go away and dissipate and get that max speed in, and it just forced the hand. And in the meanwhile, whilst Vatic were kind of flapping, Team Electra stayed calm and just landed the shots to come back on the defense in time. Since the later stages, really nicely done by them.
Vatic got cornered in. They weren't really able to do much when Team Electros had every single exit covered, but it's about the journey. Like, how did they get there? How did they allow Vatic to take up so much space? And I think it just comes down to the range game, basically. Snoy's been an absolute menace on this Pierce. He's already tapping up his Livy, and he's going to have to retreat. Ducky also getting hit by the Pierce shot as Snoy continues to reload. And just like that, Team Electros are in the same position as before. They have Vatic up against the ropes.
Before they had a lot more utility, but just that speed might be enough. Ducky coming in now as well. Can't outstay his welcome here. Does manage to actually, I was going to say, evade a bit. He does get punched by the Fist of the Brawl Star there. And Memen just about survives the trade as well, giving Team Electros now a 1-star lead with this blue. And that gives them the control and the upper hand here.
Just excellently played on the interaction by Mimin, was able to predict where Ducky was going to go. That or maybe auto it. Nonetheless, it was well played. We got a minute on the clock, and it's a 1-star deficit for Vatic. They have to have a plan for reacquisition. Now, they do have this speed, and it's a good dodge there from Ducky. Still waiting to see what this play is for Vatic. Speed in. Everyone has the shield. Chasing down Team Electros, who are now on the retreat. And they have enough room to do so. They're not really pinched up against their backlines. They have the Leon turret down. Not much that Vatic was able to earn off of that speed.
Yeah, not really. Just a little bit of mid-control. Shouldn't be too long before Livy gets another. They just need one here on the side of Vatic. One good final push here. Hypercharge for Livy. Ducky's in a good position now in terms of his HP as well. There's the hypercharge coming forwards. Can Brawl get involved here as well? They can't overextend. They just need to find the one. But again, Vatic not able to close the gap, and they should have really done a bit better there for me.
10 seconds now, just 1 star to go. Does everyone have enough HP? Bilal? No, can't get anything there. Now got to do a lot more. Can Ducky be the savior as Livy needs one more onto Snoy? Gets it, but cannot get yet another kill. That's enough for Team Electros to take the lead.
Unreal stuff. I felt like, to me, that Vatic maybe just misjudged that a little bit. These moments of explosivity were not really what was needed to be able to turn the scoreboard, really. Just establish a bit more of a mid-control, but I don't think Team Electros were too deterred by the prospect of Max combined with his mortars, which for me terrifies me.
Yeah.
Like, that's a really, really scary thing to be staring down the barrel of. And I think this is a great deal about how Team Electros approach these things. Like, there's not really much that shakes. This is like a moment there where Snoy, the hypercharge, initiates that a moment where Vatic have to separate there. A team wipe. And that was the turning point for me in that game. It was then from that scoreline go back on the defense and allow Vatic to walk into these shots quite literally.
I think it just like the first time they were crowded into their spawn was a great example of how they just lack the pressure to stay away from that position, and they don't have a great way of fighting out of it. I think also that third game could have gone a little bit differently had it not been for an excellent play by Mimin. You saw Ducky thought he had an opening to engage and pick up an even larger lead, but wound up handing away that blue star to the opposing side. It's Gem Fort to fight for their lives. Team Electros, again, they just have their eye on that grand finals. Vatic wants so badly to break into the top 2 once more. If they can get this advancement to top 2, they will overtake FA Bobby in points and sit in that LCQ spot, at least until next month, where they'll have to fight for it again.
Again, Griff globally banned here, going to make a big difference on Gem Fort. Pearl is not globally, not banned here, not globally banned either. I think that's a really good shout to be able to break open this map, as there are kind of like limited options in that regard now to have to consider as a result of that Griff being taken out of the mix here. Stu as well, going to be an option. Janet going to come in. We haven't seen her for a while. Nice to see that happening on the side of Team Electros. Meg as well, going to be potentially open. Ali is a bit of an interesting brawler, which Vatic do like to bring in sometimes as well. Here, Kit, definitely going to have a lot of options to hide in these positions with the cardboard box gadget as well. So for me, definitely still some options here for sure.
Still looking at the possibility of Meg. We have a gray from Vatic. What are they going to be doing with this? I see Ems is wide open, one that would love to hide behind these walls, and is often paired up with the gray. Can also just pick a gray and tease it, but I think the big thing here for gray is that he's also able to break walls and just pull someone out of position, ideally a gym carry. Yeah, it's the Ems. It's been just kind of the new hotness basically to pair these two together, because Ems now, thanks to her buffies, will get that invincibility from popping her super as long as you're running the hype star power. And with a hypercharge, she'll be blasting everyone away. It's basically just a guaranteed way to literally fumigate the mid.
Well, Max as well, still potential option here. Ruffs as well, another good option to break open sides of this map, but Janet is still such a great gem carrier. They're lacking aggression and side lane control here on the side of Team Electros. Ash going to come in, and that's certainly going to be a brawler which will do that for sure. It seems to be almost a brawler which is kind of like taking more of the spotlight than Damien at the moment.
Yeah.
Despite, you know, Damien not being banned here out as well. Ash is actually the kind of flavor of North America in this meta, and I quite like it. I mean, it's been a while, but since now that Ash has the tank traits, it makes a ton of sense.
Yeah, I think also there's just been a teaser of like, okay, maybe we'll pair this up with Damien. Are we going to do it? And I think Ash is actually in a spot where he's strong enough to where he doesn't necessarily have to be played into Damien, even though that's where we've seen him played a lot of times. Ruffs, really strong flex pick coming in last. There's a lot that you can do with this. You can break walls if you want. You can give a treat to your lane if you so desire. Now, how is this going to play gadget-wise? I fully anticipate there to be asteroids just to get that initial mid one. Maybe they can sneak Duin in. Maybe Snoy can accomplish something there as well. I think it's going to be difficult to get these guys out of mid as well. Reflecting projectiles from Colonel Ruffs. You have Janet, who's able to fly away with all the gems and is generally good at peeking. Whoa, okay. The big man.
Kind of wild, and I kind of like it. I think this is a time for Batik to dare, but definitely a concerning prospect. I think you're right with the gadget for the Ruffs. I mean, I think Ems would just kind of shred through the sandbags. How do you feel about this, Frank? I mean, it's definitely a brawler which can overthrow things. I think it makes a lot of sense going into the Ashe. I think that more often than not, Frank can have a pretty good time there, but when Ashe is also more mobile, it makes it harder to kind of line up those shots. And I mean, Ashe with Rage plus Ruffs with a supply drop, it's kind of going to make him even better. It's hard to call.
It is difficult, especially because we just don't see Frank in the meta a lot right now. See the idea of putting Frank down this left side? Nope, Nemen's over there. Okay, time to abort, and here comes the gadget already. He's able to get a kill on Livy, and now the hopes and dreams of getting into mid are pretty much dashed. Also, Ducky struggling to get these shots lined up. 3 fired off, but Nemen and Snowy are just out of reach or fading the shots left or right. Ducky is currently working with the countdown timer to when he can get his super. You also see Bilal's gotten some respectable damage onto Ashe, but hasn't been able to get a kill just yet, and there's the TP that they need to use with Bilal.
I'm really worried. I think that they're lacking so much range for Snowy, and just like, I mean, a Janet just able to keep distance is perfect. They haven't really, on the side of Batik, in my opinion, so far, got too much of an answer for that in terms of the range. You see Hypercharge from doing there. Lau. Oh, nice slow there as well from Livy. Does pop super, but the backstage pass actually on the Janet side coming in. They're able to evade it and can jump to the sky at any moment in time as well. I don't think Snowy's even too worried about the outnumbered here, but that was a great response. Ducky there with a fantastic walking cane, and Snowy had to be quick on the mark.
That was so close. Vatic know that they got to strike while the iron is hot. Go ahead and throw down a hypercharge, even though it didn't really go anywhere. Also, look at the confusing placements of these teleports. I feel like Vatic can maybe thrive in this chaos, depending on how well versed they are, and doing this kind of gray TP setup. On the left side, Ashe, Duin trying to make it forward, walks right into the walking cane. Will this work out well for Vatic? Well, it's hypercharges and supers flying absolutely everywhere. It's Snowy almost taken down in the air, but will not let all those gems topple to the ground. Bilal also in a very aggressive position, will be paired up with Ducky as they acquire gem number 9, taking a firm advantage over Team Electros.
I think the key now is the fact that Batik are set up with these great teleports, and Ducky does some work here, great taps there as well, but in the meanwhile, Team Electros 9 gems to 8, some still in the mid, and Livy comes in with a disgusting super as well, and that's a bit of a fumble for me. Team Electros now going to have to do a lot of work to be able to reset this. I don't see it happening, honestly, but maybe hypercharges from the Ashe will close the gap. Snowy coming in there, going straight for the Eye of the Storm as well. Doesn't land the bombs, and lands the wrong side of the lake to be able to hold this on. I think Batik have got it. They've got it. Unbelievable steal.
Wow, that was awesome. I was wondering why exactly we didn't see like a gray long pole, but it ended up being quite important for him to be in position to assist Ems when she teleported forward. Just awesome stuff, and really deep gameplay here from Vatic to make such educated and complex plays in a hot moment where they're just trying to recover the lead.
But it really did all turn once the Grey got set up. Yeah. And that's all down to Ducky. And Ducky's got to continuously make these early plays happen to get that utility on the board. It's dependent on a hypercharged portal. Because honestly, I felt like Team Electros, until then, had so many gems of a lead and just a really confident and competent start. They just evade from Ducky, keep their distance from him. Oh, great. Oh, my word.
Wow.
What a start for Ducky. That entire right-hand side and the bush now opened up, and that's terrible for Team Electros.
Yeah, that's huge value. You see that's the first thing that TE decided to break open when Mimin finally got a super, was that exact wall right there. But Mimin just diffs the crap out of the left side, gets exactly the wall break he wants. And with Snowy clearing out the right, things are looking hopeful for Team Electros right now.
Yeah, depending now on this Janet range, not really too deterred. Nice backstage pass again from Snowy to evade that walking cane. It's really quite a close game of chess here. Bilal going to smash on this right-hand side. Does get the stun as well onto Doin. And some more value off the back now. A TP down for Vatic into that mid area. Snowy trying to helping hand Doin to get Bilal taken care of. Bilal also has this hypercharged Livy, coming in with the portals, putting some aggression on. But Ducky can't quite get the finalization. Now he doesn't to Memen.
This is just unreal. Ducky has been absolutely deadly with these walking canes. It's been dime after dime from this guy. And Bilal also just cleared out the right side. He's managed to hang on to his super alongside all of that. Now looking for a sight line. It's going to be a temporary slow onto Ash as he tries to march forward, and Bilal is determined to hold the line. Meanwhile, Snowy and Memen push forward very aggressively. Hypercharge in from Ducky. Wants to make an impact again with the pull, the long one. Can they get this Ash down? Looks like it. They have just enough gems to stay competitive here, though. Snowy temporarily was able to get that countdown, and now Bilal has a plan. He's going to be taken down in the midst of it. Snowy now looking for the Janet super of a lifetime, clearing out a lot of area, and again, confusing TPs all around will allow things to settle now. 9 to 8 gems.
I'm really impressed here with how Vatic are holding on. Snowy, oh my word. Couldn't quite get it and had to backstage pass away, otherwise he would have surely died. Another nice walking cane here from Ducky as then he stays in position, gets a nice spray, but Snowy stays standing there and Bilal will fall on the left-hand side. Doing clears it up, but Vatic are on countdown. 10 seconds, Snowy can take to the skies. They can get some gems to the mid, but they can't get the one that they need to tie things up. And I think Vatic should just about be able to get this countdown. That gem was just about to spawn. A really tough pick of the bag there for Team Electros. Unreal. I mean, it's unbelievable to see the Frank coming through as well in that drop. I wasn't sure. Having now seen Ash have that tank trait come in, is Frank still a good counter? I think that says it all for me. Bilal able to have his way with the map, and yeah, bit of a side from Ms. Livy. I think rightly so, because that was such a close game.
Bilal on the Frank, like a Frank pick also coming out of left field is huge, but I'm not gonna lie, Ducky completely took my breath away with his gray play. Went from a suspicious set number 1, where he just didn't really look like himself, to easily being the most impressive brawler on the entire map. And that is a tall task when you're up against a TE who, and sometimes have been called like 3 NA guesties, okay? That is the parallel that we draw across regionally. But it was just one pull after the next. He was so accurate. It was the long pull with a TP that was already on the field when there's so many different routes to take. Just insane. And you look at the stat line, and he's not even really the most impressive when it comes to kills, as Livy was the one making excellent use of the TPs, but the damage department for a non-DPS brawler, you have to acknowledge that.
Gray and Ems don't only work on Hot Zone, it seems. Gem grab a map for it too. What was that again, by the way, with Ash, the tank who counters tanks?
Okay, well, not that one, I guess.
Frank used to be the tank who counters tank, actually, before Ash came into the game. Really well played by Vatic. They live to see another day, or at least another set here. Can take this one to a set number 5. We finally got a set 5er today. I'm so happy. We did say that this could be potentially the closest game of the day. It now is already, because we only had sweeps today. Now on the left side, Team Electros with the first pick. We are on Dueling Beatles yet again, so this map quite often already. Or any times, Poco was banned out. First pick here now for Electros.
Poco and Kenji could be a really disgusting combo here for Team Electros. I mean, they tend to gravitate towards the Kenji, and that seems to be the starting hand for it. So you have to bear that in mind here on the side of Vatic and have some sort of counter up their sleeve, or take it for themselves. That's definitely still an option here. Maxim left open as well, so that's always a dangerous prospect. I'm glad to see the Lumi ban here though, and the 8-bit ban as well, because one of Vatic's really strong brawlers with a 100% win rate, so having to ban out themselves, they know that it's better to do so. Ash going to come in as well. And already, I'm kind of feeling like this could be a tanky, healy comp on both sides potentially.
Yeah, I see a strong possibility of that happening. Also just accounting for The silent possibility of Damien, which proved to be quite effective earlier, so we'll see if that is a consideration. Grow also to diminish the heals. This one was written all over the comp. Keep in mind also that Ems was double banned here, so you know that Team Electros want to keep that possibility open of going for the Poco. I think Vatic had the same exact thing in mind, actually.
Ems is banned out, but I think Gray could still come in here as a possible third pick for the side of Vatic. On the left, we already have that healer. Let's see if we're gonna have some tanks with it as well. Ash on the right side, they could now just do a funny thing and pick up the Frank themselves. I don't think it would be actually too bad. Barry, by the way, also still left open.
Oh,
they actually do it.
What a shout.
Barry also still left open. They could double down with the heals here, would do a decent job also into Ash and Crow, or we could see that also on the right side here for the side of Vatic. A lot of options still left open. Now on the left we have the aggression with the Frank, can withstand even an Ash. We saw that on Gemgrave already, and they're now returning the favor here. Team Electros just lost to that brawler.
Yeah, I was thinking Barry too, because ultimately, I mean, with the Barley ban, the Herbal Tonic not going to be there for the heals. Greg going to come in, like you said, for Team Electros. I think Barry can still work really well with this Ash, though, on the side here of Vatic, who have this final pick. Pretty quite surprised that they actually gravitated away from the Kenji, unlike Team Electros, but maybe they're just taking some hints from that last game of Gemfall.
Yeah, it's about churning out as much damage as possible. One that sticks out to me here that would be very possible to play in this is Griff, but this has already been accounted for by Team Electros. It's really smart. Gale, I don't believe in this brawler in the damage department. It will get them like some CC that they need to push everyone away, but you already have the possibility of completely nullifying that with Poco.
It used to do what Gray does now. Before Gray came into the game, the Gale jump pad was doing the same exact thing. So I think they're replying with a sort of a different approach to the same strategy. It could be very well happening right now that we see that jump pad come out of him. The Twister, if they do decide to go with the other gadget, also fairly good against the Frank. You just want to make sure you stun him out of the animation. The Gale also counters that with the super.
Well, like I said, coming into this match, I was super excited for it. I'm so glad it has gone the distance, but now it is the nitty-gritty, and a lovely takedown there of Ducky. Great gadget early on there from Snow with the helping hand, and especially once this Poco gets those hills riding through, which already a switching solo is available here for doing. We'll be able to slide this one in as well, but a great stun back there from Miss Livy. And a helping hand. Oh, love that from Bilal too. Now Vatic starting to fight back.
Yeah, stellar response from Vatic, and here's the Twister saying, Snoy, nope, actually, we want you to take a different route. Now Snoy's gonna break open those walls, gives him more places to just dodge around, and Ducky on the right side is wedged into a bad place. Hypercharge out from Duin. And now Vatic have to run for the hills. They don't even have an advantage in terms of percentage. That's especially concerning because Mimmin just got the Hypercharge TP set up. They'll absolutely destroy Team Electros, though, as soon as they're able to close in. Now they need to stagger out Mimmin, and Mimmin's just going to let it happen. Bilal also has another super to work with, can continue to stagger things out. It's an assassination on the right side, but Snoy is looking for blood. Doesn't decide to pursue Ducky on the right side. Instead, that's Mimmin's responsibility. He cannot get that hook activated.
Good dukes there as well from Ducky to evade that walking cane and wait for his teammates to come back in. And there's Livy now with a nice blowback wall helping hand things, but look at this. Team Electros are starting to run away with it, approaching now 90%. Hypercharge from Livy, but it might be too little too late here, I feel as well. Snoy, so much tankiness on this zone, especially. Moen going to get that final 2%, and it's a match point for Team Electros.
Vatic have made it so far, but it looks like they really have met their match again. In set 5, I don't think they have draft. I think they've played this just about as well as they could. I saw many different isolated great plays. I saw good team coordination to, again, just totally envelop Team Electros and send them collectively back to the spawn. But when you see Team Electros win mid immediately, even though they don't have a great TP up, that spells bad business for Vatic.
Protected Tunes gadget of the Poco as well, able to dissipate the poison, able to help with a stun from the Gale, just going to provide so much value. Hills coming in immediately there from Duin as well. It's down to Islev in a 1 versus 3. A really tough spot, and Vatic already got their back against the wall here. Snoy having super as well. I think Islev is doing fantastic work. Has to come back now. He's got the damage gear rolling in, low HP. Robotic rats down from Ducky. I think that actually, honestly, Vatic did a very good job there of retaking that.
Wow, and look at how Bilal survives, even though it really looks like he shouldn't. TE getting dismembered as they attempted to hold on to the point. Now Snoy gonna get blown away. Yeah, that's what happens. Now Ducky in with the hypercharge again, just absolutely annihilating Snoy. And that's even more rats over to Mimin. Ducky's able to hold on to a bunch of rage here as finally Vatic are able to eclipse the percentage of Team Electros.
Oh, this is insane work as Livy's really just pulling all his weight, but everyone on Vatic is Ducky with those hypercharge rats. I've never seen a Frank go down so quick, and Bilal buying his time and jumping from the mid to the right-hand side and getting so much value for it. Hypercharge for his Livy now. This is the chance to fight back. Snoy going to pop a hypercharge. Bit of a desperate one at that. And a jump in from Bilal should be enough. Mimin not going to get the walking cane connection. Oh my word, as Livy still keeping that cusp off the range as well. Vatic really want this, and I think there might be enough to tie it up, but let's see. Can Team Electros hold firm now in this mid? It's going to take an awful lot to do so.
14% to go and ice in the veins. Bilal already finds one. He has that hypercharge on hand. If he can just get that super, he should be able to get in there, but it's about to get dicey. Just 10% separation between the two, and Vatic are not together as a team. And a minute on the clock, but folks, we're not getting there. It's a jump in from Bilal. He's getting Snoy and chained one, and Doen annihilated. Mimin just trying to stay alive, but he goes down too. Vatic are sending us to double match point. Do you believe in this team to finally upset Team Electros?
Absolute insanity. Unreal. I mean, Vatic played out of their minds that game, and they've got the momentum now going into this final one. It's double match point. As Livy taking a big sigh here, just giving himself the space to breathe. Let's see. I mean, either side can win this. If Vatic lose control, Team Electros can dominate this mid. This protective tunes gadget yet again, which concerns me a little bit. Missed walking cane there from Mimin. That's a rarity.
This conclusion has just constantly been sending a chill down my spine. There's really no way to know where it's going to end up. Vatic playing extremely cautiously now. Their aggression, I think, is what allowed them to envelop and decimate TE in the last game. Even then, it was a close affair, just a few percent separation as the clock hit 0. Still waiting to see that initial move. Both teams sending gadgets out opposite ways, as Livy taking a similar role, by the way, as a flank. Mimin with perfect timing, just what they needed. But is Livy still on the point, holding on to control? Doesn't have enough HP, but amazing dodges aren't going to keep him alive and provide enough of a buffer for Bilal to return to the Brawl.
The clutch heal from doing there as well. Ducky now going to aggress here, and Snoy does still land the stun. That was really quite nice from him. Bilal cannot push this any further, get some taps, but it's for nothing. That Screeching Solar will just eradicate it immediately at that. Livy's going to come in, gets a nice stun as well, but he needs the helping hand now. Robotic Rats coming in, but it's a great start for Team Electros.
Vatic need a better lead right now to make a real shot at this. Bilal with a desperate move in, and it goes absolutely nowhere as Livy again with that repellent super, but it's just not enough. Ducky going in solo, and now you can see the cracks starting to show. Just 15% to go, and defeat is starting to set in at a double match point. They still will be able to get a team wipe and make this competitive.
Can they do the unthinkable now as Team Electros are going to come straight in off the spawn as well, the portals as well. It's going to be really, really tough for a defense, but Vatic are going to try for it. It's not going to be enough, and Team Electros get it done. It went down to a double match point, but in the end, every day has its dog, and Team Electros are going to be in the grand finals yet again. But Vatic, heartbreak.
This was their chance to leapfrog FA Bobby and make it to a top 3. And they made it to a double match point, but nothing can really defeat the sting of being called bald on the winner's cam. That really stinks for Bilal. And they put on such a good showing. Man, it really seems like they deserve to be in the top 3 in this region. With them going this far against Team Electros, truly, truly unthinkable. I believed, man. I predicted Team Electros to win it, but I believed in the end. That is simply heartbreaking.
This match now also marks Ash as the most picked brawler here in NA. Doesn't have a great win rate, unfortunately. For Vatic, it didn't bring any luck either. Really well played here by Team Electros. And Vatic, you've got to commend them though. They came closer and closer. 3-0 in February, 3-1 in June, and now 3-2 in July. Maybe in August. Team Electros is finally beaten by Vatic.
Maybe. I mean, just honestly, that was kind of exactly how I expected on some level. I just knew that these two teams are so close, neck and neck, every which way about it. I mean, it just it's living on 15 there as well.
Look at the damage.
You can see how much it meant to him to try to do this. And Bilal, again, like I said, had a fantastic game. Everyone on Vatic trying to throw everything except the kitchen sink at this game, but Team Electros just had the ability to stay firm. Definitely the most exciting match of the day for me.
Yeah, they played out of their minds, and unfortunately the draft just wasn't on their side in this one. I really believe we need to start banning out the Grey instead of the M's. They ban out the M's hoping that that is enough to shut down those Grey comps, but that is the second time already where we see an iteration of the Grey comp without M's still working out somehow. By the way, if you are in these 5% right now who have voted for Vatic, I'm really sorry for their points, but maybe you get luckier in the finals. It's now Tribe versus Team Electros, and you get to choose who you think you will win the grand finals here in July in North America.
Absolutely. I mean, it's going to be an awesome one to watch. This is kind of what I anticipated, but obviously that semifinal 2 went the distance in ways that I did not expect. The double match point, absolutely incredible, and Vatic certainly proving that they would be worthy if they were to earn a postseason slot in this region. I still feel like they have that capability, but the job is not done yet. Teams are not secure yet, but because of Team Electros and Tribe Gaming going all the way to our grand final, now they're looking like Worlds are even more close to being locked in. It's going to be really a race in this season 6 for that 3rd spot.
I hope it's going to be a race. I hope this wasn't the only 3-2 we saw today. It was double match point as well. Let's listen into those last seconds.
Come in. Nice. I'm dead. It's fine. Just get gaze on.
Same. Yeah. Just TP.
Together.
Yeah. Go.
Chops.
Zone.
Oh, insane.
Nice. Let's go.
GG's. Buenas noches, Capi.
Let's go. Let's go, bro. It's so hard, bro.
Now they got off to show that meme twice. Unfortunate for Vatic. But yes, they came closer with every single time they're facing Team Electros. And they're not the only ones who are struggling against this team. Tribe Gaming is the steadiest team here in NA, but they're still trying to prove that they're on the same level as Team Electros. Because so far, every single time they face, Electros completely demolishes them. June already 3-0. Let's find out how they do in July. This is your grand final for today. It's Tribe Gaming versus Team Electros. Tribe on the left side because they're in the upper bracket. So yes, Tribe Gaming looking like the best team here in NA. They're sitting in that #1 seed. They have everything, and they now also have locked in Worlds. The one thing they're missing is a monthly final win.
Yeah, I mean, it just hasn't been fruitful for them. I mean, getting 4 reverse swept in March, I mean, they've been in the grand final 3 times and they've failed to secure the win every single time. It's just not really kind of what I expect from Tribe. It's still incredible, and they've got the results that just have enabled them to be so successful in this region. But you know, it's just one of those years where like it just seems odd. Like I just can't imagine getting to a world finals without Tribe having at least won a monthly final.
Yeah, they're definitely due one at this point, but I can't help but believe in T, if I'm being very honest with you. This is my prior. I'm not going to switch up going into this grand final. The youngsters have had my eye even since the preseason. This is who I picked to be #1 in the region. I'm going to default to them. That's no shot at Tribe. Tribe, obviously excellent, but I really feel like this series has been awesome throughout the year. I believe it's 2-1 overall, so this is now the 4th, at least in our top 8 setting. I think it's going to be a good one, too. I mean, the last one went 3-2 with Vatic. I think this has every potential to do the exact same thing.
It's so exciting to see those 2 teams stand here today. Many monthly finals actually went this way in July, where the top 2 seeds also have to face off against each other in the grand finals. We want to find out who truly is the #1 in the region. Both of these teams have the chance to lock in the world finals. For Tribe, it was enough to just place better than Vatic, so they can now shake Team Electro's hands, actually thank them for that, because they are the first team in NA to lock in world finals today. Team Electros has the chance to do the same, but they need to beat Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough ask, but I mean, it's definitely doable. I just kind of think to myself, though, with like Team Electros, that was a grueling process just now. They got some downtime now to kind of like, you know, collect and plan ahead, do their draft for the maps and such. But I mean, how much have Vatic taken out of that stamina? That's my only concern here for them. I think that at the moment, I'm kind of preferring what I'm seeing from Team Electros than I have been from Tribe Gaming, just in the way that their mechanics have just been so unmatched, and the draft itself for Team Electros 2, very, very scary. This is Electros' gauntlet now. They've got to win against Tribe in the grand finals to lock themselves in.
Yeah, it's part of their, at least a journey here for the final month, if they want to get the job done here. But on top of that, this is a team that was a basic lock for something like Brawl Cup just a few months ago. And in that, I guess, third or parallel now to what would be our sixth, they fell just short in a quarterfinals. Nobody is safe. Never take this spot for granted. Tribe Gaming have made so many grand finals. They will tell you all about that. They are still trying to clasp on to just one this season. If Team Electros get it done today, they can sit a lot more comfortably next month. Otherwise, they're going to be on eggshells. You can't help it. That's a lot of pressure for a young team to go through in a final month of their first season as a team.
Tribe Gaming had a pretty flawless run today, 6-0 overall, not a single set dropped. On the other side, Team Electros now had a pretty tough opponent in the semis. They had to go all the way to the very last set and even a double match point. So to give Team Electros a couple of seconds or minutes to get ready for their grand finals, we're going to see you after a quick break. Refresh those drinks and snacks because the next one is going to be super tight, super exciting. Tune in.
Oh, that was bad.
Yeah, smash break. Don't do this at home.
Sorry, I can't hear you from the bottom of the leaderboard. What'd you say?
22!
I had a vision.
What's up, guys? The monthly finals are back, and it's time for summer split. So, of course, we have a lot of stuff to split. Your job is to split the object as evenly as possible in two halves. Are you guys ready?
Absolutely. I'm a little bit scared how close Ark's proximity is to a knife and me, but...
You didn't hear what you said off camera before we started.
Safety first. Put on some gloves. The first object is strawberries. Ark, you are the first one to go.
Is there any strat? Like, is a big one better than a small one? I'm gonna go for this one.
So serious.
Oh, wow. Oh, look at the technique.
I love this.
He's kind of attacked. It's on at least.
22.
Okay. I've never seen this game played before, so that seemed impressive.
Can we make sure to clean the lingering juice so that it doesn't alter my score?
Kenny, you're up next.
I mean, we're looking at these, right? This is clearly what I should do.
So I get left with the...
Correct. That's exactly what I'm saying. I'm just going to take a quick glance at her.
Oh, at her? It's a her? It's a she?
I beg to differ.
I have no idea.
Oh, that was...
I think the left's heavier.
Look how hollow that one is, though.
Oh,
that is true. That's true. Yeah, that is true.
That can't be on me. That can't be on me.
Ooh.
Oh, it's not even. Oh, it's 0.3 off.
20.
That's criminal.
Look at this one. That's horrible.
Oh, dude, this should be super easy.
I'm gonna do a little diag. I feel like I'm gonna do a little
just so you know,
diagonal.
there's a crater on the inside. It's gonna be hollow on that side.
He's going
that's horrible. That's actually.
What are you doing, boy?
Because it was so misshapen.
Oh no!
And how many times do you watch TikTok every day? You've seen this done.
Oh, that's
your short form content rate should be nailing this.
Oh, it's gonna be like 10 grams off.
This is disaster. Oh my God! 29, 22.
You can just.
Round 2, we got crackers, and you have to use your hand muscles. Okay?
I don't have those.
You got this, okay?
Why do I get to go first on the one?
You get to pick any one you want.
Yeah, but like, it's a cracker.
There's a lot of complaining going on here.
I was gonna say this is a lot of excuse making here. This is.
I don't know which way to go.
No,
I'm just gonna go for it. I'm just gonna go for it.
As your opponent, I think. Oh, I think you're doing the other way.
Yeah, that's two halves.
I mean, you saw that too, right? Like this guy just says. Some people have it, some people don't.
8 and.
Okay.
Oh, 7.
Oh, 7 and 10.
7 and 10.
Lingering on 10.
Next up. Okay, Kenny, let's go. You got this, okay?
It's a little misshapen. We're gonna go for a rough chop here. Here we go.
I like this. I like this.
I don't know.
Maybe 1 gram more on the right. I like this.
Right mental, wrong technique.
7 left.
Right mental, wrong
7 right as well.
Woo! Okay, Trev, this is not looking good for you.
This is a 2-man. I didn't realize there were 2 people playing this game.
Okay, Ark.
I'm going to win. Oh, this is a bit of a...
Oh, yeah, I had to adjust for this.
Yeah, I have to adjust this. I'm not going diagonal. It's not what I'm doing. I'll tell you that.
Come on.
This could be bad.
You can't even break it.
we went.
Oh, that's pretty good.
I think we got a chance here. This looks solid.
We're saying 8.
That seems about right.
No!
I'll take it, Joel.
That's very solid.
I'll take it.
Very solid.
I'll take it.
Round 3, we got frikadella. Danish meatballs.
Oh,
and this time you'll get another weapon. No, the scissor.
Why do I feel like I've thrown the easiest 2 rounds now?
They don't smell good.
It's your lunch, by the way. Kenny, you go first.
Can I go with this guy? So
Yeah, I picked the smallest scissor I could find.
If I can even fit my fingers through it. I'm thinking right there-ish. Just gonna eyeball it a little bit.
I'm liking this.
Oh, so supportive, guys.
Got 40.
Oh, it's not close. Oh, that was bad.
It is a big object, though.
53 and
This is a
46.
toughie.
Big object.
You know, that wasn't my best work.
Dude, I don't think that's going to be too
I'm
bad.
surprised. I think it's pretty good.
I don't know if it's good or bad.
Next up is Ark.
I'm nervous in this one, genuinely.
And you're left-handed.
And they're all shaping differently.
They are. I'm gonna go for this one, which might be a bad shout to be fair, but it's flatter. I'm gonna go with that, and maybe like a little bit more to the right.
He's turning.
Whoa, a little right turn.
Okay, let's see. I worry about the right-hand side being less,
That
to be
feels
honest.
good. Oh!
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That is ridiculous.
What? No pressure, Trav. No pressure.
The list of my skills is endless.
He laughed before it even started. You really
need a point.
Reevaluate the situation.
He's already halfway through cutting it, and he's...
It's falling apart.
Ooh, a little right... Oh, there's...
No,
this guy looks a little weightier. He looks a little weightier on
It
this
just
side.
fell apart a little, Kenny. That wasn't my fault, I don't think.
but he looks like he's got a little gut to him.
No, the other side's way weightier.
No. 57 and 44.
It was an attempt.
For round number 4, we have red sausages.
Yay!
With your hand.
I'm going
Wall break. Why don't you do
snap
like
it.
this?
I'm looking at his technique.
Oh, he's pulling it apart. That's embarrassing. That's
Oh,
embarrassing.
the technique.
The thing is, it's going to be good as well.
30.
25, my worst performance yet.
Must have been.
And that's still not bad.
Have a bite.
Please don't do that ever again.
Okay, Kenny, you got this.
Just average size.
Ooh.
Oh, that's bad. I don't think I nailed this one. I think that was bad technique. Psych.
Oh,
Psych.
Good.
I'm playing mind
This
games.
one's got a curve, so it might be a little bit unfair again.
Trav, you really need a point.
Just account for the curve.
Come on, big dog. You got this. I want to see you win.
I didn't enjoy that. I didn't
no,
enjoy
I
it.
said the same thing.
I
No, I
didn't
said the
enjoy
same
it.
thing. It doesn't look that bad.
Oh, no. I don't
looks
think
fine.
it
It looks
is.
fine. It looks fine. Yeah! What would we say? 27, 29.
I get a point.
Yay! Sherry! Yay!
I'm so proud of you.
That was the first one where we all did pretty good.
I hope you got those snacks refilled as we head into our grand finals. Now it's the July monthly finals, the last region we cover, North America's time to shine. This is the map draft, and for the first time today, Tribe Gaming, who got to choose if they want to go first or second, actually choose to go second. So a little bit of a strategy switch in this one. Triple dribble, safe zone out in the open are the first 3 here, picked by Team Electros and Tribe. The last map here, Dueling Beetles. So we see a completely new set of maps actually. Hard Rock Mine coming in at last. And then if we head to our draft from the semi-finals, Team Electros showed us really different variety picks. Tribe Gaming had a clear pattern of showing us Griff in every single round.
I quite like the fact that Electros have got triple dribble for the first map too. They have got such a high win rate on Brawl Ball as well, so they're getting themselves a good starting hand. Tribe though as well, they play a mean game there too, so not to say that they're going to necessarily automatically get that first set on the board, but they're definitely giving themselves a good starting chance to do so. Global Bounds as well. Max, Ruffs, Griff and Lou. Definitely going to leave Star Nova open. That's a bigger concern as well for me. Brawls like Damien too. Going to be open here. There's some scary ones on the board. Crow, Ems, I mean, take your pick.
The pattern is answered. We have actually Team Electros with Left Griff, and I love to see it, Kenny. As Tribe Gaming had a quick run through their bracket so far, a 6-0 in the end, and they played Griff more often than any other team.
Yeah, I mean, that's just an easy click at that point, right? I think you can take care of those more specific brawlers if you want to in the regular ban stage, but I think it's a great utilization of the global bans. Like, they literally saw a team click the same brawler 3 times. Okay, let's just throw them off their rhythm a little bit. That just seems like easy decision-making, not overthinking it, in my opinion.
Now, all that is missing is the poll from eventthebrawlstars.com. I'm really eager to see this one because Tribe Gaming and Team Electros both definitely have what it takes to win this one. In Journey was Team Electros coming out on top, and that seemed to have an influence here. 2/3 voting for them in this one.
I think it's 50-50, honestly. I mean, maybe not because Tribe have been here many times and failed to close it out. The most consistent team at being inconsistent at winning grand finals, I think it's fair to say. Write that one down, Tribe. You wanted us to say it a lot? Well, that's what I'm saying.
That's why I called them
They've got to close it out. Come on. They have to close this out. But I think that's the kind of only thing that makes me lean more towards Electros, as they've done that more so. And they are just looking, again, really quite scary today. I'm liking the way that they're drafting too. They're taking more risks, they're taking chances, they're not being as transparent, I feel, in going for those confident ideas.
I don't fault a soul for whichever direction you go here, because Tribe Gaming, to make it in so many grand finals this year and not grab one, especially considering what they've done historically just a year ago. I mean, winning 4 out of the 6, making every single grand finals, and Diego Gamer, obviously a great replacement player coming in this year, has stepped in like a glove. I get it. They've had an easy road to get here, too. I just believe in TE. I mean, it's who I felt coming into this. They made me look like a genius in month number 1 when I power rank picked them as number 1 to finish the year. I feel like these guys have a bright future, and the thing that stands out in my mind is if Angel Boy, who I think could probably be the best player in the world at this point, like I truly feel like he's on that level. If he is saying their potential biggest level of competition is TE, clearly he sees something in them, and I'm not going to stop seeing it until they prove me wrong.
Diego Gamer celebrating with a big yawn and a stretch. They have qualified as the first team here in NA for the World Finals already, so they have every reason to celebrate. Also made 4 out of 5 Grand Finals now. Really impressive stuff. On the other side, Team Electros, they must be motivated. They need to win this one to lock in Worlds today. So let's head straight into our first map, Dribble Dribble. Both of those teams have what it takes to make it into the Grand Finals again and again, sitting in that number 1 and 2 slots. Both of them now looking to win today to achieve greatness. For Tribe Gaming to win a monthly final this year, a feat they haven't yet achieved, one of the only ones they haven't achieved, and for Team Electros to clutch World Finals today. Shade is going to be the first pick here in Triple Dribble. We don't have any targeted bans against it. Like the Jackie, the Trunk are still left open here in this one. The boss also came in a couple of times in the other regions as a counter to it. But Shade overall and Triple Dribble, I really rate it quite highly. Those walls in the middle are made out of metal, so you can't actually break them.
Yeah, Barry's what I have my eye on here for Tribe. M still open here as well, which could be definitely a perfect place for her. The Acid Spray will do well as well into that Shade, so Luffy just frantically going through the draft and the desk shaking there. But, you know, I think as well, the max ban very much needed here. Sometimes Tribe will bring in a bit of a tankier brawl like a BB here as well, which would also cater quite nicely with that Berry for those heals too. So some scarier prospects here for this Tribe draft.
With the Barley ban and now Barry being picked, I'm curious if the right-hand side wants a Willow in the tank. I don't think that's always at the top of mind for them, but just given this ban stage, I think it's setting up pretty well for a Willow matchup in particular. And of all brawlers, at least in the thrower category, it's one that can kind of fend for themselves. If the walls open up, they've got a defense mechanism with the gadget, or they can just use a super for goal-scoring opportunities. It's definitely one that I'm going to keep in the back of my mind on the 4-5.
Hold on.
Max stands out, unfortunately, for Team Electros, who really liked to pair that Shade in the past with the Brawler. Picking up Gale instead here. Decent answer. We've seen it already today with the Twister and also with his super, making some room for his teammates, and probably the best goalkeeper in the game, really. This kid does so much catered towards just making sure that the ball gets knocked out of your opponent's hands. Cornelius coming in now would have been a good answer also to their own Shade. I don't mind it here also against the Barry. If he plays the gadget to jump over the wall, it's going to help him a lot to control that Brawler. We have no thrower on the right-hand side though, so the Barry is going to have a lot of value.
I love it that Tribe just don't care about the Cordelius. I mean, it's going to obviously have a decent time, you know, with the Cordelius taking the Ashe away from the field, but you know, it's RBM, it's Tribe. This is just Tribe doing Tribe things. I think the Shade here is a really, really good shout. I mean, it's one of those things where we see it happening a lot in East Asia and in Brawl Ball especially. Very hard to keep a level head to control that kind of brawl once they get flowing, and Hyper Charge, very easy to cycle, you know, the speed at which it brings to bring the ball from one side of the map to the other. Snow already going to start with some long arms, but doesn't quite connect with the shot.
Here we go in the grand finals. This has been an awesome rivalry throughout the year. Youngsters in Team Electros trying to claim another grand finals. Meanwhile, Tribe working on their first. An historic organization doing great work. Now securing a world final spot, but a way to celebrate would finally be crowning themselves king of the region. As Gale's going to dribble this ball, a push back through. Tribe Gaming trying to encroach on the enemy territory. Get a tag. Gale low HP, 35 HP will keep him afloat little respawn here from Shade as well. He needs to work on that first super. Once he gets up and going, that engine's going to be really running for the team.
Great there from Luffy, massively so. Maybe a chance to walk this one through as well. It's just Snowy for the defense. RBM. Oh, that Gale came in at just the right time as well. Twister for good measure. Snowy going to try to defend this as well. His team pushing it forwards. Brilliant start. And it's going to be an opening goal here for Team Electros, and it will be Tribe. Unfortunately, not able to do anything about that. But here's the Acid Spray. That's a good answer into the shade, and already there, Snowy stopped in his tracks.
Counter push into straight up offense on the reset. They meet in the middle for the ball, and Snowy is going straight at them with some haunted hugs. Gale now pushing himself on the left-hand side while Luffy is forced to hug the L-shaped wall. Diego Gamer, the healer, working alongside RBM, one of, if not the best tank players in this region. Hypercharge has been charged up as well. Maybe working on that as Snowy goes through the wall. 1 tap, 2 tap. Diego Gamer with heals going straight at him, and now the Assassin Berry starting to come out. A double heal going through. 3v2 situations. RBM has the number alongside his teammate. The pushback there, a dodge through, but Snowy able to scoop this ball and dump it off.
Yeah, but a missed opportunity there for Tribe. The pass not quite there. Snowy going to be able to defend this. That was a good chance. Good shots though from Luffy, and RBM staying in position here. They couldn't really aggress doing beforehand because the +3 blow, which he now has back the hypercharge for good measure too. So should have held to a pretty decent chance of defending this on the side of Team Electros, and it will be RBM stand out there as well. Ball in the pocket, a Twister in the back pocket as well. Can't forget that for doing. Could be very hard now for Tribe to get to this ball.
They've left the ball up top, and TE have straight up sent themselves at the other side. Now a stun going through into Luffy, who barely holds on due to the ice cream cone on the ground. It's going to take a whole Insurgents to get up on this top left-hand side. 10 seconds to go. Tribe Gaming forcing the issue as TE have all the defensive mechanisms in the world. Super for Snowy. Memon can drag one to the Shadow Realm. Gale with the respawn, and RBM too low of HP to creep up towards the top. From top to bottom, that was all TE.
Yeah, Gale on defense is a really, really tough thing to push into, especially, you know, if it's there with a super. I mean, what do you do? You've got to time a perfect pass, and then even after that, evade those gadgets. Twister, there's just so much to Gale's kit when it comes to defense. Your only chance really is to just make sure that he's eradicated and hopefully waiting to spawn back in.
As a Gale fan, it's good to see the old man get a little life as Snowy goes for the gadget. A little extra extension there from the hug. Luffy dribbling right-hand side. Gale going to be positioned just to defend against it. Going to hug up against this wall as the acid spray goes through. RBM now looking for a pinch alongside his teammate, and now it's a team effort. Diego Gamer expanding with space. 3v2 situation as Snowy forced to just try and work for this first super. You'll see it once again. This is where they struggled the most. The early game, once they get Shade up and running, it's a significantly better time. That's a big pickup from Memon.
Okay, well, Tribe still trying to work this ball forwards. Memon will fall, but Doing can't be too far away from super anyway, and I'm sure on the side of the Tribe, they know that. Hypercharge available for RBM. Gets a couple of taps. Snowy as well, going to struggle here with these very shots coming over. Hypercharge, robotic rats come forward as well. More heals from Diego Gamer, but Tribe still can't find the moment to pass this forwards. Now should be the chance. Got to be done. +3 blows available here for the Gale. Memon doing his best as well. There's the stun as well. It's not enough here this time for Doing, and Tribe played that perfectly.
Excellent effort from TE, but Tribe Gaming just had the numbers, they had the damage. Now off-screen, Memon looking for a hypercharge super opportunity. Doesn't do the second one, goes for the long distance, but doesn't make the connection. So unfortunately, it's not going to be there, but it is going to be Tribe Gaming in their spawn. The berry heals are keeping them all together, though. Look at this super coming out of Luffy. Excellent team play. The stun going through. Gale, bang, down the middle. What a play out of him.
That was absolutely ridiculous. Unreal to find that shot in a 1 versus 3, no less. Crazy. Tribe back on the defensive here. Memon being a real pest, but Luffy shuts him down there with the acid spray. Now RBM getting some taps here. Snowy considering the ball here, has the hypercharge too. He'll be able to go down though. Diego Gamer coming off the spawn should secure it. Now the hypercharge for RBM. These robotic rats going to be a real problem to be taken care of. Cool pass from Diego Gamer as well. This could be Tribe getting a shot off on here. Doing a great defense and Snowy with the clearance and the speed to match the ball being run up the other side of the field. And it should be a goal in turn. Team Electros get the set.
Those boys can play. That was a nasty set of goals. Unbelievable stuff. They zip one in with Gale. It looked like all the heals in the ward being poured out from that berry. An M super just to push them all away. It's a lone Gale, 1,000 HP. A stun goes through, wide open net. And then Snowy popping off with the hypercharge, goes for an entire team wipe and rushes down that left-hand side, rifles one in. I mean, you just can't make this stuff up. That game, too, was some special stuff.
Just absolutely ridiculous, honestly. I mean, just great defenses all round. I think they're doing a fantastic job on that Gale pick, quite honestly. And Snowy too with this shade, really as a first pick for as well. Tribe did their best to have an answer for it, but you know, it's just too hard. I mean, I love this as well. Watch this. This is honestly absolutely ridiculous. Doing here alone, the 1 versus 3 gets the perfect stun, the knockback, and the ball in the goal. I mean, that is, we hadn't pressed the red button already today, that would be another moment for it. I'm telling you right now, that was absolutely crazy.
I'm just so happy for Kenny, honestly, knowing that this is his favorite brawler. Gale had such great showings in this game. I keep calling him the best goalkeeper in the game. He's so good on defense with his kits. Both the gadget and the super are just so good at making sure you get the ball knocked out of your opponent's hands. But he's also just so good at scoring, as we just clearly witnessed. Now, heading over to Safe Zone. This is now Tribe Gaming's map pick. Again, I do really wonder why they went ahead and picked to go first in terms of map pick all day long, and now finally in the grand finals they just swapped that strategy. I'm sure we're gonna learn more about this. It's still month 2 only where we have map dropped actually. Bans are in, Search, Shade, Carl on the left hand side, and then 8-bit Star Nova banned out and Search directly a double ban. On the left now, I would once again say pick Cold. We haven't seen it even once today, but both of those teams have played him so consistently on any heist map.
Is this really your best?
Kazi first pick here for Tribe. I'm not sure the Shade's necessarily a warranted ban here for me personally, but I don't mind it. The Surge and the Carl, I can make my peace with for sure. Kazi, a very aggressive brawler. Fanstorm on the safe. What's not to really love? Chuck open here. Melody as well. Not necessarily expecting to see them, but the Cordelis is as well open, so that hard counter still to be available if it does decide to show its space. Again, Otis, yeah, that's a good brawler to have in the back pocket for brawlers like that to be on the aggressive. And Penny, Team Electros are looking to get a chokehold over Tribe here and let the turret do all the work.
Two contrasting strategies for sure. I mean, Kaze obviously is going to gun it for the high safe. Meanwhile, Penny and Otis don't mind playing back. The mute button, excellent into Kaze. You're looking for that into Assassins in particular. And then on top of that, Old Lobber is there for just kind of chip damage or just forcing the enemy teams to maybe have some awkward footing. The less space they have to work with, the easier it is to land shots. I really like this out of T.
Yeah, same. I think it's a direct reaction to what we have on the left side already. Kaze is going to get shot down pretty easily with the Otis and Penny on the right side. Brock coming in now, making sure the map is nice and open, and also dishes out a lot of damage onto safe, even from afar, even if that Kaze gets shot down from that Otis. I wouldn't mind the Ruffs coming in here as well. We saw him so often. Oh, he's global ban. Never mind, that's why. But yeah, one of the best brawlers on this map for sure. Mika would still be left open to have something aggressive on the right side too. On the left, not sure. Again, why not Cold? Why not Cold today? We see Brock, but no Cold.
Yeah, I'm with you. I'm with you. Just doesn't seem to be the flavor of North America this month, it seems.
It is in scrims though.
Yeah, Pierce, Crow here as well could be options. The long range affair is where, at the moment for me, Team Electros are lacking in regards to that Brock and the Lumi now, especially. You know, Penny going to struggle, Otis going to struggle a little bit in terms of that range affair. So I'm still down for that Colt. I like to see it. I don't really know necessarily whether it will show its face forwards, but there are still some options in that regard. Pierce, Colt, and Kirby, where I'm thinking they bring it forward. That makes me happy.
Yeah, I think it just makes sense too. Like, I feel like they needed just some serious high safe damage here, because Otis and Penny can chip away, but it takes more from that at times. Also, it gives them the range into something like a Lumi. I think that was pretty well rounded.
Well-rounded comps by both sides, in my opinion. Super excited for this one. Team Electros has the chance to extend their lead. 3-0 was it in June. I hope for Tribe's sake it's not going to be the same fate today.
Yeah, for Tribe, they really do need to work hard in this set to try to bring things back into order. We mentioned it a lot here on the desk, no denying that, but Tribe still searching to find that first monthly final win of the year. And it's not through lack of trying or lack of scrims. We know that. They are putting in the time and the effort. It's just that the competition has been this fierce in North America this year.
Grim and Frostbitten immediately covers the map. A trade out going down too, though, as Snowy pierces through the enemy side. Luffy, Snowy, Dowling. It's going to be close, but barely holding on as Snowy. That means he's going to get a super off. The Echo Gamer striking, though. I believe he exhausted a little utility there, too. I think that's a small blunder.
Yeah, I believe so as well. I thought the Super Bowl was coming through from the Colt, and then the A game was able to find the range. Now, surviving longer than I gave him credit for, but then does eventually go down. There's the Petty Mortar taken care of now by Luffy, but it did get the first safe crack on the side here of Team Electros, who are now playing some defense. Snoy again goes down on this Colt. Still going to get some damage on the safe, but Luffy needs to try to crack it. He does. That's how he ties up the game.
Couple daggers down will give them enough to tie the ball game as Mimmin now works this right-hand side. Salty Barrel trying to trap Luffy. This Incendiary rains out of Old Lobber. Snoy on the defensive. Fat Splatter being preemptively popped, but Rock has so much rain. These rockin' rockets, especially every 6 seconds when they go that extra distance, it's almost free 5% shots.
Not choosing to open up the left-hand side, but for now, the amount of damage raining down by Team Electros is going to be enough to get the safe cracked yet again. And Tribe do have to take care of this mortar. They just cannot leave it for too long here. Snoy going to heal up as well. Rocket fueled that right-hand side and break things open even more. And Snoy gets both for his time. That's disgusting value.
Numbers advantage for TE, but they are on the back heels in terms of defense as now the drum solo goes down. Diego Gamer gets a kill. He's looking for high safe damage. On top of this, the damage gear doing a little additional work while Luffy is bounced away. He's going to go straight at Mimmin. Has to be careful because of the Salty Barrel, but threads the needle perfectly. Now going to be chipping away alongside that Brock Super, close to 25%. Luffy with just a couple more taps will give them a serious advantage.
Nice there from Luffy, dodges the evade. It's going to go down here surely, but I mean, fantastic value. Gets the safe crack for them as well. Hypercharge Penny Mortar down. Team Electros have got time on their side here. Luffy going to put a Fanstorm into the middle of the map here as well to try to skip through, and he actually does. Onto the safe now, and surely going to be getting the damage of which Tribe need. Just cut short though. Snoy going to get the damage on the other side of the field. It's a 1% differential. That is definition of it ain't over till it's over. My goodness me.
That's insane. That's a couple times now where it looked like, oh, Tribe Gaming in the previous set about to have a goal knocked in. No, just some insane playmaking coming out of TE. These guys are young. The fact that they have so much ice in those veins to come back, to look at 40%, move up with the hypercharged old lobber, some big time shots connecting as well early on here. Snoy's tapping. I mean, these guys can just do it all.
Tribe have got to be feeling like, what do they have to do to get a game in this series right now? Luffy getting tapped up, gonna have to come back here. He's got damage gear, but cannot continue to go on the aggressive RBM. Just evading these Colt shots until the inevitable will still show its hand. And that Fanstorm will just give the edge here over to Tribe. Trying to advance forwards here, but Snoy very much on his case.
TE trying to get around this corner and get Luffy down. They bring him to his knees, but RBM now rocket launcher up in the air. A bunch of rockets barraging onto that high safe as RBM tiptoes his way around 10 HP, but ice skates for TE. Diego Gamer with a stun, a double kill as well. Tribe Gaming with an excellent response. To your point, it's going to take a lot. TE refuse to fall down, and as well as Tribe Gaming are playing, they are just going to have some sheer perfection if they want to keep taking away just games. We're not even talking about sets yet.
I like that from Luffy, just using the ninja form to get the safe crack and then going there with the Fanstorm. Sometimes we see those sort of plays happening and this kind of wasted utility, so good to see him really valuing the damage, but as is Snoy. Getting that safe down to 75%, the crack is there, and the hypercharge now, continuation damage coming in. Tribe have got to defend for their lives now as Team Electros get stuck in, and there's another safe crack.
Oh, and T have the choke point at this moment, too. The silver bullet from Snoy landed there. They were able to get a kill. Diego Gamer thin ice as he goes down with RBM lobbing up a super just to try and get Memon out of the corner. He's now added a little extra wall break into that, too. Clean up on the top right-hand side as RBM is forced away. TE were down bad here at the early start of the game, but with all these kills coming through now, they've got positioning, a solid lead. Tribe Gaming still have to get to the 50% threshold.
Team Electros doing a pretty decent job of defense, but Diego Gamer now finds some space, gets the takedown on a double. If they can get the safe crack, it'd be massive here for Tribe. They do very swiftly. RBM with the additional range, gonna pop hypercharge as well. And these rockets gonna pack a massive sting. Doing gonna be trying his best, does actually get the kill here. That could be enough here. Let's see. With 10 seconds on the clock, there is 2% in it. Can Snoy push this right-hand side? Can his teammates open up Luffy into the spin? Luffy might go down here. Fanstorm on safe though from Tribe. Might be a saving grace and a chance to defend. And Tribe just about hang on. This set is still up for grabs.
What an effort out of Tribe Gaming. TE were looking sharp there for several moments. A lot of team interactions that were favoring them. Even team wipes going down in their own spawn side. They took a massive retake. And it was Tribe Gaming with the last 30 or so seconds, I'll call it, really were able to claw their way back in it. That right-hand side was a huge focus. Colt could not escape. He was the one with the most range that could kind of get on that a high sit, give them an advantage. They drop a Grim and Frostbitten, put him in jail, trapped him, and he couldn't escape. So this time, TE won't escape with a 1% win. Instead, it is Tribe tying things up. All of a sudden, the blue side with a lot of life in them. A cutoff once again. RBM with rockets raining in as Otis is going to be outgunned, outranged with the assistance from Memon. A huge help.
And look how quickly Memon got turret. I mean, he got so much value early on. And that turret, eventually, if they can keep it standing, will get some good value. But Luffy escaped through here. Low HP, getting consistent damage onto the safe. 83% down already for Team Electros, but this penny turret could be making up for some lost time.
Absolutely, as now RBM's going to have to sidestep around this. Luffy just directing his attention at it, but it's a sidetrack here. Doesn't even make any contact with it. Instead goes to Dagger. Snowy, though, deletes him from the map. RBM survives, but it's going to be Otis with clear line shots, a few thousand raining in. T just chipping away at this slowly. They're not doing it all in one push like you would expect with something like a Colt. Just about 5 to 10% at a time, and it's enough for now.
That turret is being a real thorn in Tribe side. There's another one straight down, a hypercharged one at that. They're just not valuing it enough here. Doing going to survive here too. Has the mute to hand. Fanstorm goes down by Luffy. Snowy going to tap some shots in as well, and a safe Tribe already down to 49% here. Memon taps RBM low. Jaeger Gamer low as well. It's a really tough one here for Tribe trying to defend for their lives.
Snowy tapping right now. Luffy in trouble with 126 HP. He does get the job done, so leaves Otis all by himself. Meanwhile, up top, a complete trade. So the focus is now down low. Red roster on ice skates. Diego Gamer moving his teammates up the middle of the map as the 6-shooter looks to connect there. Fanstorm going down. Drive Gaming have so much to come back from. First step is getting that 75%.
That's a great rocket rain there from RBM. Diego Gamer on the left-hand side, trying to find Snowy and Memon. In some good space here, but Diego Gaming now very low from that tap. Luffy trying to dance around the situation, but Duin has the hyper charge, going to miss the mark though. That's not great. And these follow-up shots have got to land. Luffy's not being taken care of here. Now he's on the safe, and Duin is fumbling.
Diego Gamer goes down. Snowy has to get this kill on Luffy, otherwise it could be a little bit of a comeback. Did everything he could, but now it's all 3 blue members on the bottom side. A drum solo, not enough. Drive Gaming are fighting their hearts out here, but TE's defense feels impenetrable. There's no situation that the veterans have been able to throw at them that they can't handle.
Feels a little bit like deja vu, doesn't it? It does. Looking back to last month where Tribe got swept by this very team, and Team Electros now are just getting really, really comfortable. Smiles there from Snowy. And a team that are scrimming the most in this region with head in hands, looking down the barrel.
And Colt beats Brock in the end. Just kidding, obviously. It wasn't just that made the difference. Look how close those matches were. We see it in the highlights once again. Beautiful match coming out of those two. And it definitely didn't look like a stomp. Yes, it is a 2-0 so far, but it doesn't really reflect how close Tribe Gaming came to taking this one. And we talked about it with Snowy at the beginning of today in the first interview before their first match even started. He already said, we have weaknesses too. It got proven in the qualifiers. So Tribe needs to find these and attack where it hurts the most. I think we can still see a couple more sets from those guys.
It makes you really appreciate Vadic's performance earlier. They pushed TE to the brink, and so far Tribe have done well on a game-to-game basis, but I'm thoroughly impressed. Just the kitchen sink being thrown at Team Electros right now for how young they are, for how composed they stay, despite the age gap, despite the experience gap. They still just keep showing up in the big moments. This is the DNA that they've gotten them. Snowy, one thing that struck me in every interview we've had with him this year, he's well-spoken, he's got a little humility to him, but he stays confident. You can just tell he's got that nice blend, and for somebody at their age to just have such a good headspace, I just can't help but think there's going to be special careers ahead for all 3.
New teams are coming out to play. Team Electros is one of them. We have some other very, very strong players in this region right now. Just became 16 this year, competing for the first time and already showing up like this. We talked about it earlier. There's so many players that are now saying, hey, maybe this is the year where I have to retire in this region. We talked about this. Livy, Zulan, Bobby already announced it. I mean, watching these guys play, maybe that has something to do with that.
Yeah, I mean, you're not wrong. I mean, you know, the rookies coming in nowadays have just got such fresh blood there. You know, they haven't taken so many beatings over time. They haven't been as frustrated with, you know, just feeling like they're doing everything and not getting the results that they feel they deserve. I think here for Tribe, it's a real tough one because it's so similar to last month where 2 out of the 3 sets were decided by a third and final game here. And Tribe has still got nothing on the board despite all this effort and back and forth. Still nothing to show for it. Out in the open up next, Gene very much open here. I feel like it's got to be that safe kind of first pick worthy brawler to consider highly. I think Byron here as well, especially can have some good stuff. Pearl going to come in, yeah. And Byron combined with that Pearl could be quite disgusting here for Team Electros. Over to Tribe now. Some options still available. Ollie could be something whereby, you know, with that Byron combination, they got a chance to pick up 2 here. So they got to really capitalize down.
The brawlers that come to my mind always announced in the open are those who can walk over water or those who can open up the map. So my first pick would have also been either Pearl with Brock banned out or Angelo also still left open here. Those 2 will definitely have some great showings this draft.
I think Pearl's an easy first click for me too, for similar reasons that you said about Gene. Just the fanning vision is so good. There's the Byron that you alluded to as well. I think it goes in tandem with a lot of different options. I think Ollie, it might be a little early if they wanted to go with something like that, but it does leave them a 6th door if it does line up for them.
Okay, well, we'll see how Tribe want to combine this. I do agree though. I think that Ollie does leave the door open to a bit of a heavy counter prospect, so I mean, they do like sometimes bring in Eve. It's not for me, but it is simply one that can show its face. I feel like Angelo's still good, like Sonny says, but a bit risky. Gene, like I said, definitely going to come in now to give even more kills, which makes me concerned for this third and final pick here. I mean, brawlers like Damien here still going to be open here. Piper going to get run down. Charlie going to come in actually as that potential counter for a Damien, which might be looming.
Surprised to see Piper come out before Angela's even mentioned in this one. Charlie then as a potential counter into the Ollie we talked about before. Gene and Byron are the 2 most played by Tribe Gaming, so they're getting exactly what they want. This is a comfort pick for them on a map like this one. They scrimp this one so often, they have to get a set on the board finally.
Charlie's Spiderlings are sticking out to me too. That's really hard for Gene to deal with. Single shot brawler Byron, I mean, depending on star power choice, can go through them, and they end up selecting the Buster in the final. I can see how this works. I think Buster comps in general, like especially alongside Gene, now you've got the magic puffs, and you can team it up with a passive supercharge.
I don't know whether that was realistically what Tribe were thinking. I kind of wonder whether that Charlie may have just been a bit of a spanner in the works here. I feel like, you know, anything like a Damien, anything like an Ollie, going to be shut down super easy in Buster. It might have been the fallback, in all honesty here. We shall see how it will fare for Tribe Gaming one way or another. But I feel like with the way that Team Electros are playing, with the way that they've got 2 sets ahead, the draft so far, what's not to love?
Hard to go against it. 2-0 lead for the Youngling. And on the other side, Tribe Gaming looking to try and finally get the job done. Hoist the trophy for Season 5, but right now they're under heavy fire. Memon in prime positioning. Snowy now in the middle of the map, playing a brawler that he does very well, making great contact on the Luffy there. I mean, Tribe Gaming just haven't been able to move a muscle. Of all compositions, though, that's okay. They have the RVM who can just walk this up the map. He's got a Buster Shield on top of it. Pearl now fanning out shots. Oh, a Cocoon going down too, though, the Magic Puffs. And along with that, they're going to need the Luffy heals. They have to be careful. They're gunning down RVM, who will stay alive for now. For all that effort, no kills exchanged yet.
Doing very low here. Gotta be cautious to not find Luffy. RBM hypercharge and Memon now caught out of position. Doing can't be there for support and actually will fall down as well. Spiderlings out. Continued aggression here from RBM, and Snowy can't really do much in this position now. I think Memon might just be able to fall down here. Big heals needed actually there from Luffy. It was a bit close towards the end, but I think Tribe still, though, after they were able to get out of the spawn side, made good in that situation.
Buster's already got a super too, so RBM can walk his team up if they so choose, to make sure that they don't get pinned and spawn too early. On the other side, though, DE, not a lot of supers to show. They have Memon who activates Hypercharge, clicks the super, doesn't make any connection with the enemy team, though. RBM, low HP. Luffy tried to bump him with as many heals as possible, but he does trickle away. Diego Gamer with 340 as well has to run for the hill, so this time it's going to be TE with a clear numbers advantage. Really hard for Tribe to come back here. These don't strike me as 1v1 kinds of brawlers. I mean, Gene with a little chip damage. Byron is really hard unless everybody just stands in a line together to get those shots going down. So a very high advantage, very high probability for TE.
Luffy now in trouble. Those Spiderlings do go down. Memon low as well. could be done, but not realistically now, as Luffy in a 1 versus 3 will fall. Round again going the way of Team Electros. 1 round away from getting onto a match point position here as well. Supers all round for every single member on the side of Team Electros. RBM is the last saving grace with the hypercharge. They might well need for Tribe to get out of this spawn now.
I respect Memon shooting a shot, but it does sting that he did not make anybody go into a cocoon. RBM now with a hypercharge super available. Diego Gamer can go for the pull if they so choose, and of course RBM with that gadget has a miniature lookalike alongside that as well. Snowy now swinging left hand and Pearl on the side, and RBM instigating action. Diego Gamer hypercharge, won't use it for the pull quite yet. Looking for an opportunity, doesn't have any clear line on the enemy brawlers as the evil spirits go down. Snowy flanking, now heavy fire going down on that end is Strive Gaming. Go for the long range pull, what a play! They needed that. A huge resurgence is now Memon. A second one goes through. Diego Gamer tapping, Snowy conceding, Driver on the board.
What a pull. What a pull. I thought they would have gone for the Charlie. The Spiderlings had gone out already. They knew that they were going to get a pretty decent connection if they went for it, and they chose for the big dog. I mean, Pearl has to be supported in that pull. You know, you've got to have your teammates hunker down to ensure a swift takedown, because ultimately sometimes you're pulling in death to yourselves if you're not cautious. So really nice there from Tribe under pressure. But it's just the game. They've got to keep this up.
That was absolutely insane, and that's what it took to grab the game. It takes that caliber of effort if Tribe Gaming want to keep chipping away at this 2-0 deficit. First game obviously in their pockets alongside that. Easy piercing shots go through from RBM as Luffy, low HP, will back away. Doesn't love his interaction with Snowy there. The extra distance that Piper has does make that a little bit awkward for Byron.
Well, again, RBM can't really helping hand things until he's hunkered behind his teammates enough to be able to get the montage, which he's now got. So using it immediately on the right-hand side. Pearl going to come in now. A nice connection there for the Overcooked, and RBM in trouble. Now down goes Diego Gamer there. And RBM out of position 2. Should be easy pickers here for doing, and a big break as well for the next round already for Snowy. Will not overextend here. Luffy did have a heal, and that connected there onto Memon at the final hour too. But nonetheless, Team Electros tie up the round. They might have opened up a channel here for Tribe, but I'm a bit concerned that break may not have been pitch perfect.
I wonder if that was intentional too, because in the first game, Snowy did the same thing, but instead he only got rid of the grass section, didn't actually open it up fully. So I wonder if that's strategy, a mistake only he knows, and at least the team and the comms will know that until after the fact. Diego Gamer is still working to get a super. He's going to be paired alongside Luffy on the left hand, and with Tribe having that super available for Buster, he doesn't really need to charge off anybody because he's already at max.
Well, RBM has got an opportunity here to montage, because Snowy is so dangerous on this Piper. It's absolutely necessary. Hypercharge available for him also. But has got Memon there. The Cocoon Spiderling's going to be coming out as well. Dave Gamer needs to connect this pull. Doing low HP on that left-hand side as well. Being tapped up. Oh, but a bit of an overextension there from Luffy now. Dave Gamer goes for the pull, and the jump away from Snowy is painful for Tribe. RBM going to pop there. The slow-mo replay does find a connection. Now a 2 versus 2. This is doable, but maybe not now. RBM on his own. Snowy's got to land these shots, but this is all there. Enough time for RBM to heal. And Snowy might now not be in the best of places.
RBM gonna shield himself for as long as possible and is just going to bolster HP. Somehow got away from the automatic shot of Snowy and will get Tribe Gaming a round. That was unreal. This level of gameplay that we've seen in the grand finals from both teams has been all over the place. Luffy stepping forward in the makeshift wall, the opening that Piper created just a couple rounds ago. A little extra shot going down there too. Snowy will bring Diego Gamer to low HP, so RBM there to be the meat shield for him. It's one of the benefits of Buster. He can always use that shield if needed, or if not, he's got 10,000 HP.
This needs to be a pull from Diego Gamer, and it can't really be one aimed towards Snowy. It needs to be Memon. I think at this stage, it's the final round. You can afford to break your cover. Let's see, will he go for it? RBM waiting his time now, this hypercharge, and Luffy creeping forwards. Luffy's got the heal too, so I think that Tribe should really focus on primarily getting better map control over this situation here. Gas can't be too far away. There come the hills here from Luffy. Snowy waiting for this channeling here. RBM going to open things up now for Tribe, and it's go time.
They've broken the tension. Now RBM rushing at the other side as Snowy pops Hypercharge. It's a pull onto Pearl, low HP, but it's a takedown. A Cocoon on the left-hand end. They can multitask. Diego Gamer goes for one, but Gene doesn't stand a chance in a 1v2. And all of a sudden, the youngsters on match point. Tribe Gaming are all too familiar with this situation. How will they handle the pressure? If another month goes by, they make a grand finals and they don't win. Sure, they've made the world finals, but what does that say about them? What does that do to the headspace for the rest of the season?
You can scrim all you like, but if you're making the same outcomes as the previous month, it's got to be heartbreaking. And for Team Electros, really are playing so well that Tribe just not able to find the space. Doing everything right for all it seems, in my opinion. I don't think there's big blunders happening here. I think there's really small things that come down to maybe even just like, was this Buster pick part of the plan, you know, in that draft stage? Only they will know at this moment in time. The Team Electros, again, they get this next game. They are locked in for Worlds. They need to beat Tribe to be able to do so. And they are on the cusp of greatness here.
Just feels like it's two great teams going at each other, but TE just a little ahead of them. Now just one game away from grabbing yet another grand finals as RBM is going to push back his foes. It's still Pearl on the left-hand side in good positioning, just peppering away at the enemy side. The Vengeful Spirit's going down. Low HP for Diego Gamer. RBM backing down. Another miss from Memon. Snowy exchange. 2v2 situation. Diego Gamer pierced through. The mechanics coming out of these younglings is so darn good. One more round in the red roster will have themselves another grand finals.
Bit scrappy as Tribe feeling nervous. Team Electros again on that cusp, and they know what a win here will do. One more round away. RBM with a very early montage here. Tribe trying to gain positioning power here. They are separated. RBM going straight in with the slow-mo replay. Just about survives. And now Tribe in a 3 versus 2.
Now a 2v2. Do Tribe have what it takes to save this night? It would be a heck of a comeback as RBM surges up the middle of the map. Snowy, low HP, dives away. The Gunbrella still working from the long distance as RBM goes for a clinging on shot, but Memon hits this one. Low HP for Gene, trying to juke around it. They tag him. RBM, a sitting duck. Snowy doing everything he can. RBM finally falls. This region runs through rookies.
3 for the tally. Team Electros lock themselves in for the World Finals, and it's heartbreak yet again for Tribe. It felt like the wind was in their sails coming in, but coming out of this Grand Finals, nothing but misery and deja vu. They still have not got a monthly final win on the board. I can't believe how reserved Team Electros are, man. The only team to look so calm and collected, having just done the unthinkable. These are rookies. These are guys who are not in any way on my radar coming into this year. And every year I make a little, a little tick list of where my eyes are on. They have absolutely excelled, exceeded all expectation. They are the team to beat, maybe not just in this region, but in the world, in my opinion.
What a bittersweet day. Tribe Gaming, congratulations. You made World Finals. You're going to another Grand Finals in your region. And you just saw the devastation across all of their faces. TE look reserved. Business as usual for them. The expectations they place on themselves are so high. They're so young, but clearly they've got so much talent. They are just a different breed out here in North America. Tribe Gaming are great. There's no disputing that. This is a top 4 team at the Brawl Cup. TE fell just short of that, and now they're making light work of North America.
Tribe has every reason to celebrate today. Yes, it wasn't a monthly final win for you, but World Finals is the goal at the end of the day, and they've locked it in still as the first team. Team Electro is now second team, though. With that win today, they cemented themselves in the history of this region. North America has 2 teams who already have that golden ticket to the World Finals. LCQ is still up for grabs. Those 2 are going to Tokyo. The others still are chasing China.
Yeah, it's going to be a very interesting affair going into the final month in North America. I mean, anything can still happen. It really can. And as we know in the past, even like an alarm that doesn't go off in the morning can determine whether you make the World Finals or not. So, don't count your chickens until it's over. I mean, it really is the case. I think everyone needs to stay on their A game, and I'd look to hope that it comes down to the wire in the final month, and maybe even a match between those same 2 teams.
I'm a little sad. We had 5 3-0s today. There's just a bit too many. And I was also really looking forward to see them play it out on Dueling Beetles, actually, because those two were actually the two teams playing that super weird Grey composition. Ems was banned out, Grey was left open, and they both make it work. Once with a, I believe it was... What was it actually? Once it was the Griff for Tribe Gaming, of course, and on the other side it was the Frank comp that was so genius from the side of Team Electros. And its finest, they have clashed a couple of times already. 3-1 the score overall now.
Yeah, it's you know, as you can see from Tribe's webcams, right? They're going to be thinking about this defeat for a while, I feel. And you know, again, got to swing it back around the idea of, like, you know, I don't know whether the number of scrims is really kind of making much of a difference here. I think this has come down to something a bit deeper than that. I feel like for the way that Team Electros are playing, both in their mechanics, both in their drafting, Tribe are super smart when it comes to draft. They can outthink this, and they need to go a bit deeper. It's not just about practice, at least in my opinion. I think they've got to get back down to the roots of why are they losing consistently to Team Electros? What is it that they are considering themselves as their weakest attributes in that regard?
I think this is an interesting turning point for Tribe Gaming, because obviously TE are delighted, 3 at this point. I mean, that's an incredible Grand Finals number for the age of these players, for how long they've been in the game. But Tribe are a team that we put high expectations on because of how well they've done in years past. Luffy and RBM have been together for a while. Diego Gamer now joining the fold. I still have that high bar set for them. They got top 4 at a Brawl Cup. We've seen how good EMEA is. Foot look unstoppable, and now TE are getting the better of them. What are they going to do about it? What are they going to change? Can they finally push through and do something at like our world final stage, what they just earned? What are they going to do in Season 6? Or is it going to be the same old thing, just stopped at the quarterfinals or the group stage level? I see such a high ceiling with this team. We believe in them back home in North America, but it really is heartbreaking when you get these constant results. That's got to be such a mental battle.
I believe actually, despite those two being the ones to lock in World Finals already, they might be the two teams here in NA that feel the most pressure. On the one side, we have rookies become the team to beat, and on the other side, we have Tribe Gaming, as you just explained. We expect a lot from them because they have been doing great for such a long time already. We now have Snowy on the mic for you. Welcome to the broadcast. I hope you can hear us. Oink.
Yeah, I can hear you.
There it is.
Yeah.
Good job.
I said
only
oink,
once.
Oink oink. That's
Nice.
it. That's good enough.
He promised us to oink on stream if he wins today.
Yeah.
And I do have a screenshot of that chat yesterday, so good job that you actually followed through with that. Now, you've beaten Tribe in consecutive monthly finals. You have really established yourself as North America's team to beat. What is going through your mind right now?
I'm really happy. I just hope we don't slack off and we continue to grind for Worlds, because that's where the real competition is. So after this next 3 days, because I'm in Texas, I'm gonna hang out with my friends and then go back and then start scrimming again. So 3-day break and then back to scrims.
So I got to ask, for me, you know, you're like a shining example in this community for a player that was not necessarily on people's radars last year, but this year have just exploded onto the scene. There's going to be many at home who are aspiring to be in the BSC. Like, what kind of message do you have for those people that maybe want to be in the position that you are in now going into next year?
Just don't ever give up. Find a team and stick with it. Don't I see a lot of players that switch teams consistently. But yeah, just stick with one team that you can grind with. That's how we did with Memnon and Doyen. It was for the 4 months, 5 months in the off season. We just grinded together and we got really good. That's what it is. You gotta get lucky to find a good team. You also need good ping and stuff like that. But besides from that, you need a good team. Stick with them and just grind it. Have a good mentality as well. That's really important.
Love all that, and I think that's going to go along with my question. Snowy, your team just seems so well composed. Every time you speak in an interview, you're really well spoken. Clearly, you've got the work ethic, you're humble, but you've also got this level of confidence that's needed for a pro player. Where does all of that stem from, especially from your age?
I think my dad. I think my dad's a really big part of it. He's just, it's hard to explain it, but he's just an amazing person. He's taught me to be how I am, and my mom as well. They're both, I think my parents, I come from a really well-respected family, so I think that's the major, the 99% of that.
You secured Worlds today, so the focus now shifts to the global stage. Which matchup are you looking forward to the most?
Foot, Humble, CR, give me all of them.
All of the above, very well. Well, do you have
Yeah.
one last message for everybody out there coming to see you at Worlds?
I hope you guys keep supporting TE, and I hope we do well at Worlds. Yeah, and next month, of course.
There's still one more monthly to go, so good luck for that.
Thank you.
I love interviewing this guy, not only because he's oinking, which is hilarious to me, but also because he's just so humble.
You'd never get that out of me, I tell you. You could give me a wad of cash, you're never going to get me to
It was
oink.
him that proposed it, just saying. He was like, I'm going to oink if I win the monthly finals. And I was just like, I'm going to hold you to it. And he was like, you're in the chat, know where you're at that, so there you go.
Ooh. Now retake here as well. 458 now is the new number from Team Electra. So you all heard it here, and you can see it in the numbers. 90 points is the max you could get from winning a monthly final. And FA Bobby are too far away. But one thing of note, too, Vatic shortly behind. That third spot is very much up for grabs. It is not going to be safe. Pay attention to your qualifiers results back home, and definitely watch this top 8 next month. I want to see how Tribe respond. I want to see if TE can win 4 of 6 monthly finals in a debut season. It would be absolutely remarkable.
We see her as well for all the FA Bobby fans out there. They're still very much in contention for this. August still has something to play for. That LCQ slot still wide open. These are the most picked brawlers of the day, and they are actually so different once again from the other regions, which I absolutely love to see. Usually we had balance changes just coming into the monthly finals. In East Asia, for example, yesterday we saw Max and Pearl and Brock show up the most. They're not even on the list in NA.
Yeah, but honestly, there's nothing that I really see that I thoroughly disagree with. I think that it's just different flavors, isn't it? And, you know, for this region with the tanky brawlers and the players that love to gravitate towards the tanky brawlers, you know, brawlers like Luke coming forwards for that very reason. Surge, I think for me, yeah, we didn't see barely any, at least not to my recollection in this particular region. 8-bit really high up there as well for me, and was always a brawler which this region wanted to gravitate towards. Now in such a good place, it makes a ton of sense. And Crow, again, you know, I kind of worry what it's going to take to nerf this brawler to a stage where it's not meta.
8-bit picked twice, 100% win rate, definitely has to be banned out more often than not. Starnova, by the way, not showing up here very often because she was globally banned here in NA very, very often. So interesting to compare also global bans across the regions because they differ usually so much.
Love to see it. Looking at those global bans too, 15 apiece. Starnova ends up tying with Damien. Alongside that, Max, 8-bit, Meg. All of these expected. Those lower ones outside of Surge, though, Lumi and Griff clearly some flex pick that a lot of the regions really like.
Yeah, look at the way that Damien and Starnova pretty much equal in EMEA there, as well as South America. I mean, pretty much identical. It was only really East Asia that kind of left Starnova open so much, and it was like kind of one of those things that we kind of expected a little bit as a region that liked to focus more on their counters. But nonetheless, I was surprised that we kind of did see so much Starnova this weekend over last weekend.
Yeah, Starnova wasn't banned out in East Asia as often, at least in the global ban stage, but then more in the regular ban stage. The same thing happened with Damien today, where he was more often than not, but then banned out throughout the regular bans. When you have a closer look at all of these bans, actually, it is the same exact image in all of the regions. Even though Ash, for example, has shown up a lot more often in NA, it is due to the fact that he was banned out more often or something like it. So all the regions do seem to agree on the meta. There are some outliers, but yeah, I'm just a stats nerd in that regard, so I'm super excited to always see that again. Any highlights, last words from you two?
I think just incredible players, a region I really thoroughly enjoy. It's great to see just like how much life there is still in North America. And, you know, again, I want to see more organizations coming to support that. I really, really do. I think the players deserve it. It's a region that's got so much talent, so much skill. And you can see like what it means to these players. And like now looking ahead to next year and their prospects, you know, come on guys, get behind this region. There's a big reason for it.
I think after today, too, especially the grand finals, Vatic are even a better team than I think people might realize. Going 3-2 against TE, Tribe Gaming are spectacular. It was still a 3-0 for them. So TE clearly power ranked #1. They're making me look smart with my preseason prediction, but I love that Snoy is ready to get back to work. Next month is going to be a banger.
I want to thank everyone again who tuned in today for the July monthly finals. NA was the last region we covered, but we're back in August. And thank you to our production. Thank you to my 3 colleagues today, ready as well, waiting in the backs. And thank you for tuning in despite the World Cup going on at the same time at the moment. We'll see you in August.